Knock, 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 knock into the different world and start to looking for mysteria.
CFS 对于我来说，就是我心中最重要的一个比赛。
我觉得，这是一个对于青春的续写，很荣幸这里边能够有我的一些成分。
Eu não tenho palavras para agradecer a CFS por tudo que ela fez na minha vida, por tudo que esse programa de criadores de conteúdo.
Ang meaning ng CFS sa akin is, malaking bagay para sa akin kasi
a CFS na minha vida é tudo, porque eu basicamente vivo para jogar a CFS, eu quero jogar a CFS.
代表着我的整个青春。
CFS 呢，我觉得是穿越火线最高的一个荣誉殿堂吧。
CFS significa para mim sonho e evento muito grandioso。
它是至高无上的荣誉。CFS 对于整个 CF 的发展也是有着巨大的贡献。
对我来说 ，CFS 是梦想中最高的舞台。
A CF Star para mim significa o maior campeonato de todos. Acho que é um grande sonho para todo mundo que joga profissionalmente Crossfire.
对我来说，穿越火线这个游戏对我来说的话，意味着就是我的青春。
穿越火线意味着我一个青春吧。
CFS với tôi có nghĩa là nơi thể hiện bản thân, niềm tự hào và ước mơ của tôi tại đó. Với em thì CFS nó là một nơi mà ai cũng muốn được thể hiện bản thân mình và cũng muốn được đi một lần trong đời và cái cơ hội đấy thì nó rất là quý giá.
Significa tudo na minha vida e eu não vou desistir até ganhar um.
不知不觉 CFS 已经10周年了。那么10呢，对于中国人来说有个叫做十全十美，但是我们想换一句话，叫做青春正当时。希望 CFS 这个越办越好。
CFS, feliz aniversário de 10 anos.
Parabéns CFS pelos seus 10 anos de aniversário.
CFS 10周年，我们一起成长，也希望 CFS 10周年快乐。
Rất cảm ơn nhà phát hành Smile đã gọi là xây dựng một con game phát triển đến bây giờ. Thì với kỷ niệm 10 năm này mình cũng xin.
希望 CFS 越来越好，争取再办到下个10年。
希望下一个10年，我能够站在赛场上和 CFS 一起走下去。
Eu queria parabenizar a CFS pelo seu 10º ano, por tudo que proporcionou.
祝 CFS 越办越好吧，希望大家一起加油。
On the lurk already as well, Zayn putting that pressure on, but Gokin, he's still alive here, gets the double kill, and this has been completely turned.
Another clutch attempt for these two from Imperial. Gokin is walking right onto the stairs. That's a hard one to win for real.
Catch on to this quickly, he's gonna spot one out, doesn't matter though, CZY gets the double. Now CZY left to try and clutch this one out, gets his 3rd kill of the prepared for this. He still hasn't even got the C4 completely in his control yet, but Aldrin has been spotted out. Only 20 seconds on the clock though. This is so much pressure on the CZY, but he steps up to the plate. Finally, the trade will be decided. You can see there Aldrin just barely able to react in time to take down CZY. The trade really comes through. Are they aware ZYK in this position? I'm not sure. Why isn't checking his back there? ZYK taking the sneak in down low. Is he going to check this corner? No, he's not. And 9
Looking like 2 chances, 2 misses. Ryu's out though. So he's got the huge spray down onto Lion Claw to Zane and then whips down the pistol for a kill onto Real. It's just Ryu down.
Is holding on to the top. He's going to get one. He does not get the second, though, as the rest of the rotation coming in, but it's not working out. Here's 3BL. Penguin does get one. Well, look at this rich one. If he could win this, if he can nail it, the top of 4-3BL will spot out Thompson. Headshot there. Does he know about Lund? Well, he does certainly now. Pops his head up, ducks back down. Hunt's trying to hit the head as well, and Lucas clutches it out for his team.
Welcome to the CFS 2023 Grand Finals, the world's top competitive Crossfire Esports World Championship Tournament. The year of 2023 marks the 10th anniversary of CFS. CFS 2023 Grand Finals is returning with further developed rules and schedule, providing new challenges to all participating players. Now, let's take a closer look at the format. In this year, we have teams from 6 regions: Brazil, China, EU MENA, North America, Philippines, the Vietnam. The tournament consists of 4 stages: group stage, wildcard stage, knockout stage, and lastly, the playoffs. The group stage will be played under the single round robin format in a BO3, where 12 teams will be divided into 3 groups of 4 through the group stage draw. The top 2 teams from each group will directly advance to the knockout stage, while the third place from each group will enter the wildcard stage. The last place teams from each group will be eliminated from the tournament. The group stage standings rule will prioritize the teams' higher match wins. If teams' match wins end up in a tie, such as teams' set differential points, will be secondly prioritized. If still tied, the round differential points will be thirdly prioritized, and attack points will be checked. As for the last comparison, the wildcard stage will also play under the single round robin format, BO3 series, where the top 2 teams out of the 3 teams will earn the last 2 tickets to the knockout stage. The 8 teams of the knockout stage will compete under the single elimination format in a BO5 series, where the brackets will be determined through the teams' overall standings from the group stage. Knockout Stage 4 winners will advance to the playoffs that will be played throughout the double elimination format in a BO5 series. The playoffs consist of 6 matches to claim the champion. The total prize money of the CFS 2023 Grand Finals is set to $1,420,000 US, and the world champion will take home $500,000 US. Compete to conquer. CFS 2023 Grand Finals is awaiting its warriors. Let's witness how this epic tournament will roll out.
Down Snake, good for 2. Baba, good for a jump.
哦哟，知道你在这变完成
价位是不是能好一点？
是，另外一边，但是头。
Got 2 EP! finds a third through the door, finds a...
这次能进到 CFS 世界赛挺开心的吧，也算为国出征了。
I'm very excited to be playing in Crossfire Stars, and we're ready to show our best.
Our first goal is just to make it out of the group stage. We want to take it one step at a time, so it's one goal at a time. I have many goals. The first goal is to make it out of the groups.
Eu estou muito feliz. É sempre muito importante estar aqui porque é um campeonato, é o campeonato mais importante do ano, então é algo mais.
Maybe all gamers from China, they're very good team and they have strong skills.
本次 CFS 的比赛，我们有针对国外的战术，就针对国外的队伍有一些针对性的战术。
Dạ, đến với giải đấu lần này thì team em tập luyện rất chăm chỉ, mọi người đều cố gắng để đạt được kết quả tốt nhất.
Mục tiêu của chúng em trước tiên là sẽ vượt qua vòng bảng.
I feel excited because this is my first time to compete in CFS Grand Finals.
Bütün yıl boyunca bizleri çok güzel desteklediler. Hepsine çok teşekkür ederiz. Ve Grand Finals'ta da bizleri destekleyeceğini canı gölde inanıyoruz.
Meu objetivo nesse campeonato, sem sombra de dúvidas, é sair campeão dele.
这次的目标和决心都是冠军吧。
No kill just yet, but they're just going to go ahead and push right through. HDZ, what a headshot, gets the come out for a kill, and he's going to find it. HDZ finds lane timing coming out from DQ. Here comes the double peek onto this. They certainly need it at this point. Horus starts it off with another double kill. Penguin grab trying to force their way onto the catwalk, but look at the nade and the follow-up team again holding on here to the back of A. FaZe and Creeds, though, come through with the answer on the catwalk. Will Creeds be ready? Yes, he is. Creeds. Just going right off the back of it. Travis, though, good for a first here. Still hanging on to the generators in the back of sight.
GV coming through, which is good. Spoxy does happen to get on there, man. The wide box trying to pick off Shrimp, but Shrimp is having none of that.
Cage really trying to dance around it. Gets the first. Can he get the second? Though good for two on the back of site 40. Down to
that was their biggest mistake so far in this game. I mean, I know we're only 2 rounds in, and Rolly taking the pot shots from the back needs to stay alive because
completely shut him out of position. He's taken down, but Fair manages to get 2 picks here on the side of Anubis. But look at him here on the B tunnels. Good for a first, good for a second.
CHENGDU making one of his own piece, and I mean, it all comes down to bringing it down to it. Take him out, and he does. But here we go.
Be a lot harder though because everyone from Alpha is coming out swinging, but he's gonna get it anyways. Slayer.
It's really all gonna be up to Wee here. What can you do?
They got a little too aggressive, but Snox, he's gonna get the first here on the A push. Awesome, swings in for more.
Every now and then, he still got the shot. He still got what it takes.
Unleash trying to force his way back in.
And they get the opening pick in the mid here on the 7 instantly. But here we go, drive push, no
down here. Does a lot of damage. Look at the cover.
A fast take here on A, so I'll finish up my shot later.
This is 3 kills on the board. Forrest, though, nice gamble play. Gets the other guy.
They know they're doubles here, and yes, look at that. But we see the pinch coming in here from GR spawn.
Well, here comes the counter flash. Travis gonna be hit by 1 on his own, but Travis good for 1. Travis good for 2. Travis gets the triple kill. Can he get any more? It may not matter. Slayer, he's
through the corner. Travis, he's got 3 people lined up in the quick push into hotel from Goodfellas. Are they gonna have what it takes to take out CRS? No, he gets 2. Make it 3. It's what GV's giving you, but Barry here with a little work behind the train coming out with
reflag. And what is this? MK. It's gonna be crucial. Fair holding on.
When the pinch coming in on bottom, you know what, Spox? He's also doing what he needs to do here. Just taking the earth up with vital kills on the rain going for that for aggression in the barn. Just like that. But Creeds, the track boys, he needs to get at least 2. He does capitalize on the one first one right off the bat. Oh, he does get it in the 3rd. He is shutting down the pressure all by his quick from the side of GV. It is not going at all well for them. Oh my word, a triple kill going to the way of Visa. Look.
All it takes Fair as well. Finding Slayer, but Spoxy being alive too long could be dangerous. He finds 1, finds the quick onto the 2nd, and he's still alive here to fight. Dipsy gets the 3rd. It's all on the snare. It's a 4K from Spoxy to close it up. We are now getting deep. Of that first player coming out of the water. Doesn't matter. ZY back-to-back taps. Onside they do not know. Even is in the corner. Even gets the double kill. Looking for the triple. Michael now the only player alive that can guard that in just that one. Around the utility already though. In this one it's going to be ZY who gets the double. He's looking for the triple. It's not going to matter.
Fight famous, and that will prove to be the wrong choice. CQ was.
A half where they should be able to put more rounds on the board, just knowing that to them, the way they played this half is probably the most composed we've seen them all tournament long, especially on a GR side. Even though very careful to stay alive, but again, Horace not hitting the shot. He has to hold the line, gets the first kill, gets the second kill, Desane with a huge...
Expecting to lose out in the Raptors here. He gets the perfect spray, hits the pistol shots as well for the 3K. And also here we're trying to come on hard and fast. I think
Comes alive, but this time Imperial, they're ready to answer back. It's a 4-for-2 exchange here. Fight they were looking for. Left to try and clutch this one out. Gets his third.
started off the grid getting in through the spawn behind the two members. And now he can be here on time for this push. Let's see though. Maybe just not checking.
7, they get the kill without much fuss, but CZY gets it done.
Never look back， 保持冷静，勇敢面对，Don't be sad， 把枪口对外。Never look back， 穿过泥泞的道路，Yeah we go high， We stay together， Yeah we stay together，We will never lose，Yeah we crossing fire， 不会再迷路。兄弟 always stay right here， we will never lose， here we crossing fire， say whoa, whoa, yeah we go higher.
Look, I'm with the clan, they're my brothers, I'ma ride for 'em. No second guess, a load of gun, I'm ready to die for 'em. We the ones that's poppy, we the ones that copy. See an enemy, I drop 'em, winning is the only option. I ain't never scared, hold closer to a lion. If I catch 'em, promise I'ma stop 'em, I ain't lying. In the crossfire, you better survive. I'm rolling with the guys, I'm never switching sides. Getting money with the team, but I'm not surprised. Cause we prayed on it, waited on it for a little while. I'm never gonna stop, never gonna flop, all I know is gold. Team full of winners, first place we need that gold. I done see the fame, turn a friend into a foe. But we not the same, I'll never turn back on my bro. Crossing all the star, I'm a superstar. We gon' take it far, win, lose or draw. Gotta keep it going, I can let the fan down. CFS 23, we gon' shut it down.
We will never lose, eh, 不会再迷路，eh, yeah we crossing fire， 兄弟 always stay right here， 走向胜利由我领队，时刻准备突出重围。
Top competitive Crossfire Esports World Championship Tournament. The year of 2023 marks the 10th anniversary of CFS.
Of the Crossfire Stars 2023 Grand Finals is upon us, and still we are in the group stage, but we're getting toward the pointy end of things. Welcome back for another big day of Crossfire. We've got Valdez and Seven, alongside myself, obviously, here to kick things off for the day. Kyle will be joining us a little bit later on, but fellas, got to be feeling good coming into day 4 of the competition?
Yeah, I'm feeling great, especially the first match should be exciting. Anubis against Working Gaming. So yeah, I'm looking forward to some exciting Crossfire today.
You have a good nap last night?
Me?
Yeah.
I had a good 8 hours.
Okay.
I slept well. I'm very well prepared. I got to do all 4 of the matches today, and this is finally, it feels like the first day where we have some real competitive matchups where we're not just going to get 2-0s, we're not going to get like 10-1, 10-2 score lines, so I hope that we can have some really competitive Crossfire today.
Definitely some real potential for that, and I think it could be a potentially long day, so maybe if you're on the short straw having to do all 4 games. But either way, we'll get into that discussion in a moment. Before then, we do obviously want to give a quick shout out to all those that are supporting us here on the CFS 2023 Grand Finals. Kicking off with Open Mind Alienware, and Alienware, of course, for supporting us at the CFS 2023 Grand Final with all of the devices that you see on the stage, the monitors, the the keyboards, etc., that kind of thing. Great to have their support.
Yeah, also big shout out to Morphling for their generous support as the official gaming chair in the 2023 CFS Grand Finals, whether you're in the midst of intense competition or enjoying a prolonged gaming session. Morphling has you covered. Morphling, reach your throne.
Yeah, and I think that's something that we're sort of starting to really talk about a little bit more now as the teams try to climb toward that trophy. As we've said, we're getting toward the back end now of the group stages. We'll still have at least another day tomorrow for that one, Seven. But, I mean, based on things so far, have you really felt like there's been too much kind of surprising you? Because, I mean, looking at these games for me personally, I think for the most part, like, we've all almost got most of our predictions right. You actually got that Pacific Macta one correct that everyone else kind of got wrong. But by and large, I actually feel like the teams that have been expected to walk away with the wins have generally walked away with the wins. And we have actually seen a lot of 2-0s in this group stage too.
Yeah, I felt like we saw maybe like two small upsets. The first match, LCK versus AG, when LCK won the first map. And then also Kongana claimed like they won Mexico, right, against Imperial. But yeah, besides of that, not many surprises here. I mean, Macta surprised maybe like lots of you guys here winning against Karos, not me, honestly. I believed in my Filipino friends. But yeah, I think today we're going to see some very close matches. I think we have like 3 kind of 50-50 matches on the line. So yeah.
Yeah, how about you on your side of things? I mean, like, again, are you sort of leaning in the same direction as I am as far as results having been generally pretty expected, and maybe for Seven having said that today could be a little bit harder to call?
Yeah, absolutely. I think when we saw some of the matchups in the first 3 or so days, it was like, okay, well, you know, there's certain tiers right now. There's certain regions that are very strong. Obviously, the Chinese region, the Brazilian region, very strong. Some of the other matchups, like Seven was mentioning, where it's like, okay, the Philippines, Vietnam, we're not 100% sure how this is going to line up. Definitely brought at least a bit of a surprise as we do take a look at the groups and the group stage so far. A lot of these groups have ended up with a couple of teams at 2-0, or they're towards the top and they're doing really well, with the other couple of teams down towards the bottom. Today's matchup, definitely as we've been talking about, 3BL are going to be fighting for their lives, right? XROCK versus VINCIT, that's going to be a close one as well. 2 top teams, same as CHENGDU All Gamers versus Imperial. A couple of top teams going head-to-head. This is why we expect this one to be a longer day.
Yeah, Anubis Gaming and Ranking Esports to kick things off for the day. You can see the head-to-head record there does obviously favor Anubis Gaming, and I think based on the conversations that we've been having off broadcast, it seems like most of us are leaning toward Anubis, though I will say I've gone for a little bit of a different curveball prediction. But give us your thoughts, Seven, on this one. I mean, Anubis looking pretty solid, and actually, you know what? Before we get there, this actually surprises me a lot. Because I really thought I was going to be the curveball.
Yeah.
But apparently all of China agrees with me.
I mean, yeah, to be fair, I feel like Anubis is the more stable team overall. I mean, we also played against Working Gaming this year at the event in Vietnam.
Right.
And I feel like Anubis is on the same level as my team, so they should also beat Ranking. Also, last year they played Ranking in the group stage, and they also beat them with a convincing 2-0. And I think the biggest issue for Ranking, I mean, individually, they look pretty strong, right? They have Ice Cube, Himeo, and also Nevis. The main issue for their squad is they having like big trouble closing out matches. They always get like 8 rounds, maybe even overtime against XROCK. But it seems like they're always choking when it matters the most.
I think that was even an example that we saw from them when they played that game against VINCIT, right? It got to compound, they were up, or it was about like 8-8, and then they just lost a couple of like shockingly bad rounds at the back end of compound there to sort of actually enable VINCIT to get that 2-0. So yeah, tough one for Ranking. I did go for that prediction for Ranking, though, just because I really, I feel like a broken record at this point. And I'm like, please, Ranking, can you just live up to the expectation, or not even the expectation, because I think at this point, right, the expectation is not that high, but can you live up to the potential? The potential might be a better word.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty obvious that they have a lot of skill within that lineup. I do feel like Anubis is a really solid team. Everybody kind of doing their job, and especially with the addition of Slayer coming in, and Dipsy as well. I think Assam as well is one of the newer names to this squad this year. But yeah, they've really turned into a strong team. They did win the regional finals, and I just believe that they have the ability to challenge a team that's kind of on their last legs and struggling a little bit. I was kind of surprised to see everybody on the Chinese side of the broadcast going for ranking and not a little bit more of a mix. But yeah, it is hard to predict against these guys, though, when you do see this lineup and you do see some of the rounds that they have won, and that kind of sticks in your mind, like, oh, Humio got like a 4K, or like, you know, Ice Cube just went out and hit some of these crazy flicks like that. Some of the only the best snipers in this entire tournament are able to hit. So it's hard to vote against that, but I do feel like Anubis are the more consistent roster, and that's why I think in a best-of-3 format, like if this were a best-of-1, maybe I would have gone for ranking.
Yeah, I'll play that. I mean, I actually kind of want to get your thoughts on this, Seven, because, I mean, obviously with the experience of having played against these guys, I look at it on paper, and my, like, sort of gut feeling is that ranking have actually got more firepower on the individual level. It seems like they hit crazier shots, they pull off, like, stronger clutches and this kind of thing, but for Anubis, maybe, as Valdes said, like a little bit more consistency coming through from their side of the coin. Do you think I'm on the right track there, or do you sort of lean the other direction that maybe Anubis has a little bit more firepower coming into this game?
I mean, I agree. Like firepower-wise, ranking is probably the better team.
Right.
But usually Anubis is known for the perfect executes, good setups, good utility usage, and also have Snare. I feel like Snare is the better sniper rifle than Ice Cube overall. He's pretty smart. I think he's maybe even the best sniper rifle than West nowadays. So I feel like overall they're just more stable. I mean, the peak of ranking might be higher, but I think like Anubis should be the more consistent team. I think in the first match, Anubis was kind of disappointing me a little bit, because like I said, they're known for their good setups, executes, but for some reason the first match, it felt like they had maybe too much respect. This was my feeling.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think today against Ranking Gaming or Ranking Esports, they should feel more comfortable because they know, okay, we beat this team already. So I think they are quite confident, because especially Dipsy, you know, like I feel like Slayer always stepping up to the plate as well as Snare. I think Dipsy should be this third guy, like dropping maybe like 15 to like 18 kills usually. So if he also shows up today, they will win this one, I'm pretty sure.
I mean, a couple of very similar results against VINCIT, so I guess if you want to like use that as a barometer, right, it was 10-5, 10-8 for VINCIT over ranking, and then for VINCIT over Anubis, it was 10-6, 10-6. So sort of similar kinds of scorelines. The one thing that's kind of sticking in my head a little bit, though, and I feel like we maybe haven't discussed that yet, that we probably should, is that ranking got quite close against XROCK actually on both of those maps. The Black Widow was a 10-7. Okay, sure, still a little bit of a blowout in a sense, but the overtime win for XROCK actually on map 2 was something that actually at one point it kind of looked like ranking should win that map. And again, it kind of ties into, for both of those maps and for ranking in their 10-8 loss against VINCIT, this like magic number 8. If they can get past the magic number 8, can they maybe make it to 10? But the issue is obviously getting beyond that fact. But I looked at that game when they were playing against XROCK, and we had high expectations, obviously, for XROCK, considering they were a Chinese team. And I almost thought, like, pound for pound, in a lot of cases, ranking kind of looked a little bit better. Certainly for that string of, like, 4 or 5 rounds on map 2. So I don't know, is that something you guys have even considered, or have you kind of forgotten that that map existed?
I watched that series, and instead of thinking, oh, Ranking Esports is a great team, they're really overperforming, I was like, XROCK are kind of dropping the ball on this one. Like, they should have closed this one out way earlier, and it kind of led me to believe, like, before that series began, remember I was talking about like power rankings, I'm like, well, XROCK should be number 3, they're 3rd seed from China. That kind of makes sense in my head even before we watched them. But after that series, I was like, yeah, I don't know, I think like probably at least VINCIT and Imperial, maybe Pacific Macta are better than this team. So it's always difficult because it really depends on which team you're facing off against and how that team was playing on that day. You might look better or you might look worse if they like overperform, stuff like this. So that's why I love group stages where we get to see multiple different matchups and we can see just how strong they are. So yeah, for me it was more about like XROCK not really performing to the level I expected, more than Ranking Esports stepping up, and Ranking kind of looking more inconsistent in the fact that they weren't quite able to get across the line even once against XROCK.
Where are we actually sitting as far as that power ranking is sort of concerned? Because I know we had this conversation like a couple of days ago, but now maybe with a bit more data we can kind of revisit it. I dare say, like, obviously Baisha, All Gamers 1 and 2, everyone's going to say that, but beyond that, where do you actually sit in 7? I mean, have you got XROCK in 3, or did they not convince you yet?
I mean, after watching this match, XROCK against Ranking Esports, I felt like the team play of XROCK looked kind of sloppy.
Yep.
So this is some good news for Macta and Imperial, I feel like, because I feel like Macta could be the 3rd best team right now here at this tournament, and Imperial might claim the 4th spot. like I guess many people expect Cara House to be maybe like even the third best team once again, same as last year. But I feel like Cara House, they don't seem to be that strong this year. Also, in the Vietnamese Pro League, they were struggling against ranking esports, and they used to be like the top team in Vietnam for a long time. They were never struggling against ranking esports before, so this is a bad sign for them, I feel like.
Even yesterday's game against 3BL for Cara House certainly didn't do a whole lot to calm the nerves or sort of temper those discussions all that much. Like 10-5 on the first map looked pretty good, but then the 13-10 that they did win, to be fair, on port, but it had to go to the OT, and Lucas kind of had to go superhuman to actually win that series for Cara House. It definitely maps had my concerns about it.
Yeah, it definitely does, because to be honest, like nothing against 3BL, but it does kind of feel like they are the weakest team in this tournament, and for Cara House to struggle to any level against them, like I feel like they were kind of playing their best Crossfire on that day, and you know, they did as well as they possibly could, but I think Cara House, we had better expectations, bigger expectations coming into this one, and that one kind of tempered it for me. I'm like, okay, well, doesn't feel like Vietnam as a region are that strong, but we'll have to wait and see.
Indeed, and I think it's time for us to welcome our teams to the stage. Let's jump back over there and say hello to Matt to start the day.
Welcome back to the CFS 2023 Grand Finals, and it's group stage, day 4. I'm Matt Andrews, and we are live from beautiful CHENGDU. Now, yesterday, we had some big moments in our matches. CHENGDU's all gamers started it off with a win against the USA's Kongana. Cara House got a good win in their match with 3BL Esports. Brazil's Imperial picked up a second win. This time it was against Turkey's brilliant team LCK. And the best team of the Philippines, Pacific Macta, well, they lost to the reigning world champions Baisha Gaming, but they gave them a big fight along the way. And talking of big fights, 4 best of 3s for you today. And for some of our teams, they must win or they will be eliminated from CFS 2023. Now, before the games begin, we must thank our hosts, Smartgate Entertainment and Crossfire, along with our partner, VSBO, supported by Alienware and Morphling. And now, I hope you are ready for some great action and some teams fighting to survive and competing to conquer! Our first match today features 2 teams, both looking for their first win, and for one of them, this is their last chance to get it. To the stage for the start of day 4, it's Vietnam's Ranking Gaming. Ice Cube, Nebis, KT15, Fatcon and Humio, they must win. They are Ranking Esports. And now, proudly making their way onto the stage, it's Anubis Gaming! Gypsy, Doom, Hassam, Snare, and Slayer are Anubis Gaming! Our first matchup of the group stage day 4 is about to begin. Good luck to the teams. They'll compete to conquer.
Well, thank you, Matt, for kicking things off so nicely to start the day. It is going to be Anubis and a ranking. I dare say the teams are going to take a little while to sort themselves out on the stage. And obviously, in that meanwhile, we've got a lot to discuss. I think before we actually go super hardcore into that first matchup of the day, we probably should give you a bit of a preview of what is going to be coming up over the course of what is, in theory, going to potentially be the longest day of Crossfire that we have had. Now, day 2 of the group stage was pretty long. We had some longer matches. There was a bit of a tech delay in there as well. But just looking at the matches on paper today, Seven, it kind of feels like these ones should be maybe the longest matches of the event.
Right, especially also the match after Anubis ranking will be 3BL against Pacific Macta. And I mean, lots of people doubting 3BL at this event, but I have some hope left because the last 2 years Alucard was not showing up that much. You know, Alucard is one of the best sniper rifles in West, especially online. He's insane. But at this event, he was doing a good job so far. Even
I thought so too, yeah.
Even against Baisha, even though they basically got stomped right from Baisha, but he was still having a decent game. Got some nice clutches as well on pot. This one clutch on A, to be specific. So if he shows up today, maybe alongside Horus and Penguin, they have a shot against 3BL. I mean against Pacific Macta, but probably Macta will still claim this one because overall, especially Matsera, showing up this event, because usually Matsera was only just a backup player, you know, maybe getting 10 to 12 kills per map, but also at this event he was getting 16 to 20 sometimes. So I feel like Macta is overall the much stronger team. So this one could go into full distance. I feel like it's a 2-1 in favor of Pacific Macta.
I actually would love to get your thoughts on that as well, because Pacific Macta, you know, we had a good first game from them. Super solid stuff against Kara House, 2-0 right there. And then I was kind of watching that game against Baisha, and it wasn't as dominant from Baisha as what I thought that it might be, which I think is a really good sign for Pacific Macta. Even though they went down 2-0 there, a 10-6 and a 10-4. Sure, maybe map 2 wasn't really all that much to get excited about, but does that give you a bit more faith in what Pacific Macta is going to be able to bring to the table here today?
Yeah, it does, absolutely. I think if any team comes into a match against Baisha or All Gamers and they're like, okay, we can actually go toe-to-toe with this team, then you've got to have at least a little bit of faith in them. And especially because that first map, it was Compound, it was Baisha's best map, as it always is, and it was 7-6, 8-6. It was every round by round. It was really close. So the scoreline, you might say, 10-6. That was pretty dominant from Baisha, what we could expect. But if you actually watch the series, it was round by round. It was pulling teeth for Baisha. It was not easy.
Yeah.
There were a lot of cool, aggressive plays that Pacific Macta were making from the GR side as well, just to take a lot of map control and really challenge them. And it showed a lot of confidence and that they were not scared of Baisha at all. And I think that's the right mindset you have to have when you're playing against these Chinese teams.
I think we've seen a bit of a renaissance as well come through from Revenge, right? He, in a couple of the previous tournaments, I feel like he hasn't had too much impact as the sniper of the team. We know how important that role obviously is in an environment like this. But actually at this event, I think he's been really good. He's been super, super solid, hitting the shots that you would expect him to hit, and then even actually kind of stepping up, maybe kind of finding a couple of multi-frag rounds here and there, which is awesome to see for Pacific Macta. But couple of other matches, obviously XROCK VINCIT after that, and then All Gamers Imperial. So we do have a Chinese squad to finish the day off, which tends to be the case. We've had Baisha to finish the day in a couple of instances as well. But that last game of the day, All Gamers and Imperial, that's a pretty spicy one, right? All Gamers have looked a bit better. They've definitely improved based on their day 1 performance. But then again, Imperial is one of those teams which you feel like, of anyone, might actually have the better chance of upsetting a Chinese team. So where are we sitting for this final game of the day, right? Because traditionally it's been okay, well, Baisha, they're playing in the last game of the day. It's going to be a quick 2-0. We'll all get to go home to go to bed. But I don't know if that's the case necessarily for this final game today.
Yeah, I feel like this could be a 60-40 game in favor of AG. I mean, the peak from Imperial was, I think, 2 years ago. Because the last years I feel like ADF wasn't performing that well, but at this event ADF having a great performance so far. So these are some good news for Imperial, and I also think that they have the better sniper rifle, because Goken, I think, overall is the better sniper than Du. Du, I mean, has his own role in AG. I think he's playing a similar role to Bean, the old sniper rifle from AG. The issue is, AG has J-Way, CQ, CY even, so basically it doesn't matter which side you try to execute, you have 4 of the best rifles in the world against you, And yeah, it doesn't make it easy, right?
Are you worried? Are you worried? 4 games today?
For
yourself?
gamers?
It's going to be a long day, right? So this last game...
I will get through it. I'm not sure if Imperial is going to get through them, though.
Okay.
I do not have a lot of faith. I think that All Gamers is really strong.
Yeah.
I do think that the LCK loss on Subbase was... You know, it was the first series of the tournament. It was the first map of the tournament, and it was... I don't know. I think it was a little bit of a fluke. It went all the way to the golden round. LCK played really, really well, and All Gamers were kind of caught off guard. I think that now that they're kind of warmed up, they're in this tournament. They've played on stage a couple times. They are up against a strong team, but I do think that although it might be close, it might go to 3 maps. You know, Imperial, if they get like a really strong sub base as well, if it's not banned, which we'll talk a little bit more about that map pool when we get to that 4th match a little bit later on. But I think, you know, they're still going to have it at the end of the day, All Gamers. I would say 2-0, 2-1 should be in their favor. Imperial is a strong team, but All Gamers, I would still expect them to win.
Yeah, and I guess the only other game that we haven't spoken about is XROCK and VINCIT. That also feels like a bit of a toss-up, just based on what we've seen from XROCK so far. I'm not too sure that you can really go out on a limb and say they definitely will win this series. VINCIT have been pretty solid as well, so another potential close game.
I mean, it's a good challenge today for XROCK. I mean, the first match against Ranking Esports, I felt like this was not a big challenge for them, right? Because Ranking Esports, maybe one of the weaker teams here at this tournament. So today we'll see the full potential from XROCK, I feel like. And in the end, I still believe China is stronger than Brazil. So this is why also my prediction will go in favor of XROCK. But I still do feel like it could go also into full distance. So 2-1 in favor of XROCK would be my call.
2-1. All right. Well, a couple of 3 mappers maybe on the cards for us today. But I guess now's probably a good time to bring it back to the first game of the day. Anubis versus Ranking. We've already sort of highlighted a fair bit about this matchup. We've actually got a bit of a split prediction across the desk, which is kind of the first time it really feels like that's happened. Like, again, you had the Pacific Macta prediction. Kyle had the LCK prediction on day 1. But generally speaking, for the most part, we've all kind of been in agreement. But a little bit of a harder one to call today, Anubis versus Ranking.
I do think that after yesterday, with 3BL going up against Kara House and really challenging them and making it a close one, that the Vietnamese region as a whole has been struggling. And I think if Kara House is struggling a little bit, you know, they did win 2-0, but it took them a while to get there, to get across the line. Same thing for Ranking Esports. I just feel like, you know, although those two teams could be competitive against each other, I'm not so sure how they're going to do here, which is why I kind of went for Anubis. I think they're playing pretty strongly so far and very consistently. As we are ready to jump into the map ban pick and talk a bit about what's going to happen here. Seven, what do you think we're going to see here in terms of the maps here?
Yeah, Ranking will most likely ban Eagle Eye as usual, and then we're gonna see Anubis banning Mexico. They never practiced this one, so this would heavily surprise me if they go for Mexico play today.
Yeah, this is like when these 2 maps first re-entered. Everybody was like, okay, you ban Eagle Eye and I'll ban Mexico, or vice versa. I'll ban Mexico, you ban Eagle Eye. Could be the way. Yeah, and there it is. Mexico does get banned away, which will eventually lead to Ranking and Anubis getting couple of maps that they do enjoy. It
does often tend to be the case that the newer map in the pool is just kind of avoided by a lot of teams. I remember when Compound kind of came in as well, it was sort of in that same situation. But what are the picks going to end up being now? For Ranking,
most likely Compound, I feel like, is the best map, maybe even Ankara.
Yeah, Ankara, Black Widow have actually been their picks so far today, over the last couple of days, I should say.
All feels like the same day, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. It blends into one.
So now Anubis will pick Subbase, 99% sure. I mean, it's the best map. If they don't pick Subbase, it wouldn't make too much sense for me.
Yeah. We did see some confusing picks yesterday from Pacific Macta that we were a bit confused about with that Ankara pick. So maybe Anubis throw kind of a curveball, but I'm kind of with you on this one. Should expect the sub-base to come through. Let's see if they do go for it. Anubis also going to get the start on the blacklist side of Ankara. There it is. Sub-base. The choice at the end of the day here for map 2. What's map 3 then? Where are we going here at the end?
So now we have Black Widow, Port left, and which is the 7th?
Compound.
Compound. I think both teams are pretty strong on Compound, so there's high potential we could see Compound as the decider map.
Yeah, You can see the captains getting to work selecting the maps for this one.
I mean, Anubis didn't look too strong on Black Widow, right? So I think they should ban it today.
Yeah, so maybe Port here and then Black Widow, and we get Compound for map 3.
I wouldn't mind Compound from ranking. I think they did look pretty good on that against Vincit. I mean, look, they still lost it, but they certainly had their moments, and they did even allow it through as the third map decider against XROCK as well. So, as you say, it wouldn't hugely surprise me if indeed Compound does get to map number 3, which we have confirmation of now, as Black Widow does get banned out there by Anubis. I think ranking will be pretty happy to see that. So Ankara, Subbase, and Compound as the 3 for the opening series. The question is, are we going to actually need 3 though?
I mean, Anubis starting off on Blacklist and Ankara, this is definitely an advantage, I feel like, because they can set up the pace on this map, which is pretty important. So I think if Anubis can have a strong Blacklist half here, maybe like a 6-3 or 5-4 half, they might even get the 2-0 win, because Subbase is their best map. And they also beat it. They also beat ranking last year on Subbase, and it's the best map from Snare and Slayer as well. So if they get the win on Ankara, it should be a 2-0 in favor of Anubis.
I absolutely agree. I think that Subbase is so strong in this matchup specifically, as you've highlighted for Anubis, that either we get the 1-1 or we're going to get a 2-0 from Anubis. So let's see how ranking, this first map is going to be critical, but Ankara, very execution-heavy kind of map, and Anubis is really strong at that, and they get the favorable side to start off, which doesn't always make the difference, but can be a nice little advantage to start you off with, especially right at the top of a set. So, yeah, kind of liking Anubis' chances here, but obviously a little biased since I did predict them.
Yeah. I don't know, like I find this one really hard to call. Like, I think making a really decisive prediction in this matchup was a very difficult one for me. Just because, again, I think I keep getting baited by these Vietnamese teams where I see them have these awesome rounds, huge individual plays. I'm like, man, they're so good. But then something kind of goes wrong for them. So I still kind of have that faith. I can see the potential there. That's the problem. Some of the other teams, it's like, okay, well, they lose. You don't really see too much potential. You think, okay, they kind of just got crushed. But with the Vietnamese teams, at least when they lose, like, they're having close losses, and the individuals are looking good. And you're like, man, there is some potential. There's some serious potential there. And they don't seem to realize it. So maybe today's the day for ranking to get a dub on the board and at least secure themselves a spot into the wildcard stage of the tournament, or give themselves as best of an opportunity to do so. Because, look, to be fair, after this, Anubis do still have one more game to play, whereas this is Ranking's last game of the group stage. So Ranking really need to win this, otherwise they're out. That's it, they're done and dusted.
Yeah. What if Anubis defeat Ranking and then they go on to face XROCK and they win that as well?
Well then, congrats.
What if they get first place in the group? That would be kind of surprising. I don't think we would have expected that. Although this group does feel like, out of the 3, to be the weakest one, I would say, in terms of just names and what these teams have done this year.
Well, I mean, you don't have Baisha or All Gamers, so those are the first 2 sort of ticked off, and no Imperial is also kind of a thing. Like, I think Imperial, we would put a bit of a highlight on that team.
I agree. I mean, you have like the 3rd best Chinese team in the group, the 2nd best West team, the 2nd best Brazilian team, the 2nd best Vietnamese team, so there's basically no top team from the region.
It's kind of up for grabs for pretty much any team in that group to try to take first place. If you get first, maybe you can play off against like a wildcard team or something like that, and all of a sudden you're like making the top echelon of, your Anubis, you're making it there, your XROCK, you're making it there.
Yep.
Although I guess that might not be as surprising.
Just going over some last-minute strats. You ever play on a team where someone just forgets a strat?
Yeah,
happens all the time, right?
Sometimes, yeah. Shout out to my ex-teammate Blame. He liked to forget some strategies.
Say, like, how did you call? You would say like, oh, like A execute or default or like.
Like especially when it
comes to. Did you have names for different strats?
Yeah, of course, like A split, A fake, double fake, like typical callouts, I would say.
And then you'll say like, okay, you'll say A fake, for example, and then someone goes like, what do I actually do in this round?
Now, usually we have like, for example, 3 different A fakes, and I call the first option and he just decides to execute the third option, right? So this happens sometimes, yeah.
And it works out sometimes, and you're like, well,
it can work out. Maybe
I guess so.
It can work out against Anubis or ranking, but usually if you play against Baisha or AG, like all 5 players should listen to the caller, right?
Yeah.
What about util? Did many players tend to forget util?
Sometimes it happens, yeah, for sure. Sometimes.
All right. Well, hopefully it's not going to happen in this game because it is time for us to jump into Anubis and ranking. Match 1 of day 4 of the group stage of the CFS 2023 Grand Finals, kicking off on Ankara.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun one. This is just the beginning of what could be a monumental day, a mammoth day of games, and I'm really excited for them because everyone is going to be close. It's really going to come down to the wire, I would expect, in a lot of these matchups. So let's see what they have in store.
A lot of mid-control already coming through there from ranking. Deep smoke into the bottom of mid. A lot of deep smokes actually from ranking, keeping Anubis at bay for the moment. But to be fair, I guess that's kind of in the wheelhouse of ranking, right? They want to take early map control. They want to get aggressive.
That's typical Vietnamese playstyle, you know, like playing aggressive on GR and then playing quite reserved on Blacklist.
You remember Kara House just yesterday on this map, just like running with 4 people up mid like multiple times in a row from the GR side, just not a care in the world. And it was working, so.
Ooh, bit of hype from ranking as Icecube opens the account, gets that initial kill onto Dipsy. KT15 going to be watching the tunnel, but he's going to have bigger fish to fry as Anubis will start to work their way in, but Facon is covering that still. KT15, his position not even given away. Lots of spam, but he survives on 1 HP somehow. Ranking have a 2-player advantage. KT15 even going to get aggressive, takes down Hassam and Nevis as well. It's all going wrong for Anubis in the first round of this matchup. I can't believe KT15 pushes that on 1 HP.
Well, you got to try to get the drop on them instead of going for an even fight. So kind of a surprising move. It works out. And yeah, just a lot of straight up firefights that Anubis just kind of dropped there, and ranking Esports looking strong here to start us off.
I didn't know what was the plan from Anubis in this round, because usually, you know, in the first round I like to see a good execute, like a good game plan, at least for the first round. But it seemed like they were just trying to go for entry frags, and it didn't work out, obviously. It was kind of the same approach from Black Widow as well, when I was like criticizing them for always like sending Snare long A, and he had like literally no impact. So I hope they will change their approach today.
Same kind of a setup from Anubis again. 2 deep smokes to start the round off, but this time, sorry, from ranking, but this time Anubis have pushed a little bit further, a little bit faster, and it almost feels like we're getting a mirror, right? It's the same defensive setup, more or less, from ranking with the deep smokes, and then Icecube opening the account with the first pick. So another 4v5 for ranking to negotiate. Humio is basically taking solo fights at this point. But Icecube has rotated across now to help on out and seems to be hitting everything, even with the pistol. That's a 3K in the round so far from Icecube. And even though Humio went down, so too did Icecube. They've got the numbers advantage.
Yeah, they absolutely do. I think that ranking are really coming out strong here, and Anubis not really meeting the pace. And as Seven was saying, it feels like they almost don't have a plan, just kind of waiting around and getting picked off. And now it's up to Doom 1v3. That's not going to work out. Ranking Esports with a quick 2-0 lead.
Yeah, nice 3PC from Icecube long A. And that's one of the key duels here. Like, you want Snare actually to win those fights against Icecube. Icecube with the perfect off angle here from A connector. The anti-frag here onto Snare. With the 3PC here against Hussam and Dipsy.
Yeah, to be honest, this is not really the level I expected from Anubis so far, but I think they're just kind of starting off a bit slow. Ranking coming out real fast. That's a very aggressive peek from KT15. It's going to work out. Takes out Dipsy, who was trying to get a little bit of control over the central area of the map, but it did not work out.
Pretty heads up from KT15 just to be checking that box. I think very easy to disregard it and not anticipate someone being there. But I guess the whole point of ranking with those deep smokes into mid is to take mid control. So you want to be making sure that you're clearing it out when you are making that kind of a push. It's looking okay today for ranking. Still seeing a couple of individualized peaks, and sort of hero plays, but hasn't punished them so far. Anubis taking their time to get through the map now as Snare will explore the tunnels.
Yeah, I do think Humio kind of died for free. Died to like 2 grenades eventually. At least his teammates were there to eventually support him.
Yeah.
And like come out and peek as he was dying. So it wasn't all in vain. Here's Ice Cube, got the lineup. Snare will trade it back though, as the entire team is here and nobody is in position for the side of Arcade, but they do have a couple of guys rotating on over looking for a potential retake on this B side.
He does kind of have to make that push, though. If he's the only one playing on B, he wants to get a little bit of info and actually now enables the faster rotate to come through from ranking. Like, they're already in position to retake this site before the plant has gone down. Losing members, though. KT15 and Humio will both go down, and Snare starting to come alive with that Orm in hand. This time, it's fallen apart for ranking. And FatCon will try to clutch it out 1 versus 3, but it's going to be a tough ask and is brought down. So first round on the board for Anubis is going to get a bit of a cheer.
Yeah, I mean, what can you say? Ice Cube kind of trying to peek, didn't expect everybody to be there, and then Snare kind of goes off. He holds on, gets 3 pickoffs on the round for 3 kills in total for him. So nicely done. Anubis back on the board.
They like the approach from ranking, keep playing aggressive here on this GR side. Actually, in every round they got the entry frag, so it really makes sense to keep up with this approach. And also feels like Anubis is kind of surprised by this one, which actually is confusing to me because this is how ranking played against VINCIT Gaming as well.
Yep, you should be very much expecting this when you're going up against a Vietnamese team, whether it's ranking or Cara House. They are going to want to be on the front foot. Ice Cube again looking for an opening pick, but smoke will start to bloom in A main, obscuring his vision. Humio doesn't quite find the timing on the swing there against Doom. Info though. Bombs just dropped outside of A, so you'd expect that Anubis going to head back in that direction as their end point for the round.
Well, it's going to start off this time. The first frag goes over to Snare, who has 4 now, 4 and 2, and just going for a little walk in the B tunnels. You can see that it's not Ice Cube this time around. He's going to be trying to hold down A with a couple of his friends, but now Anubis finally starting to get some momentum as ranking trying to push out of the vent. But Doom, he's having a day out as well. He's going to get another headshot here and, well, eventually does get a bit overwhelmed by all those members. Fakan, nice try, but Hussam with the quick one tap, and he gets a second one, nearly a third as Humio is down to 4 health.
Yeah, if he had full HP, I might give him a bit of a chance here, just because of how isolated that C4 is with only 30 seconds left on the clock. But going to be an easy one to clean up in the end for Anubis, and it does feel like they're finally starting to come alive a little bit. The aim was definitely not on point for those first couple of rounds. They were not trade fragging at all. But now you're starting to see Anubis win a few duels. This one from Hussam, a particularly important one. I don't mind the push there from FatCon. You know, like, you're down 3 on 4. You've got to try to make a play. He pushes into mid. Does lose the duel, but obviously that's going to happen. If he wins it there, though, map's kind of split wide in half, and you've got the equalized numbers there with the C4 isolated away from the other 2 players. So could have been an okay situation for ranking, but well held on to by Anubis.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see if they do go for an A push now, but the C4 is just held in the middle. I think that they're giving a bit of a leash for Snare to try to look for some more picks. He is certainly feeling it. Maybe unhappy with getting picked off by Ice Cube a couple of times, and now he wants to get revenge, and he has so far. Only a couple of guys on A here. Could be a nice little angle. Ooh, Snare going to drop that shot. That was pretty close to just a clean pick off from him. Takes a little bit of damage. And I suppose Fakan did as well, but now rotating down through B bottom as Ice Cube is here, and he gets the kill with the headshot, just jumping out of the tunnels here, and Snare will go down.
Back and forth round, that is for sure. Mid is still in control of Anubis, but where do they want to go from here? Challenging toward Ice Cube again over on B. He's got a bit of backup as well, with Nevis having pushed into the hotel. This shot this time from Ice Cube is going to give them some degree of respite, though. They've completely disregarded Nevis's position. He'll be good for one. Good trades, though, from Anubis so far. And has brought it back to the one-on-one. Hyumio, usually such a clutch player and has the HP advantage here. Will make it look easy. Another one for ranking. 3-2. Still a very tight map, these rounds. Very close, and pretty sure that we're in for a fairly competitive series here, at least based on what we've seen from the first 5 rounds.
Yeah, insane open air from Ice Cube, the jump shot with the cold. I love to see it. I still feel like Anubis should change their approach a little bit, because they always play for entry frags or like entry peaks. I think they should also go for some executes to surprise ranking.
Yeah.
Maybe we're gonna see a full long B execute this round.
Yeah, I do agree with you, Seven, and it does look like they are kind of gearing up for that with 5 guys coming in towards B. Not going to commit to it just yet, and look at Ice Cube on the left side. Says, well, there's nobody out here. There's nobody towards spawn. So could expect a lot of pressure, and ranking do move into position to try to stop that. But rotating out now. Snare is here trying to cut off the angle before they do go for any pushes. Still could try to regroup and go somewhere else.
The issue is now Ice Cube is long A, so he has all the information. So basically his teammates can stack towards this B bomb area. So Anubis should definitely go for this long A retake.
I don't know. Ranking sitting there with Ice Cube already established, ready to hold it. And he is really not making many mistakes at the moment. Sure, he'll go down, a bit of an overpeak in the end, but still got 2 for his trouble, and that's more than enough to put ranking in a dominating position for this round. Good cleanup from Hyumio. Ranking get 2 steps ahead again. So just as Anubis look like they're kind of working their way into the series, ranking back on top.
Yeah, Anubis should try to avoid Ice Cube. Like, he's
100%.
always sniping long A or tunnels. So maybe a fast mid execute would make sense. You just have to smoke off this tunnel area. Maybe even a fast long B execute. I thought actually last round I would just go for this hotel execute. But for some reason, they decided to back off.
There's Ice Cube again.
Yeah, I mean, who could have seen this coming? Except this time was under B, as Hassam going to trade 1 back there in this connector. So we'll even things up, but Ice Cube is still, he's up to 9 kills already in the 6th or 7th round that we are up to. So definitely want to try to cool him off a little bit if you are Anubis. Otherwise, he's just going to continue to get these initial kills and kind of ruin the momentum.
It's a pretty interesting setup there from Fatcon in the connector. There's no push coming through from the vent. I feel like if you're in that position in the connector, you want to have a guy in the vent as well, and you can establish this huge crossfire outside of A. But he ends up being kind of isolated. There's no trade ability for ranking. And it ends up just kind of squandering the advantage that Ice Cube has gotten them in this round. And we're back to the 4-on-4 with 2 very isolated bomb sites. Snare's been able to get super deep into mid as well, and might well pick off Nevis here. Doesn't quite go that way. But you could really see the situation kind of developing positively for Anubis off the back of that opening pick. Issue is, ranking are just looking a little bit sharper in this matchup at the moment. KT15 gets the info too late, though, on A. And this is the problem that I'm talking about. You're going to lose one of those bomb sites. The rotation's going to take a very long time to come across from ranking. And now you're down a number. Was a decent start for ranking off the back of the opening pick from Ice Cube. But I think they've just squandered that opportunity a little bit to go up 5-2. Now it'll come down to the clutch from Ice Cube and Nevis. And look, there's every possibility that Ice Cube could get that. He has been popping off today. But you wouldn't back them necessarily.
Yeah, not an easy retake from here, although Nevis is going to try to squeak in through the vent. He picks up a headshot. Now it's 2-on-2. Not too much time, though. They got to go here. As with pistol, with the Colt out, Ice Cube actually going to switch to an M4 here. Nice little angle trying to get onto Slayer, but Slayer's still going to pick it up, and he gets a 4-piece on the round as they do make their way onto the A site and execute there.
Yeah, great 4-piece here from Slayer. The second kill was actually remarkable, like checking here the left corner. Not many players would check this angle. So finally the star player stepping up to the plate. If you want to win against Wrecking Game, you need Slayer stepping up. And this is what he's about to do.
Same smoke setups from ranking. Mid and outside B. Using them to take a fairly forward position on the B side of the map, but in response, Anubis have taken outside A. Got a lot of room to work with here actually as well. Starting to make their way into mid.
Now let's see if they do want to actually execute somewhere. I liked the push onto A, even given the scenario they were put in. But once again, you know, Snare's trying to look for these plays. He's very lucky he did not get shot on his way out of there. This is what can happen if you're looking for these, you know, these risky pickoffs early on, as Doom is going to just skirt by for now. But yeah, Ice Cube is always here, or he is over at A. And now that he's here, looks like Anubis have mostly gotten past him, although Slayer, very important guy, he's going to be picked off right at the backside of this one. As they try to hold on to the site, KT and Vodcon are holding on to it very well. Hassam and Snare will trade a couple back. It's 2-on-3. Ice Cube here on the B site, trying to hold it down. Still a minute to go, but they're kind of in no man's land. They get that pick off as Snare, very important, winning the sniper duel here.
Yeah, doesn't really need to be going for that swing there. I mean, he wants to get info, sure, but in the end, he's brought it back to the 2-on-2. Nevis on the flank. Maybe unexpected if he just pushes through that smoke, but KT-15 about to go down here. I think Hassam has spotted him. Oh, yeah, certainly has. Around the corner, pre-fire. And Ranking might well lose from another numbers advantage. Nevis is not going to be able to deny the bomb plant. He needs to kill Snare before he gets off the site, but chooses the wrong angle. And now the 2-on-1 is fully in effect. It'll be a tough one to win for Nevis, but he's isolated one of those angles and spots out Snare as well, but he can't clean it up. 4-4 is the scoreline, and I must say the last two rounds have been very typical of Ranking, getting into a good position and then squandering it. This could be a dominant half, but they're just not playing out their advantages the way they need to.
Yeah, important clutch from Snare, closing out the run for Anubis. I mean, it's black decided, right? So you need at least 5 rounds if you want to beat Ranking on this one. I just felt like Ice Cube was overcommitting and threw away this round for his squad.
Could have just sat behind the boxes, waited for the flank to come in from Nevis, try to swing together. Worst case scenario, you're probably looking at a 1-1 there. And that ends up being a 2-on-1 favoring Ranking. But they take isolated 1v1s, give up their lives, and KT-15 might have been even given a bit of a let-off there by Slayer, but still goes down. And now Ranking have a disadvantage. So for the first time in a long time, actually Anubis will start the round with a lead.
Yeah. And it's rough, too, when guys like Ice Cube and Humi are the two that are going for the most heroic plays, right? The ones that are over-peaking, that are saying, okay, I've got 1 kill, I've got 2 kills. I don't know if these guys feel such a huge burden to try to, like, over-carry the team. I mean, they're already doing so much. You don't have to, you know, go crazy with the peaks and stuff like that. You could just calm it down afterwards, but perhaps just a play style thing. It's not going very well for them in that manner. As now the push coming in from Anubis. It is only Fakon on top of the site. Hassam is trying to entry in here. They'll take it slow. They still got a minute as Ice Cube is set up top. He's not going to hit that shot, though.
Yeah, a little bit slow on the reaction. Still Slayer will go down. Fakon having a good time holding onto the site. Humio is there, rotated across to try to assist him. He's looking sharp as well. Down to Snare solo. He's got the Orb in hand, pistol out now as well. And Ice Cube will swing and connect. 5-4 at the end of the half. Will favor Ranking. Still think that leaves a bit to be desired. They could have really had 6, maybe even 7 in my mind.
Yeah, I felt like Humeo was kind of too greedy in the situation. Even though he got the free piece, he just waited for his teammate next time. Anyway, Ice Cube closing out the round, getting the 1-on-1, clutch against Snare.
Yeah, and then Snare stepping up to try to hang on to it, but it was not meant to be. As Ice Cube got the better of him this time, is trying to peek into this B tunnel. There's a couple of guys from Anubis. Now Humio goes for the re-peek. He gets the 1, but he will give Dipsy a 2nd kill as well. So, yeah, the map is definitely blacklist-sided. We do have Ranking now on the blacklist side, but not the greatest start for them, as they do try to challenge in B tunnel and lose the fight.
Yeah, I don't think I'm seeing really enough from Ranking at the moment that makes me think that they're going to be able to win on sub-base if they do win this map as well. It seems to be sort of quite a competitive map so far. Nevis Good for one, but not another. C4's been dropped as well. Very heavy commitment from ranking toward the A side of the map with that entry fragger holding the C4. And Anubis quietly grinding away this round. It hasn't been anything too special, hasn't been anything fancy, but good clean shots coming through from Slayer, and they will be able to equalize. It's not a map that it's impossible to win on the GR side on as well. So I'm still not 100% sold on ranking even winning this map.
Yeah, great hold from Sly here after getting the first kill. Backing off was definitely a smart decision here. And yeah, great hold from Slayer stepping up to the plate.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of players you can rely on, Snare and Slayer are fulfilling that role. And I feel like the other guys are, you know, they're below 1 PD, but they're doing their job. As speaking of which, Slayer reliably going down this time to KT, who only has 4 kills in the contest. That will be the 4th one. And he'll be happy to take out one of the best members on the other side just like that.
Well, this is where you've got to make a play now as Anubis, right? You're down 5 on 4. You've got absolutely no info. A site's completely open. Someone's got to push somewhere. And I like this as a call. I don't know that it's going to work out, though, because Nevis is tucked in the corner. But sending 3 into mid, I don't think is the worst of decisions there from Anubis. Probably would have liked to have seen them push outside of B and maybe try to go for the wrap around the back. But in the end, you've got to do something when you're down 5 on 4 and you've lost that much map control. So you can't be too critical of Anubis for that play.
This was a weird play from Anubis, sending 3 players through the smoke towards A connector. Didn't make too much sense in my opinion. Now Dipsy here in a 1-on-4 clutch situation. Looks impossible to get it done. Yeah, this is the case. Fatkud closing out the round. Now the scoreline is 6-5 for Ranking Esports, I believe.
Yeah.
Insane opener here. KT15. This was a crucial key for Kids.
It was, yeah. Without that opening kill, a completely different looking round. Anyway, Anubis is going to run it back. See what they can make happen. Icecube does not even care about those mid smokes. He's just pushed straight through it. Fair enough.
Yeah, definitely liking to go for these aggressive push-ups by himself, as Snare has been kind of doing himself, especially from the Blacklist side. So both of these snipers trying to declare that they are the more talented sniper in terms of looking for pickoffs and getting their team advantages early on. You could always just go for executions and just kind of play it straight up. But if you get that little bit of extra for your team, it's just that big benefit. Speaking of which, Icecube going to peek onto Snare, who seemingly did not expect that, and it was a nice kill. So Icecube immediately gets his team into a good spot here in this round.
I feel like both teams have kind of the same approach, sending either Icecube or Snare for entry frags. And yeah, I feel like it works out quite better for Ranking Esports so far.
Well, again, we're back to 4 on 4.
Yeah, it does feel like, you know, you're getting. This is the thing with Ranking Esports. It's like, okay, you're getting some good value, but, you know, where's the consistency afterwards? Where is the, okay, we're 5-4, let's go for an execution on the push? It's like, no, KT's just kind of peek into B tunnels by himself and see what he can see, and he's not even having a great map, so why? What's the point of that? You know, maybe send him in front of the rest of the team to be the entry guy and kind of like soak some damage and be that extra guy rather than just kind of going down for free. Now Ranking, they are going to get a free push onto A, as Anubis have totally stacked the B site, and they have guessed incorrectly. So this is just going to be free plant onto A, and Anubis will have to attempt a retake.
This could be a big mistake, leaving A side open. You know, A side is one of the toughest spots to retake in Crossfire, so it's all about having the right postman positionings now on the Ranking side, and then they should close it around. I hope they watch the matches from Baisha, because then they should know how to get this round.
Yeah, there's just not really that much time. They got to push in here pretty quickly. Nevis, look at the timing there on the right. He is going to get headshot, though, as Humio by himself is just holding the top of the site. And now Fakon and Icecube still alive. Not a lot of time. He's going to tap the bomb. He runs out of bullets. And that's going to be another round into the hands of Ranking Esports.
7-5. The lead grows to 2 again. Has been pretty tit for tat between these two teams. But maybe Ranking are going to have enough now that they're on the blacklist side.
Well, let's see what these next rounds are going to look like. So many pickoffs. The Snare nearly, again, loses his life as Slayer is out here. They're really trying to bring in as much firepower as possible. Snare does take Nevis, but immediately loses his life. That's a good trade because Snare had, 5 HP. Yeah. So it ends up being good as Anubis trying to put on the aggression here from the GR side, trying to mix things up and wrest back control of this map. As now Ranking as a team just all the way out here. Slayer going to re-peek straight into Ice Cube, who collects a free kill.
Can't be peeking Ice Cube. I mean, the guy's 16-8. It's just not going to make a mistake at this point in time. Getting a good little cameo inside from Hyumio as well. Feels like those two are going to be maybe enough to get Ranking over the line here. Another one for Hyumio. Headshot. Connecting a lot. 11 headshot kills from 15 frags. Not a bad conversion rate. So Hassam and Doom will have some thinking to do and pause on. You'd have to imagine that's going to be the timeout called by Anubis. So probably a pretty good time to bring one through. I might have liked to even maybe one round earlier, but 8-5, it still gives you a little bit of time to think about things. It is indeed the Anubis timeout.
Yeah.
GR side from Anubis looks rough so far. Like the last round was striking example, like 5 players just went for solo aggressions. They didn't see any team play at all, no plan. And especially Slayer, why was he overcommitting against Ice Cube? Ice Cube was 36 HP, Slayer was full HP, so peeking against Hyper Rifle from this position doesn't make sense at all. Yeah. I feel like if they play aggressive on GR, it's fine, but then just peek as a unit, maybe have some good setups towards long B or towards long A. Such setting out Snare on alleyway and Slayer on A connector and then maybe Dipsy long B. This doesn't make sense in my opinion.
Yeah, look. I guess at the end of the day, what you really want to see from Anubis in the worst case scenario here is a pretty competitive map of Ankara and some confidence going into sub-base. And I think if they go down 10-5, we might not actually fulfill that scenario.
I agree.
It was looking okay. It was looking a bit back and forth, but now, again, Ranking have kind of just pulled out ahead. And it's not impossible that Ranking could potentially pick up a dub on sub-base, especially with the way that Ice Cube in particular is kind of giving them a lot of 4-on-5 advantages. I think that's really going to be quite critical for Ranking, going into a map that they might not be quite as comfortable on. If you can, at the very least, get a lot of opening frags, entry kills coming through from your sniper, sets you up nicely. 4v5 obviously difficult to navigate. So still a little bit to play for here for Anubis, even just in terms of maybe stymieing the momentum of Ranking going into map 2. Otherwise, hey, I don't know, is there a 2-0 on the cards maybe for Ranking today? But like I said earlier, I don't think that they've really convinced me quite enough that that is going to be the case.
Yeah.
Feels like just a super inconsistent matchup.
Absolutely. I just feel like Ranking Esports came out with a pretty similar play style, but it's working out, and Anubis have looked kind of lost. They've almost tried to match it directly, and they have just been worse at it straight up as a team and even individually. So at this point, I like the timing of the timeout. Maybe last round could have been slightly better, but okay, well... We are just sending it. Like, Snare is like, all right, we took a timeout. Now I'm just going to go and kill them all. And he's going to challenge it again, and Ice Cube is going to get the kill. So whatever was said, didn't change much, you could say.
Rip.
This was the key though. Ice Cube against Snare is the funnest matchup, and Ice Cube having the upper hand, obviously. But it also feels like Anubis really don't have a game plan for today. This is at least my impression, which kind of surprised me. I felt like they should feel more comfortable against the Vietnamese team than play against VINCIT Gaming, but...
Good flashes getting tossed in here by Ranking, keeping those two Anubis members up on the high ground. So already Ranking starting to take a bit of control underneath the A site, and now it's a case of getting up there and getting those frags. The first one will go the way of Anubis. Trades coming back on through. Slayer still surviving behind the box. He's the linchpin at the moment. He's got the backup there of Doom as well, and now dropping down on top of Fatcon. It was a mistake.
Yeah, I mean, certainly Slayer already did his job, but going a little bit ham as Fatcon is going to get out somehow. Dipsy and Doom together on the A site, and you see Ranking, they've got a little bit of time, but they're going to stick around here as aggressive goes Dipsy. He does get the kill, actually, but the spray control from Ice Cube on the AK is going to take the two-piece and give them the round just barely.
I'm going to say it now because we didn't get to really talk about it at the start of the competition, but the change that I actually wanted to see from Cara House was bringing Ice Cube into the roster. He actually looked so good in Vietnam. I feel like Cara House, they don't have a super strong sniping presence either, and it really felt like if you're going to make a change for Cara House, you'd bring in Ice Cube. Not only would that potentially break your closest competition, but it would also be a massive step up for your team going into these global events. And I mean, end of the day, Ice Cube 20-8 again, another such a satisfying performance from him. Looks like it is going to get them over the line, but I still want to see what he's going to be able to bring here on sub base. But I'd love to see Ice Cube in Cara House. I think I do agree, like Cara House is the better looking team to me between the two Vietnamese squads. I still think they can have improvements as well, and I'm really surprised that the change that they made wasn't actually to take either Ice Cube or maybe Hyomyo from Ranking.
I do agree. I mean, Karos, they don't even have a main sniper on this roster right now. I mean, sometimes Shady sniping, sometimes even Rambo.
Yeah.
And now KT's beating Snare in the 1v1. What does it mean? It's almost like Anubis, they took the timeout and they said, forget this map. Let's go to sub-base.
What is it? Is Anubis the god of the dead? Of the underworld?
I think so.
I'm not up with my like Egyptian gods, but
I'm not sure.
I think Anubis is the god of the underworld or the dead or something like that.
I think you're right.
Afterlife.
That sounds right.
Afterlife, I'm pretty sure it
sounds right.
But anyway, basically the whole point of that is that I think Anubis is getting sent there in this game. That's where we're sitting at the moment. Because I think it looks like it's going to be a 10-0 at this point. Post-plant for Ranking. They have a 4-on-5. Ice Cube's still alive. Hyomyo's still alive. Can't see them letting this one slip. And they're even playing it a little bit more relaxed. They want to get this one over the line for sure. Timer ticking away on that bomb plant. And no semblance of the retake coming through just yet from Anubis. They're going to have to go, but straight away, Ice Cube hits another one. 21 frags for the map. Hyomyo chimes in on the back end. And that is that 10-5 as Ranking will pick up the first map. Well, there you have it. A very convincing win, actually, in the end for Ranking over Anubis on Ankara. 10-5 the scoreline. And I got to say, I was a little bit hesitant. I was a little bit worried in that first half. I think if you listen to the way that I was casting that, I was thinking, I don't know if Ranking's going to be able to get this one over the line. Yeah, you know, sometimes you just feel a bit like that.
Yeah.
But they move into that second half, as we've obviously said. Blacklist side of map, kind of dominant on Blacklist as well there, coming through from Ranking. And that potentially sets them up nicely for sub-base. So we'll see how this thing sort of shapes up when we come back from the little break. And I hope that Anubis can kind of have a bit of a chat, because they desperately need it.
Well, it feels like the chat they had in the game didn't really help them out. If anything, it may have fueled the fires of their frustration from what we could see. You know, they got behind and they kept losing like these 1v1 firefights, and then they just got more frustrated and decided we need to win these. And they kept trying and kept failing. And to be honest, Ranking Esports, their play style is working perfectly against Anubis Gaming today.
Pretty solid start there from Mr. Ice Cube, but it's Hugh Mio that's actually going to take the MVP for this map. I think either way, you know, Ice Cube, Hugh Mio both had huge amounts of impact.
I would have chose Ice Cube.
Probably me too. I'm a little bit biased though.
For some reason, Dipsy, Doom and Husam, they're not feeling it at all here at CFS, surviving a quiet performance. And if you only have Slayer and Snare stepping up to the plate, it's not enough. You know, at least you need like 3 to 4 players to have a good performance. And the Ice Group winning most of the duels against Snare, so this was probably the key duel in this matchup, I mean. So yeah.
Yeah, indeed, indeed. Well, I guess Subbase is around the corner, and that's something that's hopefully going to be good news for Anubis, but they are going to have some things to think about in this break. Lots to talk about. Let's head to a quick one, and then we'll be back with Subbase for Map 2 of the series. Well, so far so good for ranking as they do pick up map 1 in a pretty decisive fashion. 10-5 the scoreline there on Ankara. And the break, you know, it's not a long one, right? It's only 4 minutes there for us, and obviously the players, they get a little bit more during the time that we're kind of talking after the map and before the next one. But it doesn't really give you a lot of time to kind of fix things going from map 1 to map 2.
Oh, now it feels like it's do or die time for Anubis, right? I mean, if they lose sub-base, they will face XROCK in the last match, and I don't see them winning against a Chinese team.
Nope.
So sub-base is basically the last hope now in this tournament.
If you can't beat ranking, you can't beat XROCK.
Yeah, I mean, even by transitive property, like XROCK were able to defeat ranking, and you can say stuff about play styles and stuff like that, and it does matter, but at the end of the day, Anubis just didn't really show up on this first map. They looked very uncomfortable. It seemed like they didn't have much of a plan, or at least it looked that way in terms of the way the game did play out. So I'm hoping that sub-base at least is like, okay, well, we can't not have a plan because we're so comfortable. We've played this map so many times. We love this one. Like, they should have some semblance of a plan. But I am a bit worried after seeing that performance from the GR side. It looked very flimsy. And I think ranking Esports were in a good mindset today. Everybody's playing really well. Humio and Ice Cube are stepping up. Everybody else is playing great. So, yeah, kind of favoring them, strangely enough, going into the second map.
Yeah, you're not wrong. I could say a lot about playstyles, by the way. It's probably better if I don't. But we'll jump into some discussion around sub-base here because that is the map choice, obviously, of Anubis. So there is that silver lining. They go down pretty heavily on map 1, heading into map 2. It feels like you, Seven, especially have been kind of disappointed by what you've seen from Anubis today. But is that maybe just because they're playing on a map that they're not super comfortable on in Ankara, and we're going to see a different look now on sub-base?
I'm not sure. It feels like for me that these players are kind of nervous here at this tournament for some reason. I mean, the approach online for Anubis was always like playing like a lot of executes, having good setups, and we don't see this here at CFS at all, you know? So sub-base really the last hope. I mean, sub-base is usually the best map, even though with my team I beat them a couple of times this year.
Weird flex.
Weird flex, yeah, I know. Sub-base also our best map, maybe that's why. But yeah, I really want to see some good executes. Even if they lose this map, at least they should be like, okay, it's an online match. Come on, let's approach it like it's an online match. Let's make it like, okay, it's GV on the other side, not ranking. And then even if they lose it, they can say like, okay, at least we tried our best. You know, we played like it's an online match, or like it's a normal match, not to play because yeah, they played quite nervous. I feel like, and especially Hussam, Doom, and Dipsy, these three guys having a quiet performance yet in this tournament. So I think if they want to have a shot in this match, I mean, like all of them have to step up.
Look, even if it is a 2-0, sorry, even if it is a 1-1 and we go through to the map 3, I think it's going to be a tough ask actually for Anubis to pick up on Compound, because ranking, we've seen from them already some pretty decent stuff on Compound, and I remember watching them back at the Summer Invitational in Vietnam playing Compound a little bit and having some decent performances. So at this point, it really does feel like quite a massive uphill battle for Anubis, and they have to step up in multiple facets of the game to actually challenge ranking. And kind of also, I think, in a sense, hope that maybe Ice Cube and Hyomio slow down a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I think you have to neutralize them in a way. We were definitely saying that they're going to have a good time on sub-base Anubis, that is, because they've got Snare. He's really comfortable on this one. He's great at holding kind of that A location outside of A and from both sides, essentially, and he's going to be a huge boon. But if he's getting owned kind of from every which angle, not just Ice Cube, but also KD, who didn't have the best map at all in the sniper battle, then you know something's going wrong. So definitely, I think this is going to tell us all we need to see this map. You know, is Anubis ready to actually fight here in the series or not?
Well, a key map, of course, for Anubis in this series, down 1-0. A must-win if they want to survive in this match against ranking, who will kick things off on the Blacklist side. To me, it always feels that sub-base is winnable on both sides of the map, so I don't want to really do too much in the realms of saying, oh, do they need 5-4-6-3, blah, 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 this or that. I think at this point it's really
just numbers at the end of the day.
They are just numbers. They are just numbers. I think at the end of the day, what you really want to be seeing is how Anubis looks on the eye test, actually, on this Global Risk side.
Yeah, That's it for me. I just want to see them across the board playing it better, even from Snare as well. He had a good first map, but I do think he got kind of outperformed. You see, he's right in that spot, and he was attempting to challenge them, but a lot of ranking esports members actually grouping up here to maybe even push into Anubis right through here. They do have the bomb with them, so would expect something, but there's a couple of guys over in control room right now, maybe trying to make some noise.
This is going to be a B split by the looks of things. They've smoked off the window. So Doom unable to really do too much. A couple of flashes tossed in his face as well. Hassam does well to hold down the first frag, but this is going to be a double kill for Humio. Where are the comms? What is going on there? It's like Anubis didn't even know that that split was coming, though. They should have certainly read into it. And Dipsy tasked with the 1-on-4. It's a pretty impossible task, you would imagine. Ranking feel like they want to give him every opportunity, though, because they were kind of set up to take the fight there instead of planning to C4. Either way, now it's gone down, and he will be finished off by Humio. Good start for Ranking. Decisive round in the end, and some worrisome signs for Anubis.
Yeah, I'm not sure what to take from that. You know, good execution from the side of Ranking Esports. You know, smoked it off, ran straight into B. You can see that Anubis were kind of caught, pretty surprised, not looking the right way. And, you know, that was just one guy. They were also coming in from lockers as well, so maybe a little bit of a falling down. But now they're trying to challenge here through A. It is not working out too well. Ranking able to totally crush them once again as they try to push through smoke into the hands of Ranking, who are looking pretty strong to pick up two. Let's see if Snare's got some big shots here, because they're certainly going to need it. Humio and Ice Cube both looking up in here. They know exactly where he is, and they're throwing all sorts of bombs and utility at him.
Oh.
18 health.
He's dodging.
3.
You guys ever watch Dodgeball?
Yes.
You can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball. You can dodge a grenade, you can dodge a ball as well. And Snare, I mean, he's having to practice that. He's gone left, he's gone right. 3 nades in his face, he's still alive, but I mean, what do you do at this point, really? It's going to be a tough one. If Night impossible, Ice Cube will finish it off. And Humio, this guy's an absolute nut at the moment. Like, he's going crazy. 2 rounds in a row. We've just seen him hold W key, pick up 3 frags in each round. Perfect that we get the replay of it as well. He's gone straight through the smoke there to get that kill. And then turns around and gets Dipsy as well. He is on an absolute tear, and he wants the back-to-back MVP here for Ranking. Not to mention the 2-0 victory. What a standout performance from him in the first couple of rounds.
Yeah, for one second I felt like this wood aggression could pay off for Anubis. It's typical Anubis play, but Humio was ready and expecting it.
Yeah, I mean, he was there. He had backup through the doors as well. And, you know, I like that Anubis are trying to go for set plays, and they're not just kind of going in one by one, getting picked off, and they're trying to do stuff as a team. I think that's a good look, but unfortunately for them, just didn't work out. Ranking Esports definitely on a tear right now. You can consider that, you know, Anubis only had 1 round from GR on Ankara. And bit of a streak going on. I think it must be like 6 rounds in a row right now to the side of Ranking, something like that. At least 6 out of the last 7. So absolutely, even through the 2 maps. As here comes Ranking Esports now, trying to push down into this one. Dipsy going to challenge into that one. He does pick up a kill with the timing on the flash. Working out pretty well for him.
He's able to survive on a fairly high amount of HP as well, and so things have definitely slowed down, but Fatcon is going to find the timing to catch Dipsy off, and sure, he gives away his position in that vent, but obviously all you really have to do now from that position is kind of sit there and keep those window players busy while the rest of your squad makes their way into the site. It ends up being a 3-on-3. Fatcon wants to have an impact if they're going to push down the stairs. He's watching that, and he's pushed forward as well. How are you allowed to get away with a 2-frag just popping out of the vent like that? Oh, nothing going right for Anubis right now, and for Doom, another test. He's going to get his chance at a 1v3 now as well, and it starts a little better than it did for the previous round. But still a couple of players to find out. That time is ticking away quite quickly. Should be aware of Nevis's position on the missile. Ice Cube, though, pops up and finishes it off. And this is definitely looking like the best of Ranking, right? This is when I talk about Ranking and how they look like a team with potential, this is the ranking that I'm talking about.
And this looked so weird. Hussam was actually watching his vent position, but for some reason he was whipping some shots. And Fatcon getting the two-piece there in this A control room. This shouldn't have happened for Anubis.
Very true, and Ranking are taking advantage of it. They're playing this vent position, I suppose, pretty well, if we can hand it to them. Definitely getting a lot of value out of it is one thing we can say, for one reason or another. And Snare now, once again, trying to make a big impact. From the Blacklist side, you would expect to have a bit more power on this map, but Ranking are kind of making it look even more overpowered than it is on this one, right? They're just coming in here, making these executes look really easy.
Yep.
They're not even going for any crazy like peak plays. They even kind of got stopped on the stairs, but it just didn't matter because of the vent play, and then they were still able to secure it by the end of it. So 3-0. A little bit of a play through the lockers and the hallway as well. Hussam getting isolated here. He's going to be the first one to go down. And Total Control now going over to Ranking in the back of this B site. Snare is going to pick up one with the pistol. So will Slayer, actually. Two of them with pistol kills. But yeah, this bomb is going to get planted. Low on health is Snare. Not an easy retake from here.
Yeah, they're really just deathmatching them at the moment, aren't they? Ranking, holding W, taking the fights. They don't care. Flash in the face of Hugh and Ice Cube, but doesn't seem to make much of a difference. Ice Cube's getting it done with the rifle and the sniper. That's another one for Ranking. So Mental is going to be taking a nosedive as Anubis. You can see that on the player cams. They're not looking too happy. Or would you be?
Yeah, unfortunately, Hussam losing this key duel here on B-bomb side. He looked quite shaky because I felt like he had the perfect position to get this kill.
KT15's just full center into the A site, by the way. So he has actually managed to get past him. If Ranking can clear out that mid area, they might still be able to salvage something from this situation, though Rotate has come across quite quickly from Anubis. Could be their first one on the board. Dipsy challenging KT15 under pressure from that util, not landing his shots, but surviving. And eventually brought down by Snare, which breaks it open a little bit more so for Anubis. Slayer pushing his way forward through the smoke, unexpected by Humio. Finally some success for Anubis as they are able to out-frag Ranking in this round.
Yeah, fast rotation here from Dipsy and Slayer towards bomb site A, and also Snare with the off angle from A control room. Good A hold from Anubis, and first one on the score is on the board for them.
Yeah, finally they do get on the board after quite a while. I mean, there's 4 rounds here, and I think 4 rounds at the end of Ankara. So they kind of break that streak, Anubis, and they get back on the board. Again, just an aggressive play onto the wood part of the map, and this time it works out. They got in there really quickly, and Ranking was just not ready for it. So lots of value there. Quick rotation back. Now we see Snare trying to peek into a lot of members of Ranking. And this time, once again, Ice Cube is going to get the better of him.
Yeah, look, it's not going to be good if you win one round and then instantly give up the next one. That's actually almost even worse for the Mental, because you think you're starting to get back into it, and then you realize maybe you were wrong. Hussam, good lurk out, catches Fatcon to bring it back to the 4-on-4, and Humio is going to be a little bit too late to find the trade. Hussam escaping back into lockers and into the B-bomb site, so now it's on to Hugh to maybe make the timing work out in his favor. Hussam holding a nade. This could be a freebie, and it will be. That is so cheeky from Hugh. He looks for even more, and even on the other side of the map, you're seeing kills come across. C4 has been dropped. Doesn't matter. Trade comes through. Ice Cube getting into the site okay, but he's got Dipsy behind him, and this is where it could get awkward. Dipsy just doesn't quite manage to land the frag, and so the timing is lost. And it is now a bona fide 2-on-1 rather than a couple of isolated 1-on-1s.
Yeah, and you're up against the best 2 performing players on the side of Ranking at this point, right? Humio, 9 kills in these 6 rounds. Okay, that's a quick headshot from Dipsy, just taking a couple of bullets, but Dipsy up against Humio. Dipsy also having a little bit of a day out, 8 kills. Let's see if he can get the job done. He's trying to run in here with the Colt. He's got to pretty much 2-tap Humio here, who is playing around the missiles very, very well. Pops out, but Dipsy is going to hit that shot, and he will be able to get this defuse off.
A great clutch from Dipsy, but also a nice play from Memeo here. With the sneaky play towards Long B, unfortunately can't close it around for Ranking Esports. And yeah, finally, Dipsy stepping up to the plate. This was what I meant before, right? Dipsy should be this third guy for Anubis, who should get some key frags. But also this play from Husam was quite remarkable here towards Machine Room with the flick shot.
Yeah, I mean, Humio not even landing a shot in that 1v1 clutch is surprising, considering he's been so sharp for the rest of the series. But look, it's sometimes just like that. Happens. Don't think it's going to bother ranking all that much. They will consider that they've done a pretty good job so far on the attack and plenty of time to even further improve upon that 4 scoreline.
I mean, in the end, it's like still black decided, right? So if Anubis gets maybe like 4 rounds on his GR side, it could be just enough to maybe even get to overtime or close it out in the regular rounds. So for the first time, we're going to see 2 players here towards bomb side A. I like this call from Anubis. I think they won't expect Slayer to hide behind this box. It's usually just Dipsy's playing solo A.
Yeah. You see they're trying to get that pick off onto the guy, the one guy they think is there. Slayer still around. They're actually not going to go through that. They're going to charge into where Snare generally is. And once again, he's not looking the right way, just able to run straight through the smoke. They're just not prepared for this at all. And it just feels free onto the B site.
Oh, great spray from Humio, by the way. Oh, excellent round. You know, I'm at a loss as to what has happened in that round. And this is the exact same thing that happened in the very first round of the map. You get the smoke in mid, you get the smoke into window, and like all of ranking is just charging past there, and no one's turning around. Like, is there no communication happening that, okay, there's a smoke down, this part of the map is dirty, or, hey, there might be players coming through here, or what is actually going on there for Anubis? Because that really does seem like just a massive failure of communication. And if not that, then a failure of understanding where ranking could actually be if that smoke goes down. It just seems like they're getting in way too easily through that part of the map. I'm not sure what's going on there. But either way, 1 for 1 to start off the next round.
Actually works out pretty well for Doom, all things considered. He does lose his life, but does a big bunch of damage. And KT is going to be pretty low at this point in time. Snare sitting on 3 kills so far, still trying to hold down that that line. But Doom doing a good job seeing, you know, pretty standard the way that ranking has been playing this Blacklist side, just kind of hanging outside of wood and waiting. Falcon is going to get that kill onto Snare, and now Snare's just not there. KT gets in, spots the one guy, Slayer, in his position.
I think it's A.
Yeah, the push is coming in, but Hassam at least is able to trade one back.
One's not quite enough there, though, because C4 is going to get in onto that B site quickly, and Falcon is locking down the rotations in mid. This was a pretty cheeky round from ranking, and it doesn't look like it's going to stop there either. This is maybe a full rotate back again from Hugh, though Dipsy's called the audible and is going to push his way into the BL spawn, or at least try to have a bit of a look in that direction. Hasn't actually spotted Hugh yet on this rotation, and I don't think he will anymore. I thought he was going to Galaxy Brain it. If he would have kept pushing his way forward, he might have caught him off guard, but in the end, again, another 2v1 for ranking to try to negotiate. And this could well be, and probably should well be, a 6th round on the board. It'll take Dipsy a while to even get into a position to try to retake the A site. So he's going to have to move quickly on this 2-on-1.
Yeah, not an easy ask. And Anubis has been stuck in this kind of position many times, trying to come down the stairs here with just one guy against 2 or 3 members. Falcon's going to get the jump, the double peek, perfectly timed, as they immediately get that information on where Dipsy was coming in from. As 6-2 from the Blacklist side. Definitely, you know, Blacklist dominated, but this is... it doesn't feel like a normal, you know, 5-4 or 6-3 even. It does feel like Anubis are barely scraping by with the rounds. And ranking Esports are just in total control.
Definitely a bad sign for Anubis heading into the second half of this map. Even if they are able to get the third, it's looked a little bit too dominant from ranking thus far. And ranking not suffering from any of the choking problems that we saw earlier in the tournament on Ankara. So maybe they've broken that 8-round curse. Hopefully for ranking they have. Because look, again, I think this is a pretty exciting team to watch when they're playing well. I really like watching ranking. So if they make it through the wild card and perform well there, then who knows? Sky might be the limit still for ranking esports. They've impressed certainly a lot more today than they have on the previous couple. What can they do, though, in this final round of the half? If they make it to 7-2, I think that's definitely the crushing blow for Anubis, and already a good entry from KT15. Snare's able to bring one back, but it's just not enough at the moment. Needs more. Snare for 2. Doom for 1 more as well. And all of a sudden, the round starts to swing back in the favor of Anubis, but the flank coming through is potentially going to be a problem alongside Ice Cube hitting everything at the moment. He's got a bead on one more player, and Dipsy lucky to be alive. Fatcon, how does he get away with that? This could be the double from him to close the half out, and it is just another one on the board for ranking. And there you go, 7-2. It seems like everything ranking touches turns to gold at the moment.
Yeah, once again, Fatcon flanking or lurking from this vent position. I can't believe Anubis didn't expect this play, because Fatcon was basically lurking like 3 times in a row now in this vent area. And they're still surprised for some reason. Also, Hussam having a hard time here, long B. And even though Snare got 2 kills, was not enough to defend this B side.
Yeah, I think for me, the most egregious part of that half for Anubis was the 2 mid to Bs that they just completely disregarded. And it's like, yeah, okay, the first guy goes down, shot in the back, fine. But then the player on the site also not able to turn around and even try to challenge. It just seems like there's a breakdown in the communication at the moment for Anubis. And that's obviously pretty bad when you're down 2-7, having to come back from a 10-5 loss on the first map.
Yeah, it does feel like as well, individually, a lot of the members on the side of ranking are really stepping up to the plate. They had Ice Cube and Humio from the first map. Now Fatcon's getting in on the action in this third map, and things are just going well. They have the drop on Anubis over and over, and I suppose it's a little bit easier to look good when that's happening, but credit to them where it is due. 7 rounds so far. They only need 3 here from the GR side. And again, the way that this series feels so far, it might be just a short matter of time at this point. Let's see what Anubis looks like on the Blacklist side. Maybe they can somehow flip a switch and turn things around, but you could even see it on their faces. We're getting a lot of looks at Snare, who is playing pretty well himself, but still extremely frustrated with the way things are going, obviously.
I do love this angle for Ice Cube. All you really have to do is hold the one line. As soon as you see a player, you take a shot. If you don't hit, you fall off. But if you do hit, you probably fall off as well.
I used to play this a lot, but for some reason never worked out for me that well.
Probably need better reactions.
Probably, yes.
Just shoot a bit faster.
I'm not as good as Ice Cube with the sniper rifle. So, yeah.
Anyway, maybe not going to come into play, because Anubis are headed back toward the A site this time. It's a 2-man defense. Fatcon on the off angle will clean up 1 or 2, and he's generally been quite solid on this map as well. Look at that flank from Nevis. Guys, it's over. Is it over? It's over.
They saw that coming like from 3 days ago. Like, they knew that play was going to happen on this round 3 days ago. Like, they had the read on that so perfectly, and for some reason Anubis just, I don't know, like, all 5 members going down the stairs. There's like 7 different crossfires of guys flanking you. You said it, Jordan. This one might just be Dunzo, although Doom is going to pick up 2.
Look at this guy.
Yeah, there is a guy, Nevis, and also Ice Cube just winning the 1v1 against Snare again. Yeah, you can say that again, Elfish guy. 9-2.
What are they doing? What's going on? Like, ranking are done with this series. Like,
this
they're
one
like,
has fallen apart.
I'm over it. We're just going to W key, finish it off. We're just better. Like, get in the bin. Don't worry about it. Signed, sealed, and delivered. 1 round to go for ranking. In the blink of an eye, like, we missed half that round because we're looking at the replay of the last round, and it's like, that round's just pretty much over.
They're
like
just running at them.
15 seconds. What can you do? Bad luck, production team. Do be like that sometimes.
Yeah, not much you can do.
Well, bit of a change up this time. Snare gets 1. Ice Cube, though, able to trade it down. So let's not get too excited yet for Anubis. KT15 holding the angle solo. Could get a bit sticky for him if the push comes through from Anubis, but doesn't appear that that will be the case. And he's even going to look for a little more info on the timing.
This has got to be the most frustrating feeling for Anubis. I mean, things have just totally fallen apart. They were not able to challenge at the end of the last map, and now on your map pick, it's about to be 10-2. Ice Cube is just actually owning them. And again, the flank is coming in, the perfect timing, and they have no idea. The push coming in a little bit too slow. And it's 2 versus 4, and well, now it's 1v4. Dipsy, can you do it? That is the question. The answer is no. Ranking Esports with the big 2-0 to win the set.
So the 2-0 has been solidified for a ranking as they pick it up over Anubis 10-2 in the second map. And, well, we thought Subbase might be a little bit closer. Really did. But, in fact, it was even more one-sided, and that was probably peak ranking, I feel like. That's the best game we've seen from ranking at this tournament so far. And honestly, if I go back to the Summit Invitational as well, probably the best game since then that I've seen from them too. So, solid stuff, and it's a good time to start peaking.
Yeah, ranking Esports looked amazing. They absolutely deserve to win this 2-0. I do have to say, Anubis, I don't think they really played their game today much at all. Like I said before, when we saw the maps, I'm like, at least should go 1-1, even if ranking do take the first map. But something happened halfway through the first map, and then Anubis kind of just fell apart. I don't know what it was, but they didn't look like the same team. And ranking, they will pounce on weakness. They are one of these teams that is like, oh, we're just going to start peeking you. We're just going to start W-King. We're just going to start actually making you look bad. And that kind of did happen, unfortunately, for Anubis.
Got any thoughts, Seven?
Yeah, congrats to ranking. Great series by them. I feel like Anubis probably one of the biggest disappointment for me here at this tournament.
Yeah.
And now ranking will face most likely Kara House, and I also think either LCK or Kungana in the wildcard stage. And I make this call now. I think they will win both matches in the wildcard stage. I think they also look stronger than Kara House here at this tournament. And I would love to see actually a Vietnamese super team next year with Humeo, Lucas, Dola, Rambo, and obviously Ice Cube as the Mind Sniper rifle.
Let's do it.
I think this roster could actually reach maybe top 3 here at CFS.
I agree. I would love to see them sort of combine. It feels like you've got a lot of talent on both of these teams, but maybe it's a little bit too spread. You need to do something like Pacific Macta and have a unified best team in the region rather than two maybe almost their kind of teams. But hey, I guess we're getting a bit too far ahead of ourselves. We do have to wait and see how they're going to go throughout the rest of this competition. I like the call though. They go through to the wild card. If they play like that, I agree. They definitely can make it out into the next stage of the competition. But look, it all remains to be seen whether or not they can keep that consistency up. But have a look at that one from Hugh.
Boy.
Like I said at the start of that map, he was going for back-to-back MVPs, and I dare say he's going to pick it up here. I will say I think Ice Cube got a little bit robbed in map 1 if he didn't get the MVP there. But here, no doubt, it surely should be Humeo, and it is.
I feel a bit bad for Sna actually. You know, like he's one of the best sniper rifles in West, but he's having a hard time this year at CFS for some reason. So let's see if they can maybe beat XROCK tomorrow, but I don't have much hope left for these guys, unfortunately. I mean, obviously I'm supporting Crossfire West regions here, the teams here from the Crossfire West region. But it looks tough. In this group, most likely Anubis will not win any match here.
Yeah, I think it'll be tough as well. Certainly, they've got some soul-searching to do because one more match that they have to play, and it is debatably against the strongest competition in this group, though. I guess we'll sort of wait and see how XROCK goes, because I'm still not 100% sure where I kind of sit them at the moment. And again, for ranking, how can you really
beat ranking?
Yeah, I know. That's the thing. It's how can you put ranking in it? It's just so hard to sort of say, oh, ranking's this good or that good, because on some days they show up and look like that. On other days they go into their first match, which was against VINCIT, and look a bit spotty. So I think they're really just quite a momentum-based team, and they're a team that when they're feeling it, they look unstoppable almost. But that doesn't happen all that often. So either way, tough ask for Anubis ranking. Got to give them some props and say that it feels like they've probably done enough here now to make it through to the wildcard stage, which, if they do make it there, how are you feeling about their chances now? Because it does feel like they're on the up, right?
Yeah, I do agree with Seven. I do think that they're kind of, they had their little bit of a dip, and it was shaky, but I feel like they've gotten themselves on some solid ground, and this is a very strong victory for them to kind of bounce back and come in and have confidence for the next matches. I think as a team that was challenging Cara House and a very strong team in their own right, I think they should feel confident against the other wildcard teams that do come through. So I would also, if I have to, although I'm not sure how much weight my predictions have now after going for Anubis in that one, but I would say that I do think that they should be in a really good spot in the wildcard.
Was that the first prediction you got wrong?
Yes,
because you got the pack right.
Yeah.
Oh. I was just thinking, you've been pretty good so far. But we back, boys. I think the only one I got wrong was the
Macta match, right?
Yeah.
Macta against Cara House.
Yeah. So I'm -1 and you're -1, so we're sitting up there. You're counting the bin.
Don't look over here.
Kyle's counting the bin as well.
Only -2.
He had a little bit too much faith in LCK on day one. But he's kind of like that. I think he trolls his predictions a little bit on day one.
I agree, yeah.
But it's still so hard to call for the rest of the day as well. I guess we're at that point now where, 3BL Pacific Macta. I would say, look, if I had to guess, probably most people have gone Pacific Macta for that one. But even still, 3BL, what do we make of them? They had a pretty good game yesterday against Cara House where they almost were able to beat them on one of those maps. If not for Lucas kind of popping off, they could have done it. Pacific Macta, they're doing a lot to convince me at this event. I came into this event really not expecting anything from them after the Summit Invitational, but I think they've stepped up quite a lot. So if they can solidify a good result here in this game, then I'm really going to start to look favorably upon them. And I think that's beautiful. I think that's awesome, right? Because we've kind of got actually a few interesting teams now to talk about that might not have been initially on the tips of our tongues going into the tournament, right? You had the Chinese teams, obviously the Brazilian teams, but then we're kind of well, is there anyone else that's really going to do anything too interesting? And right now it's maybe Pacific Macta. I mean, maybe ranking, dare I say? Guess we'll sort of have to wait and see how ranking shapes up in their next couple of games. But they're doing enough to still kind of keep me interested. I'm tantalized, put it that way.
No, yeah, I mean, it's good to see them playing well because they obviously always had the talent. It was just about kind of putting it together. Maybe against a team that's a little bit more put together themselves and a little bit cleaner, they will struggle, which is why I think, in the wild card they should be okay.
Yeah.
But if they do make it into playoffs and such, I wouldn't have too much faith because even though, again, individually they are very strong, every other team in the playoffs is individually extremely strong, and some of them even more so than ranking. So, yeah, I think it's going to be rough once you reach that upper echelon, as always, but yeah, it was a really entertaining series we got to see from them today and really show off their stuff. So that was fun for us as well.
Yeah, I would say that was the most fun game we've gotten to watch so far. Would you agree?
Yeah, right. I think one of the key matches.
I think it was.
It was. Yeah.
I'm gonna double down on that. You know what? That was the most fun game.
It was pretty quick, but yeah, it was still fun to watch. I think the best game so far for me was LCK against AG, especially the first map. So yeah, this was
actually,
and also Kungana against Imperial. Mexico was fun to watch as well.
Kungana Mexico was pretty fun. That one was definitely quite good. But I like the games where you kind of get a semi-unexpected result, but like it's in a good way. You know, it's not like, oh no, this game's gone like just completely messy and dirty and just like a complete shambles. That game, like, it actually was just genuinely ranking, playing really well, and sort of even above expectations. Like, I predicted for them, but like I didn't think that was going to be a clean 2-0 at all. So I don't know, for me, yeah, very fun game.
I think one of the key games for ranking this year was when they beat Kara House in the Vietnamese Pro League.
Sure.
Because there used to be like always the second best team, and now they're coming into this tournament as maybe even the top Vietnamese team. They gained some confidence from this one, and yeah, they look stronger than ever before, because I played them in Vietnam and they looked way more shaky.
You beat them
CFS,
there, right?
Yeah.
Was it a 2-1 or a 2-0?
2-0.
Yeah, we had like almost only 2-0s during the group stage there, so I don't know, man. Like, the thing is, like, what I always felt about your team was like, you guys played the game a little bit smarter, but you weren't necessarily as sharp as these Vietnamese guys. That's the way I envisioned things, and it's kind of followed through, I think, here to me as well.
I mean,
with ranking.
I have to defend my teammates.
I'm not trying to throw any shade.
I mean,
you know what I mean?
Firepower-wise, my teammates are much stronger, I feel like.
You reckon?
This is like, we have Awesome, Snox,
Awesome was
Creeds, FaZe. I think FaZe against Ice Cube, maybe it's 50-50, but Awesome is definitely better than Humeo, I feel like.
You reckon?
Yeah,
wow.
100%. And Creed, Snox, also stronger than
they are quite good.
Neves and KT15. And
I've casted them a lot.
Yeah,
they're really good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially Awesome.
What about the IGLs? How do they match up?
Jury's out on that one.
Jury's out. Like I said, I thought you guys played a smarter style, but anyway, yeah, look, obviously at this point we're just trying to get that interview sorted with ranking on the stage. I'm sure there's a lot going on in the background, getting translators all sorted and stuff like that. So stick around if you're interested in hearing from them. Not sure who the interview is going to be
Humeo,
with, but
right?
I was going to say, yeah, probably Humeo.
Double MVP.
MVP.
What expected.
Yep.
Could also just be like the leader of the team.
Yeah. So 3BL Pacific Macta up next, and then XROCK VINCIT after that, and AG Imperial. AG Imperial, scary prospect, I think, for both teams actually going into that game. I want to see Imperial hit another level in this tournament as well. I still don't think we've like really seen peak Imperial just yet. And I do actually expect that if we're going to see peak Imperial, it's going to have to come in this game against All Gamers if they want to win.
It definitely will. I mean, this is, I think I said it earlier, but could be kind of a preview for the playoffs where, you know, Imperial, I mean, they might end up being the first seed, though. So maybe these two teams don't actually go head-to-head, but it could be eventually, you know, maybe Imperial versus Baisha or something like that, you know, where these two teams are going head-to-head in a big playoff best-of-5.
Well, think about the implications of what would happen, actually, if Imperial would, for example, beat All Gamers today, right? Because that would make All Gamers the second seed in this group. Imperial would take first seed.
True.
You're looking at probably Baisha almost definitely to take first seed in their group, and XROCK are still... You know, we probably have to wait until we see that VINCIT game later on today to really sort of lock things in, but it feels like maybe they're in a discussion for first seed in their group. But, like, if there was a world where, you know, we end up actually seeing China versus China even earlier than the semifinals of the playoffs, like maybe in the first round of the playoffs, then things kind of get a little bit spicy for that bracket, because you could potentially see them getting knocked down, you know, one of those Chinese teams early into the lower bracket, having to make a very long run through the lower bracket, which is obviously tiring as well. All of those games are going to be best of 5s too, so don't think you'd really want to see that if you're a Chinese fan, right?
Right. I mean, I feel like even if AG would lose today, of course I would be mad, but I wouldn't care too much, because in the end, playoffs is best of 5 only.
Yeah.
So when I talk to Chinese players, they're always like, okay, group stage, of course, we might lose, like even back then when it was best of 1. Like in the best of 1 or best of 3, you can sometimes even lose against a weaker team. But if it's best of 5, always the better team will win. So I think AG is confident enough to say, if it's playoffs, we're going to win all matches. Maybe against Baisha, it's 50-50 for them. But rest of the team, they should definitely beat in a best of 5.
Best of 5 is pretty hard, right? Like, obviously, that's a deep map pool. You only get to ban one map away, so...
Yeah. I mean, just look at Pacific Macta yesterday against Baisha. It's like they kept it close for one map, and then eventually it's like, it's just too much. And the Ankara was interesting map choice. We can all agree, but still, it's tiring and it's hard to challenge them on literally every single map, back to back to back, when it's a lot of pressure every single round, every single map. It'll really drain on you, and you got to be good on at least 3 of the maps, right? Like, you got to be better than one of these teams on at least 3 of them. So, yeah, it's a big expectation. You have to do a lot of preparation, and It's not going to be easy.
Actually, it kind of surprised me that Compound was the closer of the two maps, because I've always thought Baisha's like almost unstoppable on Compound. It seems like every single time I watch Baisha play Compound, 9 picks up an MVP. Like, the guy's just insane on that map. Obviously, he's pretty crazy everywhere, but for some reason, something just clicks on Compound for him. And obviously, we had that discussion the other day. I mean, since we've got a bit of time here to fill, I guess, we had the discussion around who's like the best sniper in this competition. But as far as riflers are concerned, obviously, 9 has to be up there, right? In my opinion, I think he's probably number 1. I might have ZY number 2.
I would even say Famous number 2 right now. Like,
yeah.
Famous had a massive performance, so I think Famous is one of the few players from West who could actually play on the Chinese roster, and you would feel like he's a Chinese player as well, you know, like from going to his playstyle. So I think Famous had a massive tournament so far, even though the second match he was maybe a little bit more quiet, but it's also tough, you know, when you maybe have like not the best teammates, don't want to offend them, but I think they can't, like, maybe guys can compete with the Chinese teams or the Brazilian teams, but it's tough also for them, you know, they were inactive for quite a long time.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, Famous is definitely, for me, one of the best rifles here at this tournament.
Got anything you want to weigh in there?
Can't argue
Hugh,
with that.
You a big fan of Hugh maybe after that last matchup?
I mean,
or
Humio's good, but I don't know if he's quite on the same tier as those guys. You know, like we were saying before, even Awesome, I think, can go with Humio, and that's not downplaying Awesome. Like, both of those guys are really fantastic, but does kind of reach a certain level. Like, even just watching 9 yesterday, it's like, what is this guy, like, what is in this guy's head? How does he hit these shots so, he's just so quick, you know? It's not even about, like, being accurate. It's like, peeks around the corner, hits the headshot, and he's back around the corner before you even realize it happened. And you're like, what is happening? Who is this guy? Well, we've seen him many, many years, and we know who he is by now, but it's kind of crazy what he can do. I feel like he's definitely number 1 for me.
Who's the best overall player, if we're even including snipers?
7.
You think it's 7? He's pretty good.
It's not me, unfortunately.
Not he's good, but just noob team,
otherwise I would be here on stage, right? Not here alongside you guys.
Nice try.
Yeah, it has to be a 9. And 9 is the best player of all time in Crossfire. I'm 100% convinced.
Wow, that's actually a pretty big call. I mean, I'm trying to think back, like, who from previous teams could maybe be up there in terms of a discussion.
I mean, we have to mention, obviously, Emzen, the previous team captain from SV.
He's a GOAT.
And VG Gaming. Besides of Emzen and A9, we could also mention maybe Even from All Gamers.
Wunon had a very good career as well.
Yeah.
Anyway, enough of that discussion. It's time for us to head back on down to the stage for an interview with Ranking and get their thoughts on that last matchup.
Our first MVP of Day 4, Humio! Congratulations to you and Ranking Esports picking up that win there. You had to win that game. Did the pressure of having to win help you?
No. Cái áp lực phải giành chiến thắng trong trận này thì đã giúp ích gì cho đội em khi để giành chiến thắng?
Khi mà vào đến vòng cuối này, khi mà bọn em bị dồn vào thế chân tường thì bọn em sẽ bộc phát được hết sức mạnh của cả đội.
So in the last match, we have no choice, so we'll spare no efforts to win the game.
Okay, Anubis picked sub-base, and that was a very one-sided map. You destroyed them on sub-base. How were you so dominant on their pick?
Đội Imperial là họ chọn cái map tàu ngầm, nhưng đội em lại thể hiện rất là tốt trong cái map này. Thì theo em thì em có cảm nghĩ gì?
Do năm ngoái bọn em đã thua Anubis ở map đấu này nên là bọn em đã về nghiên cứu rất kỹ và chuẩn bị kỹ cho trận đấu vừa rồi.
That is because in the last year we were defeated by Anubis, so we have made a lot of preparations on this map. That's why we can win this game.
And it worked too. You now have to wait and watch the other teams play their games. Are you nervous?
Bây giờ đội em phải đợi các đội khác đánh để xem kết quả như thế nào. Và hiện giờ thì em đang có hoang mang hay là khẩn trương không?
Em không có gì phải lo lắng hết ạ. Kết quả thì cứ thuận theo ý trời thôi.
我没什么可担心的。
I think there's nothing to worry about.
看天意吧。
I think this depends on our destiny.
Your destiny. We will find out. I like it. Is there anything, Humio, you want to say to all the amazing fans you have in Vietnam for their support?
Hiện giờ thì em có điều gì muốn nói với những khán giả Việt Nam ủng hộ em không?
Cảm ơn mọi người ở Việt Nam đã cổ vũ cho Giang Kinh ở giải đấu lần này ạ.
I would like to thank the support of the Vietnam fans on this match.
I know there's a lot of support for you. Congratulations, GG Humio. Our first best of 3 for the day. A great match. Next up, another one. So don't go anywhere. Many more matches for you today on day 4.
When you open your mind, you enter a new world. It's time to escape the ordinary. It's time to open minds. Alienware.
Morpholing Cyberflex gaming chair creates dynamic lumbar pillow. It automatically adjusts to your body's movements. Morpholing Cyberflex gaming chair, reaching your throne.
welcome back here to the Crossfire Stars 2023 Grand Finals here in kind of the later portions of our group stage now as we're really getting into the thick of it. Of course, my name is ZZXQ. Joining me on the desk, I've got Seven and Valdez. I didn't get to be up here for the first game, but man, that was quite the blowout.
Yeah, where were you? You missed it. Yeah, it was quite the blowout. It's not really what we expected, at least some of us on this desk. But yeah, I think that ranking really overperformed, and Anubis had a rough day, and those two things together really led to a bit of a blowout in that first one.
Yeah, it was a pretty crazy opening match. Before we dive into this next one, though, a quick shout out to our sponsors, OpenMind, Alienware. Alienware is supporting the Crossfire Stars 2023 Grand Finals with their devices, and of course, our other sponsor as well.
Yeah, shout out to Morphling for their generous support as the official gaming chair in the CFS 2023 Grand Finals. Whether you're in the midst of intense competition or enjoying a prolonged gaming session, Morphling has you covered. Morphling, reach your throne.
Yeah, and as we take a look here at our next match, I wanted to talk to you, Seven, about this one. You've been the big champion of Pacific Macta. You believed in them in their first match against Cara House. Now they're going to be taking on 3BL. What are you expecting from Pacific out of this upcoming match here?
I feel like there's one big issue in this matchup for 3BL, and this is the map pool, right? So the map pool from 3BL is not really deep, and they're forced to play Black Widow against Macta. And as we saw on the first day, Macta is pretty strong on Black Widow. And I feel like overall, Macta is a much better team. I feel like they really reached their peak this year. I think one of the wake-up calls was last year when they lost against SGJ in the qualifiers, because since then they've been grinding a lot. And for one moment, I thought like it might be smart to get Yobib on this roster, because Yobib was the star player for SGJ. But also a good decision to just keep playing with this roster. And yet today, they're the big favorite, in my opinion, here against 3BL.
Yeah, and as we take a look at the lineup for 3BL here, Valdez, is there anyone on this team you've seen from 3BL so far that you think might be able to maybe change things for them, maybe, you know, take their fate into their own hands and really put up a stronger fight than maybe we're expecting here in this match?
I mean, it's hard to say. I think that as a team, they've kind of been underperforming. Penguin has had to step up many times alongside of Alucard, whereas in general in the past, it was kind of like Horus was the big rifler, Totson was there to support, Hunt came in as this kind of new guy who was performing to a high level, but a lot of those three other pieces haven't really been reaching the same level I've been looking forward to, so hopefully those three guys can kind of step it up.
Yeah, I'd love to see a good performance from them. I feel like 3BL's been probably the most quiet team we've had in this event so far, but I feel like they still have some of these powerhouse players on line that they could potentially unlock in this event. They just haven't really been living up to the expectations I had for them, and now they go in against Pacific. I think they had even better performances than what I was anticipating from these guys, because ultimately I didn't even think they were going to win that first match against Cara House, and they kind of just blew my expectations out of the water.
I mean, now it feels like it's do or die time for 3BL, right? And honestly speaking, my only hope in this matchup is Alucard. I mean, Alucard, he had a decent tournament so far, even though it was a rough tournament for his teammates. But he needs at least one more player to step up alongside him. Probably it might be Horus. Horus was always one of the players from Egypt I felt like who was playing quite good at offline events. I remember, like, actually 3BL only won one map so far at CFS, which was Ankara 2021 against Imperial. Actually the first time they were playing at CFS. And Horus had a massive map here on Ankara. I think about like 22 kills, 21 kills. So I think they should might be even like go for the Ankara pick today. Because yeah, like I said, it was the only map they won so far at CFS, so I would just pick it again.
Yeah, I think it could be a strong choice for them, and they're definitely going to need it here in this series. I feel like Pacific, we did see some signs of weakness from them, so I definitely wouldn't say it's an unwinnable match for them, but if you guys had to maybe put some odds on this of 3BL pulling off the upset, do you have any, potential in your mind for what % you'd give them a chance of winning in this series?
Well, you saw the talent predictions. All of us did go for Pacific Macta. Kind of shows you our mindset. I think 3BL, they have shown some signs of life, especially against Cara House. That second map looked pretty good, but Pacific Macta are kind of going the opposite direction. I expected something from 3BL. They've kind of been a little bit below that. Pacific Macta, I expected this, but they've been way above that. So I'd give them maybe like 15% in this one. I'm pretty heavily favoring Pacific Macta here.
15 sounds unlikely. I mean, I would give them at least 25%, maybe 30%.
A little bit more hopeful.
A little
then.
bit more.
Okay.
The problem is Hunt was one of the key players I've heard in practice matches. He was not showing up at all so far, so I expect more from him, the younger brother from Penguin. So if he shows up today, I mean, Black Widow, like I already said, will go in favor of Macta. I'm pretty sure it's like 90% Macta's map. But if they play Ankara, maybe even Port, if they're a perfect A game today, it could be a 2-1 for 3BL, but they really need to set up all of them. Otherwise, most likely it's going to be 2-0, I would say.
Yeah, it's interesting you bring up Hunt too and kind of that new player pressure, because I feel like a lot of the other newer players to the stage have actually kind of risen up and done pretty well. I guess maybe reflecting on your first experience, did you feel a lot of pressure at your first CFS, and did you have trouble kind of adapting to the environment, or do you think it's not too bad to kind of sink into it?
For sure I did. I was very nervous. My first match, 2016, against Freedom Gaming, basically the same team as Kara House. The good thing is we had Face on our roster, you know, and he reached second place the year before, even fourth place in 2014. So he was quite experienced, and he was also the in-game leader at this tournament for us, because it felt like it makes more sense to have an experienced player who's doing the in-game leading stuff. And the good thing was, in the first couple of rounds I got like 6 or 7 kills after like 3 rounds, and of course if you have a good start into the tournament, it feels like, okay, you're just playing at home, you know, just a casual game. And yeah, I mean, in the end it was a pretty good tournament for me, probably still my best tournament, unfortunately. Like, so my first tournament was probably the best one. After this it went down from year to year. So yeah, but yeah, I think the start is very important, you know, like for example, Design, first time playing CFS, of course, if you get like 10 kills after 3 rounds, you know, you just feel confident and feel like, hey, it's actually playing like at home, you know, and this is quite important. And Hunt didn't have the same experience. I think the first game for him was against all gamers last year at CFS in Vietnam, and playing against all gamers in the first match at CFS is it's kind of rough, you know, so yeah.
Yeah, and it can really, I think, depend on who you're playing against as well, especially if you have to start off against a Chinese team. It can be a little daunting, but I mean, LCK in their situation, they handled it quite well, with several of those players being kind of brand new on this stage. But it does help, like you were saying, to have those veterans behind you, because they do have someone like Flex, who's been at several CFS events before, and Lionclaw, another veteran on that team as well. But I guess as we look at this one, and the Pacific side maybe a little bit more, it is a tough roster to go up against because of the experience they do have on their side. I mean, a lot of these guys have been around since CFS 2014, so I mean, this is a roster that their core has been around for a decade, and that can be a daunting task to think you're going to take them down.
Yeah, it definitely can be, and I think Seven's point about Hunt is definitely correct. You know, you start off a little bit weak, you don't have the best performance, and then it kind of compounds from there, where you kind of lose a little bit of confidence, because we know he's very capable of doing it, but he needs to do it today, most of all.
Well, we're going to see if they can pull it off here. We're going to throw it to the stage to introduce our two teams, so we'll have Matt Andrews take it away.
Group C's 5th match. 2 teams to the stage, one representing the PH Masters and the other from EU MENA. Let's welcome to the stage Pacific Macta. The #1 seed out of the Philippines PH Masters. MVA, Justin, ZYK, Aldrin, and Revenge are Pacific Macta. And now representing EU MENA, coming to the stage, 3BL Esports. Penguins just told me this might be his last ever Crossfire game, as he's retiring. with his team of Tutsin, Horus, Penguin, Hunt, and Alucard. 3BL Esports! Will it be their last game? Let's find out. Teams, get ready. Compete to conquer.
Well, you heard it there from Matt Andrews. This could very well be 3BL's last game. They are actually the first team that is facing that potential 0-3, and that is a guaranteed elimination here in the group stages. So it's not only just an important match, it's their tournament life on the line here to potentially keep kicking.
It's rough. I mean, I would love to get Seven's opinion on this, because as a pro gamer, you sometimes know, you're like, okay, this is my last time. You know, this is going to be it. I'm going to take it from here. Last tournament, whatever. But sometimes it's, you know, it doesn't go well, and, you know, life hits you fast, and you just have to retire out of nowhere. So I wonder what it's like to be playing in that last game, potentially, and to try to put everything on the line.
I think it can be a big advantage, actually, because, you know, you shouldn't feel any pressure anymore. You know, like Penguin, also, like, he's very experienced and known for a very long time. He's a very good guy. I think also one of the best in-game leaders in Crossfire West. I think he's the second best. The best one is probably me, I would say. And I don't want to sound arrogant. This is just my honest opinion. But yeah, like I said, I think he shouldn't feel any pressure anymore. You know, just have fun, maybe for the last time. Because yeah, Macta looks strong, and I mean, I assume this should be his last match for his career. Unfortunately, even though yeah, I like him as a player, as a guy, but yeah, this will be his last match ever, most likely.
Yeah, it can be a tough situation to be in, but, you know, maybe it'll be to their benefit to almost play like they've got nothing to lose here. I mean, you're already down 0-2. You're going against a team where you know it may be a little bit of a difficult task to overcome, but, you know, maybe they've got some curveballs they can throw in there, and Penguin, you know, being in that situation might be calling a little bit differently, which could actually help them.
Absolutely. I think it's kind of an extreme situation. Every other game up until this moment is like, you know, just another game, and then now it's like, oh crap, like we got to do this for Penguin. We got to like at least give him a good send-off, even if they don't win. Maybe try to like grab a map or have a really good performance, and Penguin individually as well might be trying to do that himself, maybe trying to play to a level he's never reached before. So kind of hard to put myself in his shoes, but it is going to be interesting to see if it does affect 3BL's performance in this one.
Yeah, and as we kind of prepare here now for those bans and picks and kind of locking things in, do you have like an ideal map pool you would want here if you're 3BL7?
I mean, that's one big issue. You know, 3BL, they always ban Eagle Eye, and I think if you have a look at the Chinese teams, you know, AG, Imperial is not Chinese, but like let's have a look at the top teams: AG, Imperial, Baisha. They are able to play all 7 maps, you know. And then you have like Anubis, 3BL, the Egyptian teams. Anubis always banning Mexico, 3BL always banning Eagle Eye, and I think it's not ideal. If you're only able to play 6 maps, then you play against Pacific Macta, and obviously you want to avoid to play their best map, right? So now they have to ban Eagle Eye, so the first map might be Black Widow for Macta, and then the second map, I mean, it's tough, you know, like I already mentioned, like the only map 3BL won so far at CFS was Ankara. Yesterday they looked decent on this map, they had a good start. Like especially Penguin was stepping up to the plate. I think against Macta you should play maybe like smaller maps, because also Macta having this kind of Chinese playstyle, sometimes good rotations, good team play. I would like, of course it's not the best map from 3BL, but Mexico might pay off. Like if they play Mexico, Horus is quite good on this one. Also Totsin. Of course, Alucard will have a hard time because he has to play M4. But maybe even Mexico could be a good pick for 3BL, just because Macta is not so strong on this map.
Yeah, I feel like for a lot of the West teams, Mexico could be a really strong pick. Other regions don't seem quite as developed compared to the rest of their map pool on it. Some of them even banning it out pretty frequently. So I think it could be a strong pick coming in from them if they're able to do it. But I have a feeling they're just going to go into that trap of banning Eagle Eye as they do. But let's say maybe they leave Eagle Eye on the table here. Is it too much of a risk to play maybe a map you haven't developed quite as much?
I mean, I would do it because it's unlikely that Macta will pick this one. And like I said, it's probably the last match of Penguin, you know, so just take the risk, you know. You never won any match at CFS yet, so just take the risk. You have nothing to lose anyway. Macta is the favorite here in this matchup, obviously. So just leave Eagle Eye in the map pool. I think Macta is also not that strong on Eagle Eye, so it's unlikely that they will pick it anyway. And at least you can avoid playing Black Widow. And even if they play Eagle Eye, you know, maybe just play a little bit random and maybe it works out. Who knows?
Sometimes you just gotta send it. Sometimes it's better to not have a strategy, you know, or to at least throw in a curveball against your opponent. Like, there's no way that Pacific Macta are gonna expect to have to play it. I don't think, though, like you were saying, like you can avoid banning it, but they're not necessarily gonna pick it. And also, it doesn't mean that Pacific Macta are gonna pick it either. So yeah, maybe you can just let it go and see what happens. If Pacific Macta really wants to play it against you, just throw in a couple curveballs, do something crazy, you know, have a little celebration, a little fun with Penguin on his last time out, and try to go from there.
Yeah, and as we kind of look at the other side now with Pacific, I wanted to get some of your guys' deeper thoughts on this team, knowing they are going to have a chance to make a deep run in this tournament. Now, after seeing them play against Baisha, maybe this is a team that could come even further than we initially thought. I think this could be a top 4 potential team, but is there anything you guys took away from that match against Baisha that gives you hope this team is going to make a really deep run?
Well, their compound looks pretty good. The fact that they were able to challenge Baisha on that map is, I think, a pretty good sign. They have that. They did select on Kara against Baisha, which means they should be confident on that map as well. There's the Eagle Eye ban, by the way, so not going to throw in a curveball this time around.
Yeah, it's a bit of an unfortunate one, I would say, even though they're not quite as prepared on it. I would have loved to see them take a little bit more risk here and left it on the table. Pacific banning Mexico, not a huge surprise, I would say, coming out of them. It could be a pretty strong map for 3BL if it's left for them to pick, but 3BL, I'd expect maybe a port here in this situation. It's a map where they usually look pretty comfortable on, but I still think back to how Baisha was able to shut down Alucard on that A top, and that might be lingering in their minds a little bit here.
Right, especially because they would have started off on Blacklist, right, once again. And if Macta gets momentum on GR side, which is not unlikely to happen, especially Revenge is quite good in this map, it could be over very quickly. And yeah, they're going for the port pick. I mean, it's quite a risky move, but maybe it pays off for them at least, yeah, today.
Yeah, I mean, maybe, you know, already having played it, I believe, just the once. I'm not sure if they got to play it twice so far, but either way, you know, they got to play it, and they're already pretty comfortable on it, so they'll have to send it and see how it goes. Will we see the Black Widow coming through here for the side of Pacific? Maybe they go ahead and pick Ankara as well. I mean, they picked it against Baisha, obviously, so could pick that. You could pick Compound. You could pick Black Widow if you're feeling good on that. A lot of options here.
Yeah, I almost feel like if I'm Pacific here, maybe I don't pick Black Widow. Knowing they've got to make a deep run and go towards those best of 5s, it might be a good opportunity for them to maybe bring in a map they want a little bit more practice under pressure on, since they know they're going to have to do more than just a confident Black Widow to take down one of these stronger teams. But you know what? They are going to go with that comfort pick of Black Widow, and now it's going to come down to these secondary bans to really decide how things end up. I wouldn't be surprised if after watching some of the previous games, 3BL maybe wants to avoid a compound here. I don't think they would do very well against Pacific on that map, but at this point, I don't know what the best case scenario would be for them. Maybe a sub base since it's got that close quarters factor, but I feel like all 3 remaining maps have a pretty strong edge to Pacific.
Yeah, I feel like they should try to play sub base as the last map, because usually the bigger the map, the better also the Filipino teams are. And I practiced quite a lot with Pacific Macta actually the last couple of years, because I was in the Philippines a couple of times. The strongest maps are usually Black Widow, Ankara, Compound, so they like to play big maps. So most likely they might ban Port, which one is left?
Yeah,
I mean sub-base. Yeah, sub-base, they would ban sub-base because it's obviously smaller than Compound, so that makes sense. Last map will be Compound. Yeah, they also look strong against Baisha on Compound, even though they lost this one. But yeah, it's again Baisha the best team on this specific map. I think it was a 6-10 scoreline, right? So not too bad against Baisha.
And now, for 3BL, they're really going to have to stake their claim on this port map, because after that, you got Black Widow, Compounds, And yeah, it's definitely big time comfort for the side of Pacific. And yeah, that's what happens. You get that first map pick. They did not win this map the last time out, but you just know that they are going to feel very comfortable on this one as 3BL. And just, they got to start from the Blacklist side though. So I'm going to be curious to see how these executions look, because they didn't look great the last time out.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be a really tough one for them as well, because I feel like some of the teams gave 3BL those chances by playing a little bit too aggressive, but I feel like these teams actually have pretty core styles that match each other equally, and I don't think Pacific's that type of team to take unnecessary risks, which makes it even harder to play that slow game 3BL likes to play.
Right, I feel like it's really key, if you start off on the Blacklist on Port, you gotta win at least one of the first 3 rounds, otherwise the GR side always have the momentum, and yeah, it could look quite scary, because remember the match against Baisha from 3BL, Baisha was leading like 8-0, right, or 7-0, so this shouldn't happen once again. I mean, against Karahouse it was a close match, right, it was overtime, I believe. So 3BL is usually a strong team on Port. I played against them also a couple of times on Port, and they also beat my team a couple of times. So the executes are usually on point, because they have Horus, one of the best entry fraggers from Crossfire West. So if they want to have a shot today on Port, he needs to step up to the plate. I mean, Alucard was doing a great job on Port so far, especially in clutch situation. This guy was on point. I remember this 1-on-4 clutch he almost got. So Alucard really looked sharp at this tournament.
Yeah, it is going to be interesting if he can perform again. I think they do have a chance here, but the BL side, very, very scary for them on this map, especially knowing they've got to deal with players like Aldrin and Revenge on the other side, who are very good on their GR anchor positions here. So, but you can see they seem actually, I would say, the most kind of composed and excited that I've seen 3BL so far going into a match. They seem really calm and collected compared to their usual, where I feel like on stage in their last match, they seemed kind of anxious and nervous, and I don't get a sense of any of that here.
Yeah, it's definitely a good look, and I would imagine that a bit of pressure is lost. You're already gone 0-2. You don't have a great shot at making it out. You do have to win today, but I think you do also have to say, okay, like, we're going to try our best, but also it's not the end of the world at this point. Even if we do win, it's not a guarantee. Let's just send it. Let's give it a go. Let's have some fun. And generally, when you have that kind of carefree attitude, it can help you. It can get rid of a lot of nerves. It can make you feel like you're playing at home and you're playing your game. So I'm hoping that we get to see a bit of that from the side of 3BL. They certainly need it in this matchup.
I expect slightly more from Justin, actually. I played against all of these members one-on-one matches when I was in Manila last year, and it felt like against Justin is really tough. I feel like Justin is one of the best AKs in the Philippines. He was playing quite decent so far, but I feel like he also has kind of star player potential. So maybe he will step up today.
Yeah, it would be nice to see him have a really strong map. I feel like with just the other players on this roster, he's kind of overlooked a lot as a player on this specific roster, but I feel like just because he's one of those younger players coming into this team, he's probably the one we might see the most of in the future, knowing some of these other guys are getting kind of close to the end of their pro careers.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting to see how he does develop as a player in this region. Not sure what the delay is, but it looks like we should almost be ready to get into port, as you know, just finalizing some stuff, making sure all the settings are correct and that we have selected the right map and all that good stuff. So yeah, still a lot of smiles on the side of 3BL, which is nice to see given the situation. Port, definitely a map that yeah, it's going to be hard to get a good start on the Blacklist side. We saw some of the stats definitely very favored towards GR, but you know, hopefully that comfort can get them across the line and give them enough against this team. It's also going to be interesting to follow Pacific's story. They've already done really well so far. They had at least the best performance against Baisha that any team has had so far in this group. I mean, it's been not a lot of chances for teams to fight up against Baisha, but at least looked pretty good there, and it gives you some excitement to see just how far this team from the Philippines is going to make it.
Yeah, I guess while we're waiting here, Seven, one thing I was curious about from your perspective, you know, Pacific hasn't had to tackle a Brazilian team in this group. Given that could be a potential first-round playoff for them, do you think they've got a good chance going against one of these Brazilian lineups, assuming that's probably where they might lean into in their first-round quarterfinal matchup?
I think I look much stronger than VINCIT gaming so far, even though VINCIT got a 2-0. And against Imperial, it might be a 50-50 match. But anyway, we hop into our first map, which is Port. 3BL from Egypt against Pacific Macta from the Philippines.
Yeah, it's going to be do or die here for 3BL, potentially their last match of CFS, and for Penguin, potentially the last match of his pro career here. So it's going to be a tough opponent to overcome for that, but hey, at least they get their map choice to kick off this series, so we'll see if they can win it.
Yeah, the pressure's on. The map has started as we do hop on to Port here. 3BL starting from the BL side, as it was their map pick. Of course, everything kind of going according to the way they generally do. Totson back in this spot. He was always playing this spot the last time we saw out on this map as well. And this matchup is going to be kind of interesting. You mentioned how Pacific Macta, definitely not a team to get over aggressive, definitely a kind of slow and steady play style, but also 3BL very similar. So which Tortoise is going to end up in the lead at the end of this race? I do wonder. Might have a lot of these rounds kind of just slinking on by. Unless someone wants to make a big splash. Aldrin is kind of poking his head out just a little bit, but nothing too big just yet.
Yeah, I mean, going into this tournament, I would have said 3BL is the slowest paced team, but then I remember in their previous match, Pacific was executing with 15 seconds on the clock, and that's almost unheard of at this level of competition, but it can be a bit of a hindrance depending on how it goes for you. But this time it's going to be Totson who goes down right away, but Hunt, actually a decent response there, gets the one tap onto Aldrin, and now they can work their way into the A bomb side. They don't know ZYK is playing underneath, and look at this hold from ZYK in Revenge. It's a complete shutdown as ZYK finds the triple.
Yeah, nice 3PC from ZYK, perfect rotation from the in-game leader from Pacific Macta. Also good info play from Aldrin into a connector.
Yeah, they didn't have too much information, but this is the rotation you were talking about. Just hopping out, supporting up top as well, and then just firing down onto Alucard, not allowing him to take any 1v1s essentially. So yeah, really just came down to that. I think that extra couple, 2-3 seconds with Aldrin poking out and getting the early information helps, and then everybody's in position to stop that one. A little bit worrying for 3BL that the push was just handled that quickly and that easily. Not even sure that they got a single kill, but at the end of it all, yeah, pretty early read from Pacific Macta, and it put an easy stop to that push.
It is pretty interesting, though, to see Penguin actually initially had the Alm in hand at the start of the round, tosses it back to Alucard, but I like the idea, maybe trying to change things up positionally and catch them off guard, but 3BL are going to go ahead and go into the A connector with the majority of their team. A nice little nade over the top, almost catches ZYK all the way. He's down to 6 HP. He actually gets taken down there through the wall as well by Totson. But look at the repeat from Aldrin, almost getting that trade. The nade could potentially finish the job, but Totson getting out of there just in time.
Yeah, it's a good play from 3BL. If you are going to push up and peek through mid, generally bring a couple people because you never know. We saw Kara House doing this a lot where they're just, you got Lucas on the side, you got Shady up top, and they're just consistently over and over peeking you. And just to have a big squad there to be ready for it is going to be nice to get a pick of their own. And now they are going in onto B, throwing in a flash over the top. MVA not quite able to land the shot, but Justin is strong on the backside as he picks up 2, and he will defend this pretty much alone. Very nicely done from Justin on the defense.
Yeah, I mean, already a triple kill here. Alucard left in the 1-on-2. He's kind of pinched and he does not know it here, but he still hits the shot onto Justin anyways. Revenge trying to take this one back, but it's Alucard who gets the 1-on-2. Another great clutch from this guy, and he could be one of those key elements in bringing this into a very close matchup.
A great 2-piece from Alucard, definitely the best player for 3BL at this tournament so far. But also a nice 3-piece from Justin here, as you can see. Like I mentioned before this match, in my opinion, one of the best AKs in the Philippines, which he proved in this situation.
Yeah, really a good start there from Justin on the round. I was actually surprised Alucard was able to catch him off guard. I thought Justin actually was going to get the 4K in that situation, but we could be seeing a little bit of a cheeky boost. We don't see too often on this map. I get what they're going for here. There's a little tiny angle you can see over the top of that wall if you get it right, but some of these boosts can be pretty hard to hit very, very quickly. ZYK again, though, starting off this round down to 7 HP already. Last time they were able to finish him off through the double doors in mid, but this time he's going to back off completely.
Yeah, he's trying to get that extra information with a second arm right down the middle. Maybe trying to stop any aggression from the side of 3BL, but instead he nearly loses his life. And now, you know, if you don't have much, you're not really going to be able to peek much at all. You can still hold on to the arm, and they have maneuvered him over towards this B angle to see if he can maybe like trade one and get out here. As you could see, nearly able to land that one, but not quite. But he gets the information, at least he's able to look down this long angle and then say, okay, there's at least a couple of members here from the side of 3BL. Grenade is not going to land. And ZYK staying alive with 7 health. And well, right as I say that, caster curse, and he's gone.
Yeah, taken down very quickly. And now 3BL thought they might commit off of that, but instead they go back into mid, which is not a good idea. Aldrin waiting for them, takes down Totson. Now they've got to go over towards A, but Aldrin, he's already rotating here towards A as well. Revenge able to spot Penguin long. Can't hit the shots just yet. The flash gonna stall him out. Justin able to find one on the rotation, make it a double kill. Revenge still a threat here, but he's just kind of the pawn in this situation. The rest of his team getting all of the kills. Alucard left in a 1 versus 4. He may have clutched it before, but this time around, it seems like an almost impossible task. Aldrin spots him, takes him down. In Pacific, they're right back in the lead.
Yeah, I felt like Revenge will go for a 3-piece here. The perfect positioning. But he doesn't even have to. Aldrin and also Justin helping him out with perfect rotation, both of them. Getting a 2K. So clean round for Macta here, 2-1 in favor of the Filipino team.
Yeah, definitely a very nice hold. It did feel a little bit predictable on the side of 3BL. Just going from mid straight over to that A-long. They have been pressuring over there. Penguin, nice pick off on a ZYK, who has been struggling in that position to stay alive. Has been the first one down in a couple of these rounds. Horace, okay, there you go. Going to be pressuring over here once again. Aldrin did this in the first round, looking for some extra information, potentially a pick, but if you go out this far, not sure that you're getting out. He does get the pick. Here's Totson, though. A little bit of damage as well, and he's just getting out of there.
Yeah, I mean, the fact he gets out of that one untraded is pretty insane, considering 3BL had 3 players that could have attempted to secure that kill, but that just shows you Pacific knowing exactly what they need to do on their defense to equalize and make that risk play when they need that. So it's going to be Aldrin. He wants to double down here. He's going for the A-long push again, and I actually don't think they're going to be prepared for this on the side of 3BL. There's nobody holding on to A-long. They've dropped the bomb, though, in spawn, so Aldrin could potentially just play this bomb position. Takes down 1, takes down 2. Aldrin with the perfect timing on that flank, and now it's going to be 3BL left in shambles.
Yeah, just playing them like a fiddle. He's able to get out there, get a free pick, backs away, immediately goes out again. Nobody spots him, gets a perfect flank on a 2, and it's basically just the Aldrin show in this round. Like, Penguin got that first kill in mid, and now he's just here. He's going to be able to peek out and get the early information of this push coming in. You can see that Alucard and Totson are trying to check all the angles, and they will probably take him out, but it is going to be 30 seconds now for the team to come over here. Justin has been fantastic in this spot. You can see the delay on the push as well, waiting for the smoke to bloom. Flashes over the top. The spray is coming through. Totson getting pretty low. That's a kill on Alucard as well, and Totson will go down. Grenade connects at the same time. Not even necessary, as the headshot from MVA will do the trick.
A classic play from Aldrin towards long A, but also nice 2-piece from Matsero. I would love to see This first headshot onto Alucard was probably a one click, because it's not so easy to hit this shot from GR base towards long A. Especially Alucard Zapper Rifle, obviously. He had the advantage from this position, but Mazzero denies him.
Yeah, I really liked on that hold as well, Justin. That flash he threw on the last two players on long gave the perfect rotation timing over to MVA to make sure that he could be on site to secure that round. But Horus, he actually gets the opener this time around. Takes down Revenge, and finally they've got the numbers to work with. But as we've seen, Aldrin so far in this matchup really good at taking those numbers right back. He's already 8-3 in the first 4 rounds.
Actually, FreeBL always gets entry pick, right? Once again, up numbers, but for some reason they just can't close out these rounds.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they get 3 picks here. I mean, nothing's really happening. There's just a couple of members of Pacific Macta hanging out, getting double peeked. The first one was, of course, Horus just with the quick headshot over at B. But yeah, now it's 5 against 2. You should just, you know, pick up the bomb, go to a site, and that they will. Justin trying to get this long angle once again is doing a decent amount of damage, but still the numbers are against him. MVA is behind them trying to get the angle, not able to hit the shot, and Penguin with the quick flick. It's going to make this 5v1 looking good for 3BL to take it down, and that they will.
Yeah, just a really solid round from them, especially on the entry frags. Knowing ZYK was going to be consistently in that mid position, they take him down pretty easily. Aldrin on A as well, Revenge. They were just perfectly set up to make sure they took all of those fights 2-on-1. And now Pacific, I think they have to play a little bit more calculated on their GR side. I feel like ZYK especially has kind of been overcommitting to that fight in mid.
I totally agree. I feel like ZYK was kind of getting greedy after getting this free piece in his first round. Now we see the set up here from PM towards bomb side B. For some reason, Horus is the only one committing towards this B area. I think this could be a crucial mistake, trying to take over B control with no backup at all.
Yeah, I mean, Revenge getting the follow-up as well. This time, the picks going completely the way of Pacific Macta. You can see here, though, Justin and Revenge taking a lot of damage in the process, so it's not an unwinnable one for 3BL just yet, but I think they looked at what happened last round and tried to do it again, but a little bit more solo and how they were pushing through. But Penguin is going to be rewarded for that one. Takes down Revenge. They still have to scoop up the bomb and commit towards this site, though. You can see Alucard wants to take the fight towards B, but there's already 2 players here for Pacific. It's going to be Justin who jump spots him from the back of site, and Alucard, he's just going to back off.
Yeah, this is going to get pretty interesting in this round, 3v4. 3BL has generally been in the lead, but actually Penguin going to tie it up once again, getting a lot of value here through mid. Now he's just charging in with the Colt, not going to get the kill this time around, only landing the 1 shot. And now 3BL, the other 2 guys, going to try to push into B as Penguin is making noise in the backside of this one. Alucard poking his head out as Justin gets some help from ZYK. Will they be able to stop this one? 43 seconds. Nice flick there from Alucard. And it's ZYK up against Alucard. It will be ZYK at the end of the day to clear out the site.
Yeah, really solid stuff there from ZYK, especially on that rotation in. And this is where I think Pacific is so hard to go up against on this GR side. The rotations are just so smooth. They know exactly what they want to do. You can tell they've already pre-planned what their game plan is going to be on those retake situations, and they don't really have to think about it. They just always set up to trade perfectly as they retake the bomb sites. And meanwhile, 3BL, you can see Alucard and Penguin, they're having a pretty decent game so far, but they need the rest of this team to step up. It's not really something you see too often with Hunt and Horus, both kind of sitting towards the bottom of the scoreboard for this team.
Yeah, you can tell like the rotations from Macta look quite similar to AJ and Baisha, which is probably why they always practice with them, right? So they really got some good practice in the last couple of months, because I talked to Revenge, and yeah, I mean, it's the best practice, right? If you play against the best teams constantly every week, at some point you just adapt and have a similar play style.
Yeah, it's definitely a good way to get prepared for this, and you can tell the improvements they've made even from the Vietnam Invitational up to now, so we'll see if it's enough to keep them out in front here. Revenge going to get challenged. The counter flash Comes out over the top. He's going to spot the first kill, gets the second kill. Does he know the third's on the ladder? No, he does not. Totson's still able to take control of the site. But with Revenge finding 2, it should set up this retake pretty nicely. Aldrin kind of just sitting behind this smoke, waiting for this full rotation to come through, and this is the patience that could net Pacific the round. Justin already flanking A long, but Penguin, he is somehow ready for that player to be there. Aldrin still going to help trade things out with ZYK and Alucard. He's all alone. There's no way out, and Pacific take the round.
Yeah, good response from Pacific. Just waiting patiently, wait until everybody gets there in position, waiting for the flanks as well. Penguin did a good job to get that one guy on the flank. Also, Revenge starts with him, right? This quick one, and then the kill. He doesn't know about the third guy, but he had already done his job from a top. And then from there was a relatively easy cleanup for Pacific. Macta. Only 2 rounds here on the Blacklist side from 3BL. They'd love to get at least one more on the Blacklist side of Ports to keep things relatively competitive. Let's see if they can do that.
Yeah, I think the execute would have worked out if they maybe have one more rifle rushing with them. I mean, Alucard's always long AF Zapper rifle. Doesn't have too much impact when they're trying to execute. I mean, now at least he gets the pick.
Yeah.
But before,
you spoke it into existence there.
Right, yeah. Right.
Very nice stuff, though, from Alucard, and now we'll see if they can hang on. They've had a lot of rounds that start off with them getting this 5-on-4, but it just seems like on the execution, they're not sure how they want to clear site as a team, and that's where I think 3BL really needs to figure out what they want to do here a little bit more comfortably. You can see they're setting up for their kind of standard peek onto the A bomb site. Nobody on the top of it, but Aldrin playing on the back of the A staircase here, trying to just set up for that utility and the retake. But look at CYK, the reverse jump over the mid-bridge, catches them off guard. He's able to find one out of that, but I feel like most people wouldn't even attempt that.
Yeah, that was kind of a madman play. Didn't necessarily have to do that, but was trying to get the drop on them if they were going to push into A. Does get the one, spots multiple people back there. So Aldrin going to play this one very safe. But down to only 3 members, they don't have a significant defense on this A site right now. So Aldrin just kind of waiting for his team to come in, looking for that quick pick. He does get Horus, catches Totson, who doesn't seem to look down at him, which is kind of confusing. Justin also getting the long kill. Another one goes to Aldrin. They totally cleaned them up, even down a member.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a really tough situation now. I mean, this is 3BL's pick in the series, and knowing Black Widow is on the way, and this is already what we're seeing. It is a very scary place for 3BL to actually recover from, because, I mean, even going into the GR next, 2 rounds is nowhere near enough, but I think it's just coming down to the firepower difference. I mean, Aldrin's on 12. You've got Revenge not even having to do anything spectacular here because Aldrin and ZYK are really leading this one.
I feel like Aldrin is so far the decisive player in this matchup. Last round, insane 2-piece here on A side. And yeah, I think if 3BL won't win this round, I don't have much hope left for them on this map. And then, like you said, Kyle, they will play Black Widow as a second map. So unlikely to see a comeback for the Egyptian team.
Yeah, it's rough. I think Penguin is having a good day. He's playing pretty well. I think some of the calls have been fine, and he's been getting a lot of nice little pickoffs himself. So perhaps that retirement buff coming in a little bit early. We'll have to wait and see how the rest of this map is going to play out, though. Let's see if they can get this last round. Could be pretty critical. Nice grenade there onto Aldrin to start them off, but it does look like bit of a push into B. Will they see MVA or expect this is the other question.
I feel like Horus checking this angle, right? Does he spot him? I'm not sure though.
Yeah, he's definitely going to see, depending on the angle, you can definitely see their feet at the bottom. Horus knows exactly what's up here. He's going to take him down, but the trades go in favor of Pacific regardless. A 2-for-1 as they come out on the site. They try and just rush the plant, but Justin gets the double kill. Revenge gets it done. And that is a 7-2 half, but I feel like 3BL, they had the right idea. Horus, he gets the kill for free on the player on the boost, but then they just overextend and rush the plant.
The big question for me is, why was Hunt trying to plant the bomb? Totally unnecessary. Like Macta is known for the fast rotations, just take some good positioning first on site before you try to plant the bomb. And it was even 3 versus 4 situation, right? Doesn't make too much sense here to rush the bomb plant.
Yeah, it was definitely a little bit confusing there for sure. Hunt and Penguin do go fast into mid and through the B tunnels, and they do catch a couple of people along the way. Pacific Macta, they looked good on the GR side, but, you know, definitely seems to be comfort for both of these teams on that one. Let's see what they can get going here on the BL side. Is Aldrin going to poke out? He has just been on the hunt in this entire map, 13 and 4, and just mowing people down. Not even necessarily, you know, tapping on heads or anything like that. He's just coming out and outplaying people. Penguin taking a bit of damage, but so does Justin. 3v4 much more manageable here for Pacific.
Yeah, a lot of it comes down to now. Pacific, they're trying to find that secondary pick. They really want to challenge onto Penguin, who just hides in the back of Spawn. But Justin on the wraparound has a chance, but it's a good response from 3BL. They find themselves 2 kills, but look at Revenge here, just playing with his food at this point. But actually, this could be ideal if they get out together, but no! Revenge gets both kills. Somehow nobody spots him. And this is Pacific about to steal this round away, potentially. Totson's only got half HP.
Classic sneaky play from Revenge here. For some reason, Alucard didn't spot him. I didn't know what went there wrong.
Just kind of snuck into that corner, and Alucard not looking the right way. I mean, you're not really going to be looking behind you if you didn't see him get there in the first place. As now Totson, he's just trying to cover the bomb. But Revenge has gone all the way around. Totson not looking the right way. And not having a lot of coverage there from behind Revenge. A big round, just getting the drop on 3 people for free.
Yeah, I mean, you just can't let that happen if you're 3BL. It's everything you needed to have a good round go your way. But the sneak past Alucard is really what gave him this chance to get the double kill, because neither one of these players, Penguin and Alucard, had any idea he was on the top of A. So I like the patience there, not immediately going for that kill. But now it's going to be Totson who gets a triple kill in the B tunnels. Revenge just stuck here, and it doesn't matter. Totson gets the quad.
Insane 4 PC from Totson. Right me off kind of CY, playing the same angle. Finally, Totson stepping up because he also had a quiet tournament so far.
Yeah. I guess he was pretty disappointed after the last round, and he decided to take out his anger in the next one. Just great positioning and timing there as Pacific Macta are running at him. They're going to go for it again, or considering it, throwing a couple frags forward, but not committing to the play just yet, as they feel the pressure. 3BL are here, but Hunt, they've got the crossfire. This time it's Hunt's turn with the spray. Aldrin does pick up the 1, but also takes a heaping helping of damage himself.
Yeah, I'm not so sure I like the strategy here they're doing in the B tunnels. It just seems like they're kind of W keying and trying to intimidate their way to a win, but I feel like the rounds haven't been one-sided enough for that to work here against 3BL, especially on the GR side. For 3BL, this is actually a pretty good side and map for them to try and at least make this a close game from, but I feel like if Pacific plays a little bit more calculated and moving forward, they should be still in a really good position to close this one out.
Yeah, absolutely. 3BL just got to hold on for dear life as Pacific Macta considering going in onto A. Flash early here from Alucard, who has not seen Revenge. Maybe he did now. He absolutely did. Has some firing coming out early. Alucard with the jump shot is going to pick that one up. It's only Aldrin and ZYK. He's not going to hit this one. ZYK staying alive behind that box, trying to challenge Alucard. And now the rest of the team that has rotated over here, ZYK with no real way out. He hits the headshot through the box. And now over the top, Aldrin trying to go for the flank. It's not going to work out as 3BL will hold on.
Yeah, great hold from Alucard here on A side. I still feel like Macta should change their approach in Blacklist, playing a little more reserved. I think they want to force it here. I mean, leading 8-2. Playing a little bit too aggressive here, not even using good flashes to take B control room. And I mean, 3BL have good, they're having good setups, so it doesn't make too much sense to force it here towards long B.
Yeah, and we can see even still here in this round, they've got 3 players in the B tunnels. Revenge wants to take this fight alone. Smoke going to make that pretty much impossible unless he gets perfect timing here. You can see he was playing for that spot on the cross. Doesn't exactly hit the shots. And now the rest of his team working their way towards the A bomb site. Alucard is kind of left here on an island, but he's had a pretty good game so far, so maybe he'll be able to lock it down if this push comes through.
Yeah, a lot of smokes in mid from both sides, so kind of a lack of information. They still have a couple of guys on the side of 3BL just trying to hold this angle and be ready to support on A. Big challenge into the B tunnels early on means that you know there's no pressure for now coming in there, and you can leave Hunt to watch the angle, and a big shift over towards the A site. Let's see if Pacific Macta do commit to it, as there's still a lot of time, and as we know with Pacific on BL, they could wait another minute before they even begin to push. So let's see. I mean, they have 3 guys up in the connector going sideways to A. Will they actually commit to it?
Quick collision here in the B tunnels could be enough to force the rotation out of 3BL as well. ZYK just lurking here. Actually gives them so much value now that he has this positioning. But look at Horus here on the back of ladder. Are they going to be prepared for this position? Yes, they are. Alucard good for 1, but it doesn't matter. Justin gets the double kill. Justin looking for the triple. Aldrin on it for the support. And now Hunt is left alone. 1 versus 2. The bomb getting planted. Justin should have the swing on the Hunt, but Hunt, what a shot there, takes him down. And now it is Aldrin versus Hunt for the round, but Aldrin, the veteran, gets it done and moves his team on to map point.
I feel like CHENGDU got the crucial kill here in big connector, forcing the rotation because Alucard was ready to defend this A side and then rotated towards GR base. So great play from the IGL here. Also having a good match here with just 11 kills on the board yet. So good stuff from CYK, who's not known as one of the mad fraggers for Macta, but yeah, so Fai's doing a great job.
Yeah, I mean, the IGL's both playing pretty well in this one, I would say. Penguin on 14, but not this time around. It's going to be a tough one for him. He goes down to Revenge. Justin takes down Hunt, and already they've got a 5-on-3 advantage as they work their way towards the B bomb site. This could potentially be their last hope here on port.
Yeah, Revenge just kind of sending it with the M4. There are so many guys over there, and Totson, he gets the bad news that, yeah, they were coming on hard and fast. And I think that, you know, trying to play with the pace, good job from Pacific Macta. They come in, and now it's all up to Alucard. He's done it in the past, not this time. Congratulations to Pacific Macta for their win on port.
There you have it. It's map 1, completely dominated by Pacific here. And you know what? Maybe Penguin was right. This could be his last match. It definitely is starting to look that way.
Yeah.
Knowing Black Widow is what's up next for them as potentially their last map at CFS. And the last time Pacific played it, it was a 10-2. So it's a tough series to try and come out of.
I mean, I'll be honest, like firepower-wise, I just feel like 3BL just can't compete with Macta. I mean, also Macta, they don't really have any weak point here on this roster. Even CYK, the IGL, stepping up multiple times to the plate. I mean, MVA was the MVP, I think, in the first match.
Yeah.
Didn't even have to show up today, just a point for KD.
Yeah.
But doesn't really matter because, yeah, they have Aldrin, Justin, the two key players, two decisive players in this matchup so far.
Yeah, very high KD, but also beyond that, a lot of big aggressive plays that got his team early kills, early information from both sides as well. Very great double-sided player, if you that's not how you would say that, but you know what I mean. Can play both sides of the map and had a great map. And I worry for 3BL on this next one going into Black Widow. It's not going to be an easy task.
Definitely not. We'll see what they have in store for us, though. It is going to be Black Widow coming up next after a short break. We'll see you there.
Top competitive Crossfire Esports World Championship Tournament.
Well, it was a quick 1-0 on the table for Pacific, and now we get ready for map number 2. It's going to be Black Widow to decide the fate of 3BL, and it's not looking too good for them. I'd love to give them the benefit of the doubt, but I'm trying to find where that benefit might be. Do you guys see any world where somehow Black Widow goes wrong for Pacific?
I mean, I have not much hope left for 3BL here. The good thing for 3BL is that Macta was always playing the same setup on Blacklist side, where they always sent like 3 players towards long B. They have Revenge, long A, and CROCK. In Blacklist space, they're playing like kind of reserved, like waiting for like 1 minute 30 seconds and then execute together. So if 3BL maybe have a good counter for this setup, they might have a slight chance. I mean, to be fair, Alucard is pretty strong on Black Widow, especially against my team, unfortunately. And yeah, but Horus having a quiet game today, don't like to see it. Because Horus, you know, usually is one of the strongest rifles in West. Like, he has to step up. Okay, Totson got a nice 3K, maybe now he will also be more confident on Black Widow as well. But yeah, more than 10% chance, like not more than 10% chance for 3BL on this map. Unfortunately, I feel like it's almost over, unfortunately, for the Egyptian squad.
Yeah, I feel like my 15% at the beginning was pretty, was kind of accurate. I mean, I thought maybe we were going to see a little bit better on port, but now it really feels like that one was so one-sided. It just feels like Pacific Macta are a really, really strong team. So 3BL, unfortunately, you know, strong group. They come in. You got to face Baisha straight off the bat, and from there it's got a little bit easier, I guess, but not easy enough, I suppose. And unless, you know, reality hits them and they're like, oh crap, this is actually Penguin's last map. You know, it's not just last series, last map. Maybe they can put something together, but it's going to take a monumental effort, I would say. And, you know, maybe they can read into some of the strategies. They have seen this team play on this map before. Maybe you can throw in something, but yeah, it really does feel like they're kind of outgunned and outmatched in this one. So that just makes it even more difficult.
Yeah, at least for Penguin, I feel like he had a really good first map. I mean, he was the only positive KD player on his team, so you can tell he wants to go out on a high note if they do go down here, but they really need Hunt and Horus to step up. I feel like these two guys have been a little bit too quiet since their first match, and Horus, like you said, he's one of the best players always online in the West League, dominant rifler, and it's just not there. And maybe it's just the nerves, maybe it's being in a live event, but you've got to be able to step up when it matters most here, and it just seems like 3BL consistently isn't able to do that.
Right, I mean, it's also tough, you know, to have the best team mentality when you know your IGL will retire after this one, and you know Hunt will join a different team, Alucard will join Unnights in West, and you have Horus and Totson, which also will leave the team most likely. So it's tough, you know. Like, if I'm the IGL and I know my teammates will leave after this match, or like after this tournament, and I will retire, it's also tough when you like do callouts, and especially when the other team is always leading, like your callouts don't really work out. It's tough to have this respect from the teammates, and you can actually tell they don't even believe the IGL sometimes, you know, at some point, because like, okay, whatever, we're gonna join a different team next year anyway. This is this kind of feeling I get from watching 3BL at this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, I'd agree with that. It feels like they've almost kind of thrown in the towel a little bit, but it can make it that much harder on you going into your future teams if this is the mentality you have. And the biggest event of the year, I mean, this is the pinnacle of competition for these players, and it's crazy to me. It's like they almost see the writing on the wall and they give up a little bit too soon.
Yeah, I mean, this is something that happens in a lot of esports as well, where it's like, towards the end of the year, it's when the biggest tournaments happen, but also it's when everybody's doing roster swaps and everybody's like trying to, you know, go to other teams. And yeah, there have been times where teams are supposed to be like the best in the world, and then all of a sudden things just don't quite work out because you just know like they're not really a cohesive unit anymore. Speaking about other, you know, esports, but for this as well, you can kind of see it with 3BL. I mean, it's rough. Like, this is the time where you have to be at your best, but it might be the time where maybe team cohesion is at its worst. So, a talented group of individuals, but I'm not sure that that's enough right now.
I think it's also not too smart to talk about roster changes right before the most prestigious tournament of the year, you know?
Yeah.
I think you should have this conversation after the tournament, but not before. Especially as an IGL, I can tell it's difficult to play with teammates when you actually know after this tournament they will leave my squad anyway. So this could be a big mistake for 3BL here at this event.
Yeah, it could be a tough one for them, but looking at the other side, it could be the start of a really good story here for Pacific. I mean, they're looking like a team that has a really good chance at going deep into this tournament, maybe even a top 4 finish. And, you know, if things work out in the bracket placements, I could even see a world where this is a finalist team. I think the big next step for them is going to be, maybe they weren't able to take down a Chinese team, but do you guys see them taking down some of these Brazilian teams? Because I feel like right now they very well could.
I think it's definitely possible. We'd have to wait and see how they do match up, but I also think the playstyle Pacific Macta is very balanced and very, I wouldn't even call it conservative, but it kind of feels like their foundation is very strong, and I don't think like a couple of guys on Brazilian teams coming out and getting very aggressive is really going to shake them at all. Even if it happens like 1 or 2 times, it's like, okay, well, that's what Imperial is known for. They're not really going to allow those teams to get a lot of momentum, I would feel, because it feels like they're always in it. They're always competitive, and they're just so talented. I mean, they came out and surprised a lot of us, maybe not 7, but definitely a really strong team, and I think the sky's the limit for them. I wouldn't even say that, you know, maybe in the future with best of 5s, they get another chance at like All Gamers or something. Who knows? You never know.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, I'm convinced we're going to see Macta, Imperial alongside the 2 Chinese teams, AG and Baisha, in the top 4. The issue I feel like is that it's double elimination and best of 5 as well. So I don't see Macta winning a best of 5 against a Chinese team unless it's XROCK maybe. So most likely we're gonna see the same final as last year. I mean, I don't want to spoil anything, but this is just my prediction, I'm pretty sure. And yeah, but I would love to see 1 different region in the like 2 different regions in the final. Maybe a Filipino-Chinese final would be interesting to watch, or maybe even the Brazilian-Chinese final. But yeah, again, best of 5 against AG or Baisha, it's so difficult. The map pool is so deep. I mean, you can win Black Widow against them, yes, but then you have to play Black Widow, I mean, a compound, Ankara, Mexico, so unlikely to happen.
It is a tough road ahead for Pacific if they want to be in that final matchup here, but at the very least, this will secure them a spot in the next stage of this tournament, and potentially a good one for it. But we are ready to start our second map of this series. It is going to be Black Widow as the decider here if Pacific can pull off a 2-0, and everybody seems to think that's the path this one's going to take. The 3BL, you know what? I'm hungry for an upset, guys. I would love to see them do something impressive here.
It would be nice to have an upset, wouldn't it, in a series, but it's got to start with 1 map. We'll see if they have what it takes to challenge Pacific Macta on Black Widow. This Penguin's going to start off with, well, that didn't last very long. But, yeah, let's see how this one does go. As Pacific Macta starting off on the GR side, trying to put on some pressure into long, whereas on the other side, 3BL trying to take over water and potentially look for B.
Pretty interesting to note as well, both teams are running a double AUM setup. You've got Hunt with an AUM in hand, which is pretty uncommon of him. ZYK and Revenge on the other side as well. Trying to utilize those snipers for the early lane control. A lot of that focus has been on the midsection of the map for the side of 3BL, but for ZYK and Revenge, they're not too concerned with it, but Alucard actually gets that first kill onto MVA, takes his AUM into the B side and gets it done. And even though it's a little bit of a slower play style out of 3BL, I kind of like how they're setting up here.
Let's see how this push goes. Revenge getting that early information, but Hunt with the wide swing. Revenge getting pretty low as he is not going to hit the shot. 3BL starting off very strong here on this round. Issue, I think, is this happened a lot on port as well, where they would get, you know, at least the 1 early pick and then sometimes struggle to finish off the execution. Let's see if they got this prepared for Black Widow. Here comes Tonson on in there as Aldrin going to wait behind the truck, waiting for his moment. He gets the 1, but only the 1, and now it's all up to ZYK.
Wow, I mean, another one on the board here. 3BL, not how I expected them to start off this map, but I'm liking what we're seeing here. The double AUM setup to get that extra coverage gave Alucard that opportunity to kind of go in towards the B side, find that early pick, and I don't think Pacific was necessarily ready for that.
Yeah, Revenge had this key position here towards Barracks area, but for some reason he was whiffing 2 shots, which is really rare to see from this guy.
man, another quick round. Horus, Hunt, these are the guys we wanted to step up, and so far in this map, they are doing it. They got the 2 entries between them, and now they've got the bomb side as well. Totson takes down Revenge. Alucard, though, he had the bomb in hand, and that is going to be a really unfortunate place to drop that bomb, even knowing it is still a 1-on-3 here as Horus finds a second.
CYK kind of in an interesting spot with the 1v3 with the bomb, and now he's just trying to check all the way behind and actually get behind the members of 3BL, maybe expecting them to run through mid, but they have gone all the way through B. So a little bit of ring around the rosy here as ZYK is continuing to chase them and has left the bomb where it dropped. Not exactly directly defending that one just yet in the odd man situation. Let's see where he wants to go with this. He is... might look down right as Totson passes through. Not quite, actually. Just barely going to miss the timing. And now, yeah, he's just going to be isolated. Didn't know exactly where to look. And that's 2 rounds in a row now to the side of 3BL.
Yeah, Hunt looks happy. You can tell these guys, they don't feel any pressure anymore. Nothing to lose anymore. And yeah, this kind of loose play style is working out for 3BL right now.
Yeah, they've got everything they need so far if they can keep it up. I'm expecting Pacific to maybe change pace here in this 3rd round. You can see Aldrin moving into the B connector, trying to find someone on the back side of the bridge, but they're not going to give them anything just yet. 3BL playing pretty reserved, but Pacific playing a lot more forward in mid and B this round, and it could be a good change of pace.
Yeah, let's see if 3BL can manage to string together another one. MBA up here, but a pretty forward grenade might tip them off. 3BL taking their time with this one. Aldrin considering poking his head out at the same time as they pop out the entry from Horus. This time it's good. Did they spot Aldrin? Yes, they did. Another headshot to come in, and 3BL are kind of rolling over them here as another clean entry comes through.
Yeah, I mean, of all the teams to potentially contest Pacific in this way on this map, I would have never guessed 3BL could do it, but so far, they are doing it very well, and you can see the pause already called from Pacific here for this break point. And I don't blame them. I mean, it's a 4-on-1 Penguin. He's going to get caught out here. Actually takes it down to a 1-on-2 situation for Justin. The bomb yet to be planted, so Pacific maybe they can steal this round away after all. Justin, he's going to have a chance to peek onto the planter, and this could actually be huge. Horus, he's going to go down as well, but thankfully Hunt able to get it done. It's 3 in a row to kick off Black Widow for Pacific. This is not the team we were expecting on this map.
Yeah, I like the move from Justin. They're almost getting the 1-on-3 clutch, but also instant entries from Horus, finally stepping up. This is what I want to see from this guy, because yeah, I'm also used to it. Playing against him, unfortunately, gets lots of entries also against my team. So this guy is feeling it right now, Black Widow. The only downside I feel like for 3BL is they're usually strong on Blacklist, you know, on Black Widow, but the GR set doesn't seem too strong, I feel like. They need at least 5 to 6 rounds on Blacklist to have a shot on the specific map. And also Macta, right? They look much stronger on Blacklist as well.
Mm-hmm. I think Macta are going to take a little time here and say, okay, well that was a bit of a fluke. We didn't play those out very well. They're coming at us really strong and fast, so let's try to you know, readjust. I mean, just really fantastic entry shot there from Horus, hopping on through the smoke. Nice try from Justin. Wasn't meant to be. It was 3-0 in favor of 3BL. But yeah, I think Pacific Macta, they just slow things down. They go back to standard play and maybe try to read a little bit better where exactly 3BL are coming in from.
Yeah, I think a lot of it's going to come down to how they decide to play this next round. If they go down 4-0, it's probably a pretty winnable map at this point for 3BL. Pacific, they may have overestimated their abilities in this one, knowing it's a strong map for themselves, knowing what happened in that first map, maybe just playing with too much overconfidence in this situation. But 3BL also, the shots are there. Horus already 5-2 in this matchup. Hunt as well, 3-1. Totson hitting those connections. They're going to put their efforts again early on towards this B bomb site. Horus and Totson taking A lot of nade damage, down to about half HP each. ZYK as well, though, down to about 20.
Yeah, you can see Pacific Macta considering getting in their face outside here once again, but instead they just throw some nades back away. And they're going to hold on to, again, just kind of standard defensive positioning for now. They got Revenge back here in the window. That's going to be a big start-off kill for him. And Hunt immediately with the long-range headshot. Very nicely done to trade that one back. Horus is in there for now. ZYK going to come back here, pick up the sniper, and try to hold this angle for the team.
Yeah, ZYK, he really wants that secondary shot to go through on the It's not going to happen, though. Picks up the AK. The bomb's still sitting here just outside of B, but Penguin, he's going for kind of a lurk over towards A long, but there's just no commitment here. 3BL, they're very nervous in this position to make a move.
Hey, you got to make it eventually. Maybe just trying to burn out the clock just a little bit. Penguin way in the back there. Would assume that his teammates are going to push into B here in just a moment, and maybe he'll try to catch any flankers that are coming in, and they can hold the room and defend from there. Let's see how they do want to go for this. His flash is, I think that was a flash actually from PM on A. As now ZYK is like, huh, where are they? I guess they really didn't rotate at all. And this doesn't look like an A push at all. 20 seconds as they try to push out of the room immediately. MVA still behind the box, and they have not rooted him out. He is going to delay this push immensely. Picks up a couple. Justin is helping out, and now this push has totally been squashed. That is going to be Pacific Macta picking up their first round.
Yeah, great play from MVA here. Buying time for his teammates to rotate. What a hold from this guy. I mean, basically he didn't get any support right in the first 5 seconds because CYK thought for 1 second it might be A execute towards A short. Then right in time, the teammates fortunately rotated towards bomb site B. So first one on the board for Pacific Macta.
Yeah, even then it felt like 3BL. They still had the start of round they were looking for there. They just couldn't find a way to get that execution to go their way. Justin, though, he is in a very forward position in the middle of this map, and if they don't check this, it could be punishing, but Penguin hits the tap. He is ready for it. They are all hitting the shots on the 3BL side in this map, and you know what? Maybe all it took was backs against the wall. They've got to prove everything and make it happen. Maybe a little pressure off here, knowing it could be the end, and they're showing up.
Aldrin not rooted out of this spot. Alucard about to back into this. That's a free kill for him. And this push is about to maybe slow down quite a bit as they do turn around and take him down. And now it's all up to Revenge, who is alone in the middle of the map. Also, Penguin holding this other angle. He's kind of been playing out a little bit wonky and a little bit away from his team. And yeah, he's going to do a little bit of damage here to Revenge, who has a lot on his shoulders to try to pull this one off. Not looking too likely. Will get the kill onto Penguin, but then immediately falls down to Tatsu.
Yeah, it's already a 4-1 game. I'm getting a little bit nervous for Pacific, but it kind of goes back to what I was saying in day one about this team. I feel like they're one of the few teams I would say could beat or lose to any team in this bracket in a given map. So I feel like the inconsistency is starting to show itself a little bit more, and it makes me nervous for their future in this tournament if they can't find a way to claw back here.
Well, Horus kind of going on an adventure straight into the arms of two members, Aldrin and Justin, holding the catwalk, and kind of an unfortunate timing to push into those two, who have been quite solid so far. So now let's see if 3BL can claw around back from down a member, which hasn't really been the way this map has been going so far. They generally have been in the lead.
Yeah, they've had all of the numbers advantages for the most part here. Revenge, though, taken down by Hunt with an arm in hand. Not something you see every day there, but he's making it work for his team, and now they've got a chance to win a numbers down situation against Pacific on port. That wouldn't have happened, but now I'm starting to believe here in this second map of the series. Alucard, he's creeping his way up the catwalk. We can see here it is going to be
A tough one. Justin holding the off angle on the back of the pyramid stack here, just kind of toying with them. But again, the OMS will pay off for the side of 3BL. It is going to be a 3-on-3 situation now, and they have full control over the A bomb site.
Yeah, kind of interesting how they slinked their way into this one. Todson's got a nice play underneath Catwalk, trying to trade that one. And there's another snipe from Alucard. They are holding on to this site. It is 5-1 in favor of 3BL. And these guys finally woke up, like I was saying before. And you can see that Horus, a lot of the first places here for the Team Penguin and Hunt as well. It is all 3BL the entire way across.
Yeah, I mean, Horus and Hunt stepping up has been the real difference that they needed in this map. If these two guys can continue to entry frag like they are, this is a really winnable series for them, considering Penguin, you looked pretty good in the first map. Alucard's been good all day long here, but Revenge, if he can come to life, they might have a chance to hold them off. But look at this, Totson, the double kill entry. Hunt finds another on to Aldrin, and Justin is going to be caught here on long, but he wins the fight against Penguin. But it is still another numbers down situation for Pacific Macta.
This is a very interesting map so far. Pacific Macta have not been able to pull it together at all. And 3BL, just reckless abandon has worked out for them. They have gone for great executes. They're playing as a team. I don't know what got into them, but maybe they eventually realized that they got to do it for Penguin. 6-1. And that's already a healthy amount of rounds to take here on the Blacklist side, but even potential for a couple more.
That's actually the first time that we see Hunt stepping up to the plate, right? So this could be the game changer for 3BL because, like I said, he had a quiet tournament so far, but maybe Black Widow might be the game changer for this squad because they played it for the first time at this event.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't have expected this on this map, but for them so far, it has looked incredible. On the other side for Pacific, not so good. Justin able to find one. At least they get the trades advantage out of this. 4-on-3 now. The Catwalk push pretty much shut down, and now they've got to go back to the drawing board here. It is going to be MVA and Revenge who find another on to Totson in the B box room. A 4-on-2, and now finally a good-looking round on the table for Pacific Macta. Hunt, he's left alone in a 1v4, but I think this is finally a round 3BL's not going to be able to win.
Yeah, kind of interesting to see that finally they have run out of steam. It hasn't necessarily been the storyline for them so far at this tournament. CFS Grand Finals. Hunt with the Alm again. He is 7-2. I mean, things are going well. How long is he going to hold on to playing this weapon with the team? I suppose as long as it continues to work, although this round might throw them for a loop. He's really taking his time, checking every single angle. Looks like he did not see Revenge there.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, there's going to have to be an aggressive play from Hunt to make something happen with that bomb down. He's able to find one onto MVA, but may not be enough. 13 HP left to work with, and now they know exactly where he is. All they've got to do is trade. 30 seconds on the clock. You can see Hunt here trying to reposition to find them through the mid window. He actually spots, I believe, ZYK's shoulder peak there on the left side of B connector, but it's still a pinch he's walking right into. ZYK secures the round, and it's a 6-2 game on our hands here. But Seven, you told us all along how this is Pacific's map. What is going wrong in your eyes for them to lead to this point?
I mean, they tried both approaches, where they played aggressive, didn't work out. They also played passive, didn't work out. I just feel like Hunt is hitting the shots, as well as Alucard, as well as Horus stepping up to the plate. And yeah, this round could be a neck breaker, right? Because if they get a 7-2 scoreline, it might be just enough to close out this map. I mean, after 2-7 lead, it's really tough, you know, to start a comeback. Even though it's Blacklist sided, I feel like if they win this round 3BL, they might take Black Widow. We're gonna see compound.
Justin there, though. That's a good start. He's looking for more. He's gonna find it. Gets the double kill. Revenge there for the third and the bomb. And there you have it. Pacific starting to come to life as they pull on to the 4-on-1.
Yeah, not sure. I mean, maybe they just weren't expecting this level of play from 3BL, and they got caught off guard. They took a timeout after the 3rd round, and that didn't really help. But they finally were able to piece together a couple of rounds here right at the end. It was 6-1. Now it's 6-3. Maybe a little bit of momentum going over the side of Pacific. As you see, still the majority of these stats are in favor of actually Totson. Out of all of the players that have been putting it up, MVA is the one guy up there for the side of Pacific Macta. As now, Alucard going to get it started here. Out of the B box room, gets a snipe off. And yeah, that's a good way to try to stem the tide here early after a couple of rounds to go the way of PM.
Again, the entries for 3BL just on point in this matchup. Everybody hitting the shots when they need to. They've got themselves a 5-on-3. ZYK, Justin, Aldrin trying to pick up the pieces. They still have control over the bomb, but they've done a good job of reading into this map setup. And we talked a little bit about this before the map as well, that they have this tendency to play the 3-1-1 on the side of Pacific. And 3BL, because they're hitting these shots, they're not afraid to aggressively peek into that setup.
I think Macta is also quite surprised by the aggressive approach from 3BL here. The Penguin was pushing up towards long A, which is quite unusual.
Yeah, it does feel very strange for this team. Aldrin trying to pressure in here as well. Alucard's still holding that angle. Not going to take anyone down, but this push has been stifled for now. Grenade not going to be there, but Penguin from behind going to pick him off. And now it's all up to Justin. And he's being surrounded. There's multiple members in front of him. He's got Penguin behind. He's just going to be shot from the side as Horus comes in as well. 3BL, they pick up their first GR side round. The first one of the half. And yeah, definitely a pretty good look for them, even from the opposite side.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like at this point they might just have what it takes to close it out. Pacific, they don't have any answers in these start of round plays. It is going to be this time around Aldrin and Revenge getting the best of it. Aldrin, big double kill here to hold on to it for Pacific. Now Totson is left alone. 1 versus 4. Able to spot the first player, takes down Revenge, but the trade is right there. Aldrin picking up 3 on the round, and Pacific finally getting a confident round to go their way, but they still have a lot of work to be done to tie this one up.
Actually, so many times that 3BL had a good start into this matchup, right? Like many times they were leading like 5-2, 6-3. So I see the potential that we're gonna see in overtime once again, like we saw before when 3BL was facing, was it Carahouse right on port?
Yeah.
So I feel like we're gonna see one more overtime today.
Wouldn't surprise me too much to see it go that way. I feel like 3BL, they might be able to squeeze by up to 9 here, but getting that 10th on the board against Pacific is going to be a little bit harder in this situation. Just knowing Pacific, this is kind of their fight to guarantee a number 2 spot, and they're starting to let that one slip just a little bit. And this is their map pick after all here. And they won the first map, 10-4, but this time around, a completely different story. Aldrin trades on to Penguin as Revenge goes down, so a good little 1-for-1 here, but Pacific not really fully committing to this fight. They don't want to go into it just yet, but Hunt, he still has the angle here to take the challenge. There's 3 players ready to peek onto this position, but there is some hesitation here. I'm not sure what they're trying to do here on this box, but it doesn't seem to be working quite well enough just yet, but now they've got what they were looking for here for the jump peek, and it's going to be Hunt who finds the first. Hunt, what is that second shot? He gets the triple kill. Insane shots being hit there from Hunt, and now MVA is just left alone in this one. But Hunt, where was this guy all along? He has come to life in map number 2.
Insane free pace from this guy. I felt like for 1 second he was blind, right? He still got this flick shot onto CYK and also on Aldrin.
I mean, he had the ability the entire time. We know what he's capable of, but we unfortunately were not able to see it for quite a while. But he is coming out here now. Penguin getting a lot of support from his team as well. They will hold strong on A long this time. unlike a couple of the other rounds. But yeah, a couple of arm shots here from the side of Penguin. Now they're trying to push in here. The flash is actually perfect. And they do kind of get caught out here, do 3BL. And so Pacific Macta trying to force it in through A long. It kind of works out for them by the end of it, although ZYK is getting pretty aggressive, trying to catch any stragglers out here while you see Revenge on the minimap all the way into B, and is alone there for now.
Not every day, though, you see a 2-on-2 with 3 arms on the table. Penguin going to be trying to snipe his way to the win in this one. Revenge sneaking around in mid. The timing, though, could be everything. I think Penguin might have had a chance to spot him there, but actually they walk right past each other onto the opposite sites, and this is actually going to create kind of a false sense of security now for ZYK, who's moving in with the bomb. It's all going to come down to Penguin in this position, but he doesn't hit the shot. ZYK takes him down. Alucard now left in the 1v2. He's had a lot of clutches on the day so far, but now more than ever would be a huge one.
Yeah, it's going to be all up to him, but this is, this is Alucard Central. He's going to hit that first one. ZYK looks like he's pretty forward, wants to challenge the sniper. Nice timing on the swing right when Alucard moves into the room and is looking out the windows. And ZYK will just barely hold on to that one for Pacific Macta, giving them still a chance, even after this round started off pretty favorably for 3BL with a couple of snipes from Penguin.
Yeah, I feel bad for Penguin. I mean, it's pretty rare to see this guy picking up the arm and even getting 2 kills. But yeah, Macta still managed to turn this round to their favor.
Yeah, I mean, a really solid round for Pacific, but they need it at this point. There's really no room for error if they want to take this series 2-0. And ultimately, even if they give a map up here, it could potentially impact their seeding in that number 2 slot going into the next stage of this tournament. So if they could find a way to pull the 2-0, it would definitely be a big benefit for them to do so. But 3BL, this is kind of their last hope in the tournament, and so far they are showing us they still have that fight left in to maybe make it in for that wild card spot. And what a story that would be if they could somehow push themselves all the way there, but it has to start in securing these final 2 rounds.
Yeah, definitely not an easy task. Aldrin is kind of in a sketchy spot here. I mean, Alucard has been checking this angle for quite a while. They're going to throw a smoke in and a flash over the top, trying to challenge the sniper on the side of 3BL as Alucard just has to back away. The entry works out. They get Alucard on the backside as well. And Pacific Macta throwing in an interesting strategy mid and B. And the pause is going to come out here from 3BL. They want to hold on to this lead, but this round looks very heavily in favor of Pacific Macta, although Aldrin was kind of in no man's land. Does get sniped out there by Hunt, who does attack him. ZYK going to get the drop here on Horus as well. And it's kind of up to Penguin and Hunt, the brothers, to try to take this back.
It's going to be Hunt already going down. Justin gets the double kill. And Pacific seem like they're right back in this one now. The BL side looking a lot stronger for them than what we saw in the first half. 3BL, this is their chance, though, to hold on to the lead. They've played so well up until this point, but this is where that high-stakes pressure can really give a team like Pacific the advantage right back. They're way more comfortable in this type of situation in a match because they have that experience on this roster. Someone like Hunt is coming in fresh and brand new to this type of situation, and it's not easy when you have 8, as we've seen, to get those last 2 rounds on the board because there's so much pressure when you feel like you're right in front of that finish line.
Yeah, it feels like it's a classic 3BL match. Usually 3BL is always good beginning of matches, but when it comes to the rounds at the end, when it matters the most, they're always having a hard time closing out maps, I feel like, also in online tournaments. So let's see how it goes. I have the feeling we're gonna see an overtime, pretty sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely likely at this point. I feel like Pacific, they're playing a much stronger game in the second half. 3BL, though, I would say they're still hitting some really strong shots here across the board. If they can keep that up, there's still a chance they could scrape by and find these last couple of rounds. But I feel like strategically, they also don't have the same game plan on this side of the map as well.
Well, 10 seconds left in this timeout. I hope that it was enough for 3BL to get back on the horse, because Pacific Macta finally taking them a while to get into this map, it feels like, but they have got there. You see that Justin taking over that multi-kill first place for the team as it slowly tips back towards Pacific Macta. And yeah, let's see what the strategy is now from 3BL after the timeout. There was a lot of action on A-Long for like 2-3 rounds there, but now it just looks like Pacific Macta want to totally ignore it and hand that one over to 3BL and look for other options. Worked out great in the last round.
Yeah, I mean, I don't blame them for continuing to move their efforts to other parts of the map. I feel like Pacific, they've got a really strong B execute. It wouldn't surprise me to see that come out a few more times here. You can see they're already going for that kind of classic setup, the 3 players taking control of B long early on. This time, though, they've got Aldrin a little bit more forward towards the mid double doors, but they have to be careful. Alucard in this position is going to continue to be a threat.
Aldrin, yeah. Still playing with that fire. And just playing right at the doors. Not a lot of information, I feel, gathered by just hanging out there, but it does look like in that case, they might once again go for a bit of a push if he does stick around. But actually, Bomb now going up towards Catwalk as the rest of the team actually going to maybe push into A-Long. It looks like an A hit, inevitably, from this kind of angle as 56 seconds, and they got to go for it.
Yeah, it's really to come down to what ZYK does in this kind of lurk position on long. If he can keep these players from crossing back onto the bomb side, it could be a lot of value. Revenge gets the opening kill onto Alucard as well. That's a completely open bomb site for them to work with. Totson, he's now rotating underneath the Catwalk, but Aldrin, he's in a great position to catch him off guard, takes him down. Penguin at least secures the trade here, but now it's up to these 2 players on long. They've got to find an opening soon. You can see Horus and Hunt, they're trying to use that utility to get back in, but look at Penguin from down low. What a headshot onto Revenge, and now that potential is on the table to pull off this retake.
This could be their moment. This could be where 3BL take over the map as, okay, Justin is holding on to the back behind the truck. ZYK's got this angle as well, and Justin, he's still alive. He's still hanging on as he's being chased with a pistol. And Horus, does he have enough time? No, he started it a little bit late. And even so, it is going to explode. Pacific Macta holding on for dear life. Justin just running away, trying to buy as much time as possible, and it works out.
This is where it gets crazy close. I mean, these rounds are truly anyone's for the taking at this point, but Pacific getting a lot of them now back to back puts that extra pressure onto 3BL to get it done themselves. Otherwise, it could be a tie already, and if Pacific gets 8 before 3BL gets 9, they could still win this one after all, even in regulations. So 3BL, it'd be a shame to see all the work they've done on this map kind of go to waste in the last moments just because they can't solidify those last 2 rounds. But I do like the adjustments we're seeing from Pacific as well. I feel like they're doing a really good job of figuring out where these players are playing solo and immediately just bursting aggression onto those positions.
Let's see if Pacific Macta can continue with this momentum that they have behind them. That last one was a real challenge. Totson in the back. That's a big kill for him. We'll trade at least one. Allows now Alucard to try to poke out. Is not going to hit the shot, though. Still making it 4-on-4, and Justin, big trade onto Alucard. Not much of a trade, actually. Just 1 for 0. Picks him off as he's trying to get out. And now the pressure onto B is going to be coming in. Even one guy, Aldrin, going to be hanging out at the doors, trying to catch any stragglers that are looking to rotate. And keep an eye on him as Hunt trying to enter here. Penguin is going to spot him in the middle of the map, but this C4 will be planted.
Yeah, 3BL, they still have 2 players on the A bomb site, so this rotation is going to be pretty slow. And they still have to deal with Aldrin in the middle of this map, who's just going to wrap around and wait to play spoiler on that B connector rotation. So now they have to go in through the doors as a team very quickly here. Horus, though, gets onto site with Penguin, who gets the first. Hunt finds the second. They take it down to the 2-on-2. Revenge misses the shot, but still gets the follow-up. But Horus, he's already on the bomb. But it doesn't matter, just in time. Again, Pacific, it is down to a matter of seconds. But they're making it happen for themselves, and it's already back to a tie.
And that's what I meant before. FreeBL always having a hard time closing out these maps. And especially on the GRC, they look much weaker. And it feels like, you know, they have something to lose now. That's why also they changed the approach, playing more passive, which could be a crucial mistake.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest part. And they're trying to come out here and get aggressive once again. We'll see if this works out for them. It is pretty close, still 4-on-4. Totson still out there with his buddy Horus on the left. You see Justin trying to find the right angle, and he gets up there right at the exact right time. Horus will trade one, but MVA underneath. He's not going to expect that push. And now 3v2 with the bomb over here. Alucard is trying to hold on to that B box push. And they may just not go for it yet. It's still a little early for both of these two teams to get this bomb planted. So they're going to take their time and maybe look for a rotation.
Even though it is a numbers down situation, they do have Alucard and Penguin here to work with, which is probably who you'd want in this 2-on-3 if you're 3BL. ZYK also going to go down in the middle of the map here, but Penguin is not ready for the drop down from Aldrin on the trade. Now Alucard looking for another 1v2. Can he do it? Gets the first on to Aldrin, takes it down to the 1-on-1. MVA only around 30 HP remaining as well. If Alucard can maybe find an M4 or an AK to pick up, it could make it a little bit easier on him for this potential retake. You can see MVA now working his way to plant this bomb on the B bomb site. Alucard, though, has a lot of ground to cover once this bomb gets planted. He's pretty far away, but he does have full utility to work with.
I think for some reason Alucard does not know that MVA is low HP, otherwise he would just stick to the cold. Okay, what he's doing now at least. Switching up to the AK rifle. Good decision.
Yeah, definitely a good call here. MVA just playing underneath the window, trying to stall down this clock. He's already taken half off of it. Alucard, he's got to move a little bit quicker than that, but MVA, he snuck into the other side of the B window, and that could be everything in this round. He's just going to have to go for it. I don't even think there's enough time at this point. Time is up. Oh, what a way to go down. Time has not been on the side of 3BL. Has Pacific find a 9th.
Yeah, Alucard known for being incredibly clutch, but almost checking way too many angles. Very nice hiding spot, I suppose, from the side of MVA, but Alucard didn't exactly do enough to force him out of the hole that he was in. So at the end of the day, he just sits and waits for the defuse, but the defuse never comes in, so it's just a free win for MVA. Low on health, and now potentially the last round. As Horus, he's going to keep them in this one. Need to tie it up to force overtime. Is it going to be enough to get them across the line? For now, it's 4v4. And it's anybody's game from here still.
Yeah, I feel like now the momentum is just in the hands of Pacific. I mean, they've won 5 rounds already back-to-back to get to this point. You would have thought if 3BL was going to close it out, it would have happened by now. This is kind of just their last stand here, and you can see they are going to take a risk in this position. 3 players pushing up A long, only that solo hold of Alucard towards the B bomb site. They don't have a whole lot of information coming out of this play just yet. It's going to be a full execution coming up towards this B bomb site from Pacific. There's really no defense to make this one happen for 3BL, so the gamble might not necessarily pay off if Pacific goes this direction.
How we do see this push coming in. Penguin and Horus trying to catch someone out, but Penguin spotted. Horus incredibly low. I mean, that's like 3 HP at this point in time, so 4v4, but you're looking for a pick in mid. It doesn't quite work out. They're very spread out as well. A couple of guys over towards the B side trying to defend, but as we know, bit of a slow push coming in through Catwalk. Pacific Macta not scared to use the entirety of this time limit. Horus and Totson here, and a big rotation coming in as well. Just barely could be on time. Let's see the defense. Horus is going to trade one as Alucard gets one, but he's taken out before he can get in the window, and it's only Totson who is going to tap onto the one head, but he is so low and he's got to take out both of these guys.
He spots ZYK though behind the pillar. ZYK down to half, but Totson 12 HP and a dream. The map on the line. Pacific, they're gonna do it though. 6 rounds back to back to win it in regulation. 10-8. Congratulations to Pacific. They'll take the 2-0. Well, it looked like for a moment we might see a map 3 out of this series, but those last 6 rounds were all Pacific Macta just doing what they do best on this map and closing it out with a big 2-0 victory. But unfortunately, that means for our first team, it is the end of the road here. 3BL, the first team to go out of CFS 2023. But I've got to say, if you're going to go down, at least they went down swinging here.
Yeah, it's rough. It's clear that 3BL have the talent within the roster. These guys are great at what they do. It's kind of rough that, you know, at the beginning of the map, it's reckless abandon. They're having fun. They know there's no pressure. They start to win. They start to get close, and immediately the pressure is back on, and it just looks like a different team. Pacific Macta's playing well once again. And then, yeah, as you mentioned, 6 rounds in a row, it's really rough that they couldn't even just get one to force the overtime. It's obvious that the pressure kind of got to them, and that Pacific Macta were playing great towards the end, but shout out to 3BL for at least putting up a decent fight for the majority of the map.
A huge congrats to Pacific Macta for reaching the top 8. And I felt like, yeah, they were showing a great mentality, right? Coming back after 3BL was leading 8-4. And yeah, I feel kind of sad for Penguin, right? Last match, and he was actually showing up, right? Even with Cyberrev getting this 2-piece long A. But in the end, it was just not enough. Firepower-wise, team play-wise, Macta had the upper hand, so well-deserved win for the Filipinos.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really great comeback from them, but at the same time, it definitely makes you wonder now what their future is going to look like. I know you kind of hyped this up as this is their map, and it looked like for the majority of this map, it really wasn't. So, you know, kind of reflecting on this, what do you think maybe went wrong at the start of this map for Pacific that made it so hard for them to make it happen?
I felt like they were kind of surprised by this lose style from 3BL. You can tell, you know, 3BL had nothing to lose anymore. And this was probably the main issue for Macta. I still feel like they are one of the strongest teams in Black Widow. Let's have a look at the scores first. The MVP is Justin. And yeah, I was kind of jinxing it before the matchup, right? I was saying like Justin has to step up a little bit more. I mean, I was playing against him in Manila one-on-one match, and I felt like this was one of the toughest opponents I've ever faced on ship. So yeah, like this guy was stepping up today. I think on both maps he was my MVP. Yeah, they reached second place here in the group. As you can see, Baisha first place still.
There is a chance for Pacific Macta to get first if Kara House 2-0 Baisha end in a very dominant scoreline. Don't think that's going to happen.
No.
Also, it would have to be like 10-0, 10-1, something like that.
Yeah, that's won't happen.
So pretty much Baisha's first in this group. This is kind of the way we thought this group was going to pan out as well. You know, Baisha in first, reigning champions, Pacific Macta coming in. The one thing we weren't 100% sure about was Kara House going to be second, or was it going to be Pacific Macta? But at this point in time, looks like Pacific are pretty much in to that second place.
Yeah, I mean, now at this point, it's just going to be a matter of who they might get matched up against in that knockout match, because their next match is going to be a best of 5, and that's when things are really going to heat up in this event for them. And depending on who they get there, it could be their hardest opponent yet, depending on how these number 2 seeds kind of sync up, because one of these number 2 seeds is going to have to tackle a number 1 seed in the first round knockout stage, which is not a place you want to be in.
Yeah, I feel like we're going to see Karos knockout in the wildcard stage, then probably also ranking, and then either LCK or Kogana. So we might even see the 2 Vietnamese teams claiming the last slots for the playoffs, I feel like.
It's definitely possible, though it would be a shame with 4 West League teams if all 4 were the first 4 teams to go out of this tournament. But when you look at who they're up against, it's not necessarily an outlandish prediction to make.
I mean, unfortunately, GV's not here. I think my team would have done better. So yeah, but maybe next year again.
Yeah, there's always next year for almost everyone, although shout out to Penguin. Was nice to have the honor to cast his last match, considering that he actually does follow through and retire from here on out. I remember he was one of the first players that I actually cast as a new Crossfire caster, and he's been here the whole time that I have, so yeah, just an honor to have him have a good performance as well in his last series, and good career the entire way.
Yeah, I definitely wish the best to all those guys and the new journeys they're going to have moving into the new year. But now it's up to the rest of this group and honestly the rest of these teams fighting today to see who's going to make it through, because we still have quite a few exciting matches on the way. I feel like today is kind of a lot of those decider games that are going to determine how this group stage actually plays out. I know from my side, I'm most excited to actually see the VINCIT versus XROCK game. I feel like that has some really strong implications, and I feel like out of the Chinese teams, XROCK seems the most likely to maybe give up a series in this group stage.
Yeah, I feel like it's a similar constellation to last year when Q9 was facing Imperial in the group stage and also Imperial had the upper hand. So this match is really a 50-50 match because XROCK didn't look too strong, right, in the opening match. And when it comes to AG versus Imperial, I still feel like AG might take this one. I think the win rate, I give them like 80% probably against Imperial, because Imperial, they just don't look that strong anymore, I feel like. And yeah, I even think that Macta looks stronger than Imperial this year at CFS.
Yeah, I don't think that's an outlandish prediction to make, especially the one that AG should be quite favored just in general. Even if Imperial were playing at like tippy-top shape right now, I think AG would still be favored. So going to be an interesting one. We'll see if Imperial does surprise us. But yeah, XROCK versus VINCIT. Maybe we will finally get another 2-1 in the group stage. Might happen. Is this the one? We thought maybe the first series of the day would be the one, but Anubis kind of flopped a little bit. And then this one, you know, a little bit less so. And yeah, XROCK versus VINCIT. I'm definitely looking forward to this one because I think it should be the closest match we'll have today.
Yeah, I would say so. I feel like it's definitely going to be a 3-map series. I think VINCIT's actually probably going to win that one. I feel like they've looked like strategically one of the stronger teams we've seen so far. They're not very scrappy at all, and they're really good at adapting when it comes to their in-game leadership as well as a team. So I feel like they are going to give XROCK a really hard time, because I feel like in XROCK's first match, they had a lot of trouble closing it out. They had 2 maps where they were up 8-4 and barely won the both of them. So I feel like moving forward, XROCK is going to be one of those teams that could fall potentially into a number 2 spot. And for me, that would actually make the playoffs, I think, a lot more interesting as well, because then you have that potential of 2 Chinese teams meeting in the knockout best of 5s and potentially one of them not even making that top 4 double elimination bracket.
Yeah, that's going to be wild if that actually does happen, especially if there's a big upset in one of those matchups as well, just because, as you mentioned, like 2 Chinese teams might know each other a little bit on a deeper level, and who knows what can happen. I think in a best of 5, though, it should be best of 5s there as well, right? So best team should make it through, unless something crazy does happen. So yeah, just looking forward to that stage. We're almost here at the end of the group stage, and the groups are kind of settling themselves out. We're almost there, and definitely going to be fun to find out who does make it through.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's going to be a tough battle for some of those last spots. I think the most interesting battle we have left for a wildcard spot is going to be that LCK versus Congarna match. And in my mind, that's the only one where I'm really unsure of what's going to happen at this point, just because I feel like both of these teams have played pretty equally in their matchups so far. I mean, you had LCK taking that map off of All Gamers, but then you also have Congarna, who takes a map off of Imperial.
Yeah, that's really going to be a 50-50 match. I'm pretty sure we're going to see Subbase, the best map from LCK, and also maybe Port might be the best map for Congarna. The problem is we have LCK with like 5 players who have the abilities to step up to the plate, right? And we have Congarna maybe only with like Famous and Kais, who had a good tournament so far. So I think most likely we're going to see LCK taking the last wildcard slot. But yeah, I'm also supporting my boy Famous, so I think if he's having a massive performance once again, I mean, who knows, this could be his last time playing CFS. It would be a shame if he doesn't make it to top 8, because I think he's just such a great player, you know, and I just love watching him playing this game.
How would you compare him to Dezane? I feel like Dezane's had a really strong performance on his end as well, and I'm interested to see how they meet, but would you favor one of them strongly over another in that head-to-head?
I feel like even in the last 10 years, there's no player who's at the level of Famous. Maybe it's FaZe from like his good old days, but Famous is the best of all time in Crossfire, with no doubt.
Well, we'll see how it all plays out, but now we're going to throw it to the post-match interview with Pacific Macta to hear their thoughts.
Congratulations, Pacific Macta, Justin, the MVP. Well done, Justin. Now that your last match of the group is over, you've got a 2-1 record, so you'll be into the next last 8 teams. How do you feel about that?
I feel very excited, and I feel so happy because this is my first time to play in Crossfire Stars Grand Finals.
And the first map there was Port. That was 3BL's pick, and you dominated against them. How did you outplay 3BL on Port?
We just stick to our game plan and we communicate very well to dominate them.
You did dominate them. On Black Widow, a lot closer. You started off behind, and then it was very close throughout. What were the team saying? How did the team change? How did you win it?
We just trust each other, and we always say that we can do it, so
yeah. You have a lot of belief in yourselves, don't you?
Yes.
Yes. Just for fun, XROCK Esports Club against VINCIT Gaming coming up next. Who do you think is going to win that, Justin?
I think VINCIT Gaming.
VINCIT Gaming, okay. And you're obviously here with the PH Masters. I know there are so many fans in the Filipino community. Fans of you, fans of Pacific Macta, fans of Crossfire. What would you like to say to all the Filipino fans who are supporting you?
Thank you for supporting us, especially Ma'am Banshan, and to my mother, Jenny Perez. Please keep supporting us. We will do our best here in CFS Grand Finals.
You're doing great, Justin. You and the team. We will see more of them as well. Pacific Macta into our final 8. Congratulations, Justin, and all of you. Don't go anywhere. We got some big games to go. We're only halfway through day 4.
Hello and welcome back to CFS 2023 Grand Finals here in Chengdu, China. We are in the midst of Group Stage Day 4, I believe. We have gotten through a couple of the matches today, and now we're moving on to XROCK versus VINCIT Gaming. This one should be a close match. I'm Valdez, with me is ZZXQ and Elfish Guy once again. Before we go any farther, I do want to do a shout out to our sponsors, Open Mind Alienware. Alienware is supporting CFS 2023 Grand Finals with all their great devices, the monitors, and all that good stuff. Thank you so much, Alienware.
Yeah, indeed. And a big shout out as well to Morphling for their generous support as the official gaming chair of the CFS 2023 Grand Finals. Whether you're in the midst of an intense competition such as this, or enjoying a prolonged gaming session such as this, Morphling has you covered. Morphling, reach your throne. And right now, I'm feeling pretty Morphling. What about you guys?
Yeah, how Morphling are you feeling, Kyle?
Well, we'll see how this next match goes before I decide, but you know what? We're going to feel it in comfort at least.
Yeah, very comfortable here, and this is not going to be an easy match, I think, for either of these teams. Both teams, they want to hit potentially first place in the group, and it's a group that's up for the taking, probably between these two teams. So definitely, this is the match, the big one that matters a lot. XROCK, the third seed from China, currently in second place, but had a pretty good performance in the first match that they had against ranking Esports, but it wasn't the cleanest one. You could tell they are a strong team, but perhaps looking to clean up their play a little bit today.
Yeah, my view is that this is the battle for first in this group, and I also think that it's actually the first proper test for both of these teams. VINCIT has played against Ranking and Anubis so far. They got the 2-0s there, and to be fair, they were kind of pushed in both of those games to an extent. Certainly the game against Ranking, that 10-8 win on Compound, caused them to, you know, have to kind of put in a bit of work. And for XROCK, yesterday or a couple of days ago, against Ranking, they did get the 2-0 there, but also took a little bit of work to get that one over the line. Though I think they did look a little bit cleaner until, you know, they started falling off the wagon at the back end of both of those maps. In saying that, I just think in terms of the peak of both of these two teams, maybe we've seen a little bit more from XROCK. I thought Jia in particular, we saw his stats just a little bit earlier, really looked quite impressive for me. Now, obviously, these teams have not played against each other before. It's the first time for them at CFS. But yeah, I think I'm leaning a little bit towards XROCK. The only concern I kind of have is whether or not they have that ability to close these games out.
Yeah, I feel like on my end, I actually kind of feel the opposite. I think VINCIT's probably the more favored team in my eyes going into this matchup, just because they have the experience on a stage like this. They've shown pretty consistent performance throughout, and they didn't look quite as shaky in closing out the maps that they have so far in this event. And for me, that speaks a lot, because when you get under that high stakes pressure, like a first place for your group matchup, you've got to be able to perform, and they struggled quite a bit. And as we look at the predictions here, it seems like me and Valdez are the only VINCIT believers.
Yeah, and I understand the XROCK votes as well. I think that you could say they won their first match. They looked pretty dominant. It was a 2-0. It wasn't the cleanest, but they are a strong team, and they're from China, most importantly. VINCIT Gaming, I think that they have shown enough to make us believe, though. Everybody is really solid, and they have a lot of firepower within their lineup as well. Like, Eagles has, over the last couple of years, really stepped up to a high level, and even the addition of Kaney, who was our key player, as you guys saw in the graphic. These guys are quite strong, and I think that VINCIT coming in here, they're one of the teams that at first were unsure about them, but they showed already that they are to be depended on their first couple of matches. So obviously, as you mentioned before, Elfish Guy, this is kind of their first test, their first big test up against XROCK, and I would say that's why a lot of people are going for XROCK, because they just assume that they should be better once VINCIT Gaming has to go up against a really strong opponent.
Yeah, 100%. One of the things I do like about VINCIT, though, is that they do seem to be the kind of team that gets it done by committee. They're not really relying on one player to step up in any given map. I mean, if we look at the MVPs from all of their games, it was Borson, Eagles, Kaney, and GDSC, all picking up one each of the 4 maps that they've played at this event so far, and obviously Danimal to round the roster out. It always kind of feels like he's floating around and having impact as well. I mean, he had one slow map to start the event off, but aside from that, he's been kind of up there as well in terms of the fragging department, which I don't really think you get necessarily quite as much from XROCK. at least from what we've seen in them this tournament, right? Gia, like I said, seemed to be the standout for me. If he's having a good day with the sniper, it's going to be tough to beat. Chao got an MVP in there as well, though I don't feel that he really had as much to say for himself as what Gia did over the course of that series. So I'm still kind of looking for XROCK to kind of dig deep and sort of pick the pace up a little bit here. And I think no better opportunity really than against what should be considered the other best team in their group.
Yeah, I feel like for me, the reason I went with Vincent in this one is just thinking back to what happened in Vietnam, where you had Vasco have a dominant performance against Chinese teams, and Vasco's not here. Why? Vincent Gaming showed up in their regionals and played so well, which leads me to believe this could be an even better team than what we saw out of Vasco, and that was the third place team in Vietnam. So I feel like there's a lot of potential for this team, but it's definitely, as you mentioned, a good test for them because they haven't really had any struggles that we've seen so far compared to their counterparts in Imperial that have given up a map. These guys haven't.
Yeah, I think it's a good shout. You know, I think there is a ton of potential within this team, and it's easy to kind of say, okay, well, maybe they just kind of got lucky in the regional finals, and they're a strong team, but they're not as good as China as a region, and Imperial's the best, of course, and even Imperial, we're not so sure against the Chinese teams, so just to kind of like essentially take a lot away from them, but I think this is a good opportunity now. Like, we're going to find out today. Maybe XROCK gets the 2-0 and we're like, okay, well, you know, all of these things that people are saying, they make sense and they are true. Or maybe Vincent shows up in a big way and we're like, is Vincent the best team from Brazil? Are they better than everybody expected? I guess that's what you and I are kind of going off on and potentially expecting in this best of 3. I do like that we do have a best of 3 format for this kind of matchup because it just kind of feels like it could go either way, right? This might end up a 2-1 for either side. If it is a 2-0, I would be a little bit surprised, unless it's VG, of course.
Yeah.
A little biased there with my Pred.
I don't know. I mean, I guess I think that's fair as well. Like, I do think Vincent have looked really good here. This was one of the more difficult predictions for me as well from the group stage thus far. It really feels like we don't quite have enough information yet on XROCK in this format of competition. Sure, they play CFPL, they're a Chinese team, they're top 3 in that region. That brings with itself some kind of prestige, but there's different kind of a format and different kind of weapons in CFPL coming through to CFS. It's a little bit of a change up that you do have to kind of adapt to, and I was theorizing maybe for XROCK, they have had the ability to do that prior to the event, not only because presumably they would have been able to scrim against teams like All Gamers and Baisha in the lead-up, but also they were actually the last team to have a game in the group stage, so they kind of afforded themselves an extra couple of days worth of scrim time against all of the other teams, while all the other teams were here in China as well. So I think they've probably been able to ease their way into this group stage, but we've only really seen one official from them. So you can only really take information from that matchup, and that one official, it definitely wasn't like a decisive victory. It certainly wasn't the same as what we might expect from an All Gamers or a Baisha. And granted, maybe they underperformed in that. Maybe we don't really know, because again, we haven't seen them play another game. Perhaps they even overperformed in that one. Hard to say. But this is going to be a good one to give us a bit of a barometer, because we've seen now a lot from Vincit. As we've said, you know, we've seen them at other events as well. So we kind of have a pretty good idea of what Vincit's level is like. And if we, you know, see XROCK beat ranking and then either beat Vincit or lose to Vincit, that gives us like a couple of things to kind of look at and say, okay, well, this happened, these players played well or didn't play well, and we can have a bit more of an informed opinion probably going into those elimination stages here at CFS 2023 Grand Final. But for now, it's just, yeah, like one game to go off, so what can you really say off of the back of that, apart from, well, it's maybe like this, but we can't 100% say for sure.
Yeah, I feel like when we look at this series, I would personally love to see Mexico come out between these two teams. I feel like Vincent Gaming could have a really good time if they picked that map here, whereas XROCK, I feel like even on their pick previously, they did look a little bit shakier, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, absolutely. This is going to tell us a lot about how this group is going to shape up. I cannot wait for this best of 3, but first, let's go ahead and introduce our 2 teams on the stage right now.
In the 10 years of CFS, Brazil versus China is always a fantastic battle. So let's have one now. Loud and proud, representing Brazil, welcome VINCIT Gaming. Borisin, Eagles, Danimals, GDSZ, and KD, they are VINCIT Gaming! Here come their Chinese opponents. It's XROCK Esports Club. Yang, Chao, Jie, Sunny, and Lee. They are XROCK Esports Club. Brazil versus China, the third match, and the teams are ready to compete to conquer.
Shout out to our two teams who are playing in this one, XROCK and VINCIT Gaming, and of course to Matt Andrews, our wonderful host, letting everybody know that we are competing to conquer here, not just for the prize money. So a lot on the line, obviously, trying to make sure that they get first in the group. Definitely up for grabs, would assume, between these two teams, although nothing is set in stone after this one. I think this is going to be a fun one. We must go to 3 maps.
I can't
this has
believe
to be
it.
the 3 mapper.
By the way, you just missed out on the opportunity to say nothing is set in rock because of XROCK. But anyway, that's fine.
Rock and stone.
Don't worry
It's
about
close
it.
enough.
3 maps though? Yeah, I could see it. I could definitely see it. You know, like I'm prepared to say this one can go to 3 maps. I think for the first couple, I would have been leaning maybe towards a 2-0. Even for All Gamers Imperial, as close as I think that might be, a lot of that really hinges on whether or not All Gamers is going to underperform and whether or not Imperial is going to overperform if we're going to go to 3 maps. But here, like I've said, we've already sort of highlighted the fact that we don't have a huge amount of data on XROCK, and what we do have is that, you know, maybe they're not quite at 100%, or at least they are having trouble closing maps out. And I do think VINCIT definitely is a better looking team in my mind than what Ranking is. If Ranking can push XROCK, I definitely think VINCIT can, definitely take a map off of them, potentially even beat them. Like, I don't even think, I'm actually surprised you were the only two to predict VINCIT to pick up the dub here, to be quite honest with you. Like,
I'm not. I mean, the whole Chinese side is going to go for XROCK.
I get that.
Kind
I
of
get
makes
that,
sense, but out of us, maybe.
It just seemed like very one-sided for a matchup, which I'm not sure it deserved to have such a one-sided prediction graphic. You know, this feels to me like it's like maybe a 55-45. Like, I'm leaning only that much towards VINCIT. It's not only that much towards XROCK, I should say. It's not that one-sided that it should be like, I don't know how many people we have on that graphic, but there's probably like, what, 10 or 11 people on that graphic, and only 2 of you guys choosing VINCIT. I think there's definitely still more to say for VINCIT than what has kind of been alluded to by that graphic.
Yeah, and I think the history of this VINCIT team is why I went with them. When you look at who's won CFS before, it's players on VINCIT.
Yep.
XROCK hasn't even been here before.
Sure.
They have the storied history to do it again. VINCIT, as an organization, has won a CFS before, so they have a lot of strong players that they've built in this lineup. Obviously, a lot of newer faces compared to the roster that did win CFS back in 2019, but they still have the likes of Danimal and GDSC, those veterans, bringing these new players to the forefront and really showing a lot so far, I would say.
Yeah, and I think it's important to, for a team that people didn't even potentially expect to get out of their region, they made it all the way here. They continue to win. They continue to look better and better, and I like to show a lot of respect towards that and actually appreciate the fact that they're, you got to get ahead of it. You don't want to be that guy that's like, oh yeah, I guess they were actually good, as they're like in the round of 4 and they're up 2-1 against like a great team or something like that. I think they have done enough already to say like, hey, they deserve to be here. They deserve to be lauded as a big contender. And it isn't just about Imperial. I do think this team has a lot of potential to even potentially overcome Imperial. I know that Imperial, their lineup, their roster has it was kind of like the super team from Brazil, a lot of big names that people really respect. They have Goken on there, who obviously does a lot of carrying. But this team is just a unit, you know? They're a unit of 5 players. They are the fist rather than the 5 fingers of other teams.
Well, I mean, what I will say for Vincent is they haven't actually lost a map yet. So that's obviously a pretty positive sign. And we are at the World Championship, basically. Like, this is the top tournament in the world for Crossfire. So if they can manage to go through 3 days of competition without losing a map at an event like this, they're doing something right. And, you know, I guess we're still sort of questioning whether or not they're going to be able to really challenge towards the top echelon with these Chinese squads. And this will be the best one to kind of topple, right? Because you want to go through, inevitably at some point, you're going to have to probably play against an All Gamers or a Baisha. And certainly if you're going to win this event, there's a pretty good chance it's going to be at least one of those 2 teams in the grand final, if not maybe meeting the other one on the way there in the upper bracket or in the lower bracket, something like that. So you're going to have to probably go through all 3 of these Chinese teams. And I think the best way to maybe do that is to start off with the perceived weakest of the 3 in the group stage, just to maybe get a bit of a better understanding, ease your way into that Chinese playstyle, see how comfortable you are against a team like XROCK, and if you can topple them, then you can start to focus in on the big dogs of, obviously, All Gamers and Baisha, who, in my opinion, do still stand above the rest.
Yeah, and I think a lot of this one is going to come down to those bans and picks. I am curious to see what Vincent might do here against XROCK, just knowing they aren't quite as familiar with this team compared to a lot of the others in this event. But if I had to guess, XROCK is probably not going to be too keen on playing Black Widow again. They looked a little bit shaky on it in their first showing, so I probably would avoid it if I was them, but I think they had the same problem on both maps included in that first series. But it is going to be Vincent who gets the first ban here. Wouldn't be surprised to see them maybe take something like Eagle Eye off the table, or even a sub base. They don't like the close quarters maps here, so it is sub base coming out early on as the ban. And for XROCK, I'd say it's kind of up in the air. I don't think there's anything big they could take away that Vincent's not comfortable on, but I am curious to see if they'll leave Eagle Eye in the mix. But hey, a compound ban, interesting.
All right, this is the series. It's Eagle Eye into Mexico. This is the one, although it's probably not going to be Vincent to pick either of those maps, so maybe maps 2 and 3. Let's see what Vincent decides to pick here. Oh, never mind. Ooh. It is going to be Mexico.
Well, it's not Eagle Eye into Mexico, so you're not really quite 100% there. It might be Mexico into Eagle Eye, though. I don't know about that from XROCK. I mean, Ankara's on the table, right? And that's a map that they were happy to pick against ranking. It's a bit of a staple within the Chinese scene. I can imagine it's definitely part of the conversation at the moment for XROCK. But, well, I mean, I don't know. Did you check the script and you just read it wrong? Because Mexico and Eagle Eye is what we are going to end up getting.
I think this is a smart move actually from XROCK, seeing if Vincent might be a little bit uncomfortable on it. And for Vincent, Ankara's an equally strong map, so they want to maybe catch them with a curveball here. And this could be a really good map pool we get out of this. Maybe nowhere close to the standard one. I actually think these are the 2 lowest picked maps overall, but I think it suits this series quite well, and it's going to make for a pretty interesting series as well, because it's all close quarters fighting on both of these maps, really, and could leave a wide open potential for an interesting third map here. I wouldn't be surprised if it goes all the way to Ankara for that map 3. Both teams are still pretty comfortable there, and I would be surprised if either one was aggressive to ban it out, but it could be an interesting way to close the series.
Let's get rid of Port. No, it's going to be Black Widow from VINCIT. Kind of interesting after what we saw from XROCK, but either way, going to take that off the table. Might just have that Ankara coming in as that third map, as you were expecting. But it is up to XROCK at the end of the day. Do they want to try the Port or just go into that standard Ankara
Surely it's situation? Not Port. Surely it's not Port. I think they banned Port out here, right? I mean, Vincent played Port against Anubis, looked pretty decent there, but there you go, a bit of a curveball, I think, from my perspective. Ankara was definitely one I expected XROCK to even maybe pick themselves, but they could have perhaps had a look at that Port map and thought, well, we know what Vincent likes to do, how they like to play. Let's float it as a map 3.
This is a weird set of maps.
This is, yeah. This is like really out toward the edges of the map.
I think it's the 3 least played.
Yeah,
I would say so.
It is. It's going to make it a tough one, I think, for actually XROCK more so than Vincent. I feel like Vincent has a little bit more comfort on this pool, so I feel like they actually did a really good job here in picking these out. But as we've seen, they're still up against a strong team here in XROCK, and I feel like they have to play like they're playing against an All Gamers or a Baisha, because as we saw in XROCK earlier on, they were not afraid to be aggressive in their opening match. They had a strong early lead, and if they've conquered the hurdles that caused them to slow down and not close that out quickly, they could still be looking at a really good map in this series, because even though they had close finishes, they had 8-4 starts on both of their first maps.
This is going to be a fun one regardless. I am very curious about this Mexico first pick. Did you guys expect this from the side of VINCIT? I thought maybe they were going to avoid some of these close range maps, especially because if you pick it, you got to play Blacklist first. So you're going into this one saying, okay, we're going to try to bite the bullet early on.
Yeah.
And
I think
go from there.
That's one of the things for me. Like, I almost never expect a team to pick Mexico. If you get it in a series, I'm thinking maybe it's going to come through as the third map in the series, but it's a perfect point that if you do pick it, you do have to start on the less favorable side, and you can really kick off a best-of-3 series, especially if it's the first map, in a very awkward position. If you go down pretty heavily in that first half, sets your mental in a bad position to throw into the rest of the series. So a ballsy pick, I think, from VINCIT. I certainly wasn't expecting it.
I feel like I kind of was here, just because when I've seen them play regionally, Mexico is a really strong map in their pool. They're also a team that has a lot of success on that BL side compared to others, and if you can have a strong BL on this map, it's a really good time for your team. So I feel like this is a good way to potentially catch XROCK off guard, and I also know this is actually one that plays like a decent amount differently in the CFPL because of the gun differences. So I think this is another thing they might be taking as a factor in picking it, just because it's a map that transitionally is a lot harder, I think, to play internationally versus how they play it regionally for the Chinese teams, which is why you see some of the other Chinese teams kind of just ban it out pretty frequently.
It is also prudent to sort of mention that that is one of the better maps for Vasco, so at least regionally they have a team that kind of contests them pretty hard on Mexico, so you'd imagine they get pretty good practice on that map, and I guess we'll get to see the fruits of their labor as we're about to go into map 1 here against XROCK. XROCK, for their own right, don't look too perturbed by that fact. I thought they were looking a bit nervous in their first match, XROCK, but they seem a little bit calmer this time around.
Yeah, they were kind of like overexcited almost. Like a lot of, you know, Chow's doing the dance and the MVP thing, but also kind of on stage, a little bit hopping around in his seat. And yeah, you gotta play it calm, especially against a team like this. VINCIT Gaming, very, very solid. So you never really know. Even if you do get a lead, they could potentially come back. I'm excited to see them on the Blacklist side of this Mexico map, because if they start really well on Blacklist on their map pick, that is Mexico, could immediately drain some of the confidence away from the side of XROCK. And I'm not sure how stable of a team they are. You know, the 3rd seed from China. We don't know all too much about them when it does come to playing up against some of these other global teams.
It is nice to see these two teams meeting, though, because they both have a similar story. I mean, XROCK taking down Q9 to be here, and then you have VINCIT kind of blocking Vasco from being that other team here for Brazil. So I think this is the perfect matchup for these two teams. I just feel like the experience is the biggest question factor in XROCK, but you do have to look at their region and say, if you can make it out of the CFPL, it's probably a little bit harder than what VINCIT had to go through to get here, but we'll see who can pull off this first map.
Well, here we go. The game is just about ready to get started. We got Mexico for map number 1, Eagle Eye for 2, and then Port for map number 3, which we might be meeting in this series. Let's see how it starts off, though, as we had some expectations earlier on today that were not met. I hope that these two teams will meet them, though, and we could get a very fiery competition to conquer.
It's interesting. You can see a couple of players there with a 4x3 setup, a couple with the native setup. And you always think about that as a possibility as well, when you're seeing players miss other enemies on their peripherals. Either way, though, we jump into game, and things kick off on Mexico, as they always do, with a smoke in mid. Although this is a little bit more aggressive from VINCIT Gaming than what you might have normally expected to see. They push through that smoke and take mid control very fast.
Yeah, I like this approach, and it's kind of what worked so well for Congarna in their match as well, not waiting for those smokes to dissipate, just taking control when you feel comfortable doing so. and now it's going to kind of let them dictate the pace for how this round plays out. They've got the mid-control set up, but you can see here, XROCK, they're kind of putting a lot of extra attention on this waterway, trying to make sure they can block any push coming out of it, but VINCIT, they're not really interested in committing just yet. They're wanting someone to peek into them here.
Yeah, I think taking mid-control is a huge step on this map. If you could do it easily, it makes your next step so much more fluid, so much easier as well.
Wow,
just to execute onto a site, as it does look like they are looking at A.
Too slow. Chao's already made the big rotation through the sewer, and he's going to get behind them. They've got no idea. This should be a freebie for Chao, although timing almost awkward. Still gets the job done. One player down, spots a couple more headed in the direction of B. And even though they do allow VINCIT Gaming straight into B, they've managed to pick up the player advantage. There's another one for Jia. Doubles down with the pistol, as is always the case for these snipers. Good on the pistols, and now just Yang to hold on to the B site as the rest of the rotation comes in, but he'll get it done solo. I think in the end he actually got helped out by Chao, but who let the truth get in the way of a good story. Great round for XROCK to kick things off.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of that came down to just not paying attention to that flank, and they've got to know when you're up against a Chinese team. They're going to do that every single time. I call that one the Emzin Classic. He always used to do that every single opportunity he had. He would do it 5-10 times a match. He didn't care. It was his favorite thing to do on this map, and now they've got to pay extra attention to that, and just the threat of that is going to keep them second-guessing every round moving forward.
I reckon you do it again. If you're Mr. Chao, you just do it again. Just send it. Don't worry about it.
I mean, GDSC was covering that angle. It's just the timing was off. Like, he left, and then 10 seconds later, Chao was going through. And they really needed to execute quicker, like you were saying, Elfish. Just, you know, you can't hang around mid forever. Yep. If you're not going to be watching your flank, then you got to make a move.
Like, it's the perfect round to do it again here, right? They're down a player already. VINCIT have taken mid control. You know that there's probably not too much going on the extremities. But instead, they've tried to play it a little bit more standard here. So it's going to be the B hold, at least the attempted B hold. And Jia does start well with that sniper. He's going to be able to get himself another double kill, having a very good start to the map. The 2v2, more quickly back to the 1v1. Yang, Borson on either side of this smoke. But Yang has allowed Borson into the site. Bomb plant is going to go down.
It's going to be a tough 1v1, but Borson, he's been hitting the shots all tournament long so far. A great player to have in this situation for his team. But Yang, he's already snuck onto the site. If he just taps the defuse, he could have a chance here. But Yang, he's checking everything very thoroughly here.
Tapped.
He's given some time to Borson to work with. He spots his shoulder on the corner of alleyway as well. Borson, he's got the information. He can shoot him through the ammo stacks as well, and Borson gets it done. And that's a huge round coming out of VINCIT Gaming.
Well, we got a little timeout here.
This is very interesting.
Let's see if this is a... No, it's just a straight up timeout.
I thought
maybe it was a tech.
They don't hold the thing up if it's a tech timeout.
Yeah. Very interesting. I love that rotation from Borson. He knows that he's not really going to get on top of the bomb and tap it early, so he gets behind him. And then by the time he's tapping the bomb, it's like, well, I can see right through the ammo stack, and, you know, you probably didn't expect me to go all the way around. So, great play from Borson. I do think those pushes onto B with the smoke there just for coverage on the back of the, you know, that spawn area can be a little bit dangerous, especially with all the M4 play that we do see from the side of XROCK, but... yeah, worked out. They got around. A little bit close there. But, you know, every round you can squeak through on the BL side. Going to feel pretty good. As, yeah, just a real timeout after round 2. I'm not sure how to feel about that.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of times you'll see it early if they've spotted something key they really want to address in their default setup. And I think that might be what happened here. Or maybe they were just anticipating losing 2-0 because of how they were playing and maybe preemptively called it a little bit too early, because I feel like Borson did kind of steal that one back. It did look like XROCK had a lot of advantages even in that second round to start it off. So we'll see exactly what they can do coming out of the pause, but maybe they've seen something we haven't here that they can adapt to quickly.
Yeah, very early timeout though. Still quite surprising, no matter which way you want to paint it. But we'll jump back into it. In saying that, what we've seen from XROCK so far has largely been in line with what they brought in the previous matchup. Jia, standout, Chao kind of having a little bit of impact here and there as well. So it seems to be the general makeup of the team. And not quite as aggressive or as fast of a push into mid this time from VINCIT Gaming. They're going to respect that smoke.
Yeah, there's only so many times you can get away with it without getting some casualties along the way. And I think it's okay to just kind of play around slow after you played a couple fast and say, hey, maybe we can catch a guy being a little bit antsy. You know, maybe Chow goes through pretty quickly. As I say that, though, VINCIT trying to poke on through a little bit. They're going to eat about a bajillion grenade damage, approximately. As it was perfect, all of them stacked over there trying to peek in. And 4 of them, yeah, pretty much a person's full health bar in damage.
Yeah, really good utility coming out from XROCK. Still no kills just yet, but it does force VINCIT to rethink their approach here. They are going to be going for 4 through water. You can see Sunny playing the jump spot position on the long box, waiting for this push to come through. He's got the counter flash in hand. He should have a chance to spot Danimal. There you have it. He gets the spot. Now he can fall off, and they can set up for a pinch support if they'd like to do so. But this is where VINCIT has really good adaptiveness. Most teams would have just full committed to that push. They know they've been spotted by Sunny, so they full reset as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So big time reset coming in here. VINCIT, not too much time, but this is kind of, you know, Mexico standard. It can take a while to actually get these pushes to come in, but 4 guys from the side of XROCK on top of this A site. VINCIT just trying to bounce through and go on towards B with 30 seconds left. GDSC as well, maybe looking for somebody who's about to rotate. Let's see how good his timing can be. As once again, the smokes are set up. Danimal trying to run on in and be the entry guy, but it is just a massacre as they run straight into 4 guns on the side of XROCK. And the 4 of them get taken out. 5 in total. Pretty much a perfect round going the way of XROCK.
Yeah, that was decimation. Good hold on the site from Chow. He was kind of the anchor there for XROCK, and a couple of the other shots just come through from, you know, spam through the smoke. Rotation came in from Sunny as well through the alley. Pretty good setup in the end from XROCK, and this time they look like they want to really fight for mid control. 3 players dedicated to that, expecting a faster play from VINCIT, but it will not come. And in fact, VINCIT are lurking their way in through the alley. They'll change things up in this round and go direct into A, putting the pressure onto Yang and Lee.
It's going to be an explosive play onto site, but VINCIT Gaming just completely destroys all of the defenders on site. Now it's already down to Chow and Xie for the retake. It's a 4-on-2, and they don't have any utility really to help crack this one. They've got 1 flash. Looks like maybe a couple smokes to work with, but there's just no safe way into this. You can see they're trying to sneak in on the edges of these smokes, but it's just not going to happen. Danimal finds the first. Chow now left alone. 1 versus 4, and just all of VINCIT swinging onto him. Get it done, and Danimal, you can hear the energy here. They are ready to go.
Yeah, they don't mess around with the energy level when they get the wins, at least. Definitely a generally calm playing team, but I like the way they're being pretty aggressive here on Mexico early. They're really playing with the tempo and keeping XROCK guessing in terms of exactly, you know, what angle they're going to come through. It feels like every round there's a new kind of strategy or angle angle of attack that they're going for, and it's been good so far. I have to say, one of these maps where playing from the Blacklist side first can be very difficult, but they've managed it so far pretty well.
Well, Chow's going to be tested again. I like that push into A because you're testing the weaker members, but Chow here feels like he's one of the stronger members of the team. Still will go down. Danimal is low, and Nade could finish him off. It doesn't look like one's going to land on him, though. And where from here for VINCIT Gaming? Certainly if the extra entry goes on to A, they'll go in that direction, but instead, Yang finds that kill onto Borson, and it's over to B for VINCIT Gaming. XROCK have completely given that site. GM might be able to find a cheeky frag here if someone walks past his crosshair, but now that the smoke is starting to bloom, that'll become even more difficult.
He still wants to take this fight, though. But you've got to hand it to Borzen, getting that stall, keeping them on that A bomb site. They had no idea this rotation was coming through, and now they only have half time to get in, clear the site, and defuse the bomb, and they're still taking extra time to set up this utility. Now it's going to be up to the Vincent Gaming members to hold on, and they're going to do that to perfection. Eagles able to find 2, make it a 3K, and Vincent Gaming, even on the blacklist side, they are now out in front.
Damn. Fired up.
Yeah, I mean, they're ahead after 5 rounds from the blacklist side of Mexico. Things are going swimmingly for their map choice. And maybe now XROCK will consider a timeout sometime soon. Turns out that it worked out decently well for VG. But yeah, that round was great as well. They got in there so quickly underneath water that even Chow, who was one of the guys that was meant to stop that kind of push, was a bit late to the party, did not win the 1v1, and it kind of got blown open from there. And Mexico, you know, if you're on GR side and you kind of have everything in front of you and everything's kind of predictable, it is very strong from that side. But if everything's kind of going wild and Vincent are in control, then it becomes a lot more difficult.
You got to hand it to Eagles as well on this map so far. It's not easy to drop that and be equally impactful with an M4 in your hands, and he's currently already on 5 kills himself, and honestly, he was the crucial player in that last round as well. That 2K, actually 3K to hold on to the post plant was really everything they needed to get the lead early on, and knowing this is a very GR-sided map, if they can get even 4 here, they're going to be feeling really good about their chances at taking this first one away. But right now, there's a lot of pressure in mid, but XROCK, they're just taking their time, playing this one extremely safe, and they don't seem too eager as a team to push for mid control.
Well, neither team really doing a whole lot of that in this round. It's just an exchange of util. Could end up being an A split from Vincent Gaming here with the setup they've got. Couple pushing in through sewer if they can find their way in toward mid, while the other 3 go A. The A split, pretty dangerous. Obviously, you open yourself up to a crossfire from those B players if they're rotating over. But in the end, it might just have been 1 member left there in the sewer as a lurk. Eagles, ooh, he's been spotted out. I don't know that he saw Sonny there, though. So that'll be information for XROCK, but still turns around and deals with him accordingly. This is a nice setup for Vincent Gaming. They're getting those numbers down nicely until Chow arrives and finds the double. He's still alive as well, by the way, and Eagles can't land the shot. So another one on the board for XROCK as they keep themselves above water.
Yeah, bit of a tough decision there on that mid execution. I feel like they just weren't quite ready to trade, even though they had the numbers to win that fight. And I almost feel like for Vincent Gaming, I'd be going right back to this A bomb site. I feel like their burst aggression attacks are what works so well for them on this map. If they just try and slowly ease into it, XROCK, they're always prepared for that.
Speaking of which, looking very similar to a couple of rounds ago. Bit of an A rush through the alley as flashes are coming over the top. Couple flashes here. Nice set play from last time. Lee's totally flashes, no idea, but Yang is able to hold it down for just a little bit. Picks up 2. He's going to pick up 3. Finally gets cleared out, but that's enough time for them to get the defense on this A site.
Yeah, a little bit of an unfortunate one for Danimals there, right? The flashes looked really good, and he was able to get so deep onto the site, but couldn't really find anyone to entry frag. Both players were tucked, and they survived long enough to kind of allow the rotation to come across from XROCK, and that gave them more than enough time to trade down effectively. Now it's on to Kaney. Well, not going to happen in this instance, so XROCK actually taking the lead. Although bearing in mind they are on the GR side, so just in terms of both teams where they're sitting at the moment for this half, it kind of feels like they're at the par score.
Yeah, it's definitely on track for a pretty normal scoreline here, but I feel like in that last round, they actually had the right idea. They just had nobody in position to clear out Yang's position. He was just able to isolate 3 different 1v1s, even though most of Vincent Gaming was already on the A bomb side. He just tucked himself away perfectly and wasn't able to be traded effectively. So I feel like even though that didn't work out well for them, if they just make a few minor changes, that A push should still work out.
Yeah, and you see this time around, Eagles is going to hop back onto the Alm. For now, he is taking a look underneath to see maybe, you know, after all these rounds, one person's going to try their luck and maybe he can get a nice pick off there. But I like the composure from the side of XROCK, actually, to just stay calm. They're not really mixing anything up too much. They're feeling the pressure and responding pretty well. They've taken the last couple of rounds. I say that, and they're kind of got a couple of guys here in mid. They might look for something, but it looks like for now just a stack in mid, maybe trying to defend this area of the map this time around.
Yeah, it is going to be tough, though. They've burned a lot of their smokes earlier on this position, so they're going to have to go in for a pick sooner or later. It's almost better for the GR team to go for an info play on this mid-prep position before the BL team commits to this push, because if you let them pass that single box in mid, it's so much favorable for the BL side to win it. But you can see they try and bait out the pick, but it's actually going to be a team nade. I don't think we've seen a team nade in ages, but it is going to be an impressive one, none the least, to give VINCIT Gaming the advantage.
Disappointing indeed for XROCK. Might still be able to salvage this round though. Sunny and Lee to combine, and XROCK are looking for 5. VINCIT Gaming with 30 seconds left on the clock have to fight their way back into mid to retrieve that C4, but Yang is standing tall. 9 and 5 now for the map, but he does get to 10, double digits in the first half. And opens the door up for XROCK to find a 6-3 and look pretty decisive. Gia doesn't seem too disappointed by the fact that he naded himself. Having a bit of a laugh about it. That's all you really can do. This is good. I think XROCK have really started to accelerate off the back of Yang. It was Chow and Gia who started pretty well, but now Yang and Sunny actually kind of picking the pace up as well. Which is a little bit of a better sign that it's not just the two kind of pulling it all the way through for XROCK.
Yeah. Again, I really like the composure. I think that you could have easily, if you were a weaker-minded team, kind of gotten run over a bit too many times by VG and just essentially not be able to handle the pressure, but they've stayed calm and they have mixed up their positioning as well to respond to it in pretty good spots. And now VINCIT are like, well, we can't really push into mid. We failed the last time we tried to rush into A. They're not giving us mid essentially for free anymore. What are we going to do here? There's also, as we can see, a couple of guys looking underneath, so that's not even really a great option for this round. Although a couple of guys are considering maybe a flank coming in, but it's not happening. So yeah, VINCIT gonna run out the clock here once again, kind of go back to that tried and true Mexico strategy, which is wait a minute and a half and then make a decision. Wait for a bunch of smokes to come out and then, you know, try to use your utility to break through.
This map, man. That's a great nade though.
Ow.
Yeah, very solid nades coming out from XROCK, and now you are going to see VINCIT going through for that mid control play, but again, all XROCK has to do is keep them trapped in mid. They don't actually have to take the fight here. They fall back. Now they can play the sites, and now VINCIT Gaming has even less time to full commit with here. But this time, they are going to be going back to the A bomb site. They've got 4 players grouped up here in the alleyway. They've got Danimal on the lurk in mid, just trying to distract and call for the rotators. Look at that nade as well. It actually surprisingly didn't do too much onto Yang. It looked perfect placement-wise, but they still have to clear out this site a little bit more thoroughly this time around. Here we have it, though. It is going to be, again, one player in the back of site just completely shatters the push. It's 3 kills for Lee, and XROCK take the half 6-3.
You're kidding me. What a shot from him. It was Lee, right, in the back of the site. Gets a 3K. And gives that 6th round over to XROCK. It was, yeah, I mean, it's, that is just the team nade from G.
Did it to himself.
Yeah. Sometimes you're your own worst enemy.
Mm-hmm.
But I was going to say, it seemed like VINCIT were like really competitive actually, and if not maybe even a little bit stronger on this map than XROCK were, but that's potentially changing up that storyline, especially now with this second half starting so well for XROCK. A 6-3 scoreline is more than enough to win from on the blacklist side, particularly if you can just snake away a quick first blacklist round and go up 7-3. Gives you a lot of time to play with and a lot of time to adapt.
Can still be tough, though. There's so much utility advantage on the GR side here that VINCIT Gaming has to work with. Even in a 4-on-5 situation, a lot of these sites are very narrow passages you have to go through to grab a good control position to get that bomb down. So I wouldn't say the round's necessarily over just yet. If I was them, I'd probably stack a lot more of that attention towards the A bomb side. It is the harder of the two to go for a retake on, but you can see XROCK. They are setting up the mid smoke and flash here. This is going to get them mid control at the very least. There's no one contesting it though for VINCIT Gaming, so not a ton of value to be found out of this utility, but it does set them up nicely to go for the B execute.
Yeah, absolutely could happen. Danimal is just going to be the one guy over on B. Everybody else, you know, you got Borzen looking underneath, a couple of guys on A, but this looks like a B execute all the way. As some flashes come over the top. There is one guy, Lee, over on the stairs in the alley. That's a nice entry. Couple entries here from Chow to get them basically free entry into that B site. Lee also getting the straggler over on A, and they could go anywhere.
They were literally rotating A at that point. They're like, yeah, we just go A because the last guy's on B. Obviously, they get the kill anyway before it matters, but decisive first round from XROCK, and all that discussion around VINCIT and how they've looked in this event so far might not quite come to pass, because a 7-3 so far is looking very decisive for XROCK. And it really isn't looking like it's going to slow down either. GDSC has gone a bit missing here for VINCIT. Sunny can't quite do too much there, and actually Lee not able to find the favorable trade, so much better from VINCIT. A bit of aggression getting pushed out. Gives them the numbers advantage.
Yeah, and this is really the hard part of BL Mexico. It's such a tough map to convert rounds when you don't have the numbers on, just because positionally it can be a little awkward to push forward on this map if you're a blacklist side player. So I feel like right now VINCIT is in a really good position to start clawing back into this half. It does tend to lean pretty heavily in favor of the GR as well, so it's really not the worst position they could be in. I mean, 3 rounds on the blacklist side isn't quite what they would have wanted, but it's still a position where many teams tend to win out from, just because it can be a little bit more comfortable to try and close on this side of the map for most teams. But look at Kaney there. He whiffs the spray down. You can see the trade quickly coming through, however, to keep the numbers in favor of VINCIT.
Yeah, I like the idea from GA to try to just get the flick himself and get aggressive, because he saw like just the leg and he knew he would be alone there and potentially just get a 1 for 0. Now they know where Eagles is. They're trying to isolate him with some smoke in the door. Can they take him out? Eagles is surviving for so long, and Borzen comes in from behind, and it takes just a little bit too long to clear out Eagles. Very nicely done on the defense that time around. Trying to claw their way back here from the GR side is VINCIT. XROCK, as you mentioned, Elfish, they got that 1 round right at the start. That kind of gives them a lot of room to breathe and say, okay, just 3 rounds. Let's try to see what they're doing. Let's try to adapt. But that time around, that early pick from the side of VINCIT really gave them that extra buffer to eventually go ahead and win the round.
They're going to go for that mid pick again, or the sewer pick again, and not quite find it this time around. And Lee also watching for that push from VINCIT in the alley, but neither really eventuating here for XROCK, so both of their initial ideas in this round haven't really played out the way they'd have liked them to. So what's plan B going to end up being? Perhaps just your tried and true mid-take. Bit of damage off that nade, nothing really too substantial. But Yang going to lead the charge, and I don't think he's a bad man to do it. Hitting a lot of good shots. Another nade over the top. This time it doesn't land onto VINCIT. You're getting some pressure in there from Lee as well. Doesn't quite spot out Danimal. Didn't expect them to be dulled up behind the boxes, and maybe they don't think there's a third on the side, but even still, the trades come through okay. Borzen and Eagles both locked out behind a bunch of smokes, both in mid and at the doors. Now having to secure a 2-on-3 retake to keep the dream alive for VINCIT on map 1. 8-4 would be a difficult one to come back from, even on the global risk side.
Yeah, for Borzen here as well, he's got a tough position to try and clear, and he doesn't get the spot onto it either. It should be a free kill for XROCK, and now it's a 1-on-3. Eagles, he's got no time to work with. He hasn't gained any ground, and it's just going to be a nice double kill from GA to get it done.
Yeah, just so confident there after getting that first kill, just to go for the next one, knowing that he pretty much had nothing to lose. Lots of time bought. But yeah, the sentry was pretty big from Yang. Gets the first one and gets up and over the box. There's enough confusion as they make their way in to basically isolate a couple of the guys. You saw Danimal behind the box trying to desperately stop them from coming in the front door. But eventually, just overpowering from the side of XROCK, and a very nice entry to essentially get them in the round with that easy cleanup later on. And now 8-4, just 2 away for XROCK, showing pretty good momentum here on their opponent's map pick.
I mean, this is where I'm curious to see if they've made those adjustments, because this is the scoreline where they kind of faltered in their first couple of games and struggled to cross that finish line. But again, they do find themselves in a nice early lead for a third map in a row, so it's not a bad position here. But Borzen, he's going to be playing the jump spot on water. He's going to catch them coming out, but he still has to find the timing to react. Borzen, though, he can't get the follow-up shot. Chow takes him down. Danimal goes down as well. And things, again, are falling apart for VINCIT Gaming.
Yeah, Kaney around the corner gets a critical frag to kind of keep things interesting. And GDSC also has one, but either way, Plant's going down on B. And XROCK are going to be able to set up a nice post plan here. All 3 players have a lot of space to work with. There's a smoke as well, keeping Kaney at bay. And GDSC is still a long way away from being able to make this rotation. He's still kind of worried about pushing through those doors. There was a smoke in his way. Wasn't sure if XROCK had vacated the area. Tries to take a 1v1 and will go down. And so it's on to Kaney, who, I mean, good luck at that point. It is map point for XROCK.
Yeah, and they have kind of proven that they are the better team on this map. VINCIT came out guns a-blazing from the Blacklist side. That, again, you know, they decided to take this map and start with the Blacklist side, obviously knowing that XROCK would choose GR first. Started out okay, but XROCK have slowly made the gap pretty apparent, although this time around, nice snipe from Eagles. Chow does trade one back onto Kaney here, as XROCK trying to come in a bit quicker on this round. Danimal trying to, okay.
Doing his best Gia impression there.
Not the first time, yeah, that's like the 3rd time. Happened, I think, earlier with 3BL as well.
Gia just a little bit too predictable on this Blacklist side. That was the 3rd round now that he's gone for the pick from Sewers, and VINCIT relatively well aware of it. You can kind of tell even from the previous round, they threw a flash in there. No one was crossing late. So they're pretty accustomed to that setup, though. A late push in could catch Danimals on the timing. He walks around the corner. There's 3 players watching him. It's a firing squad. The choice is to go toward the A site, though, which is being held by a couple of members, and the flash is getting dumped in. Actually end up maybe being a bit more of a fake than anything else, because Sunny with the bomb is potentially going to take this 1v1 against Eagles. He almost found the timing there. Still does, in fact, as Eagles will miss the shot. And Sunny, he will be free to get the plant down on B. So that is bad news for VINCIT. This could be the map for XROCK.
Yeah, I mean, right now, GDSC has to be the one to try and take down Chow. He's in between both players. It's only going to be a 1-for-1, though. It's not enough. GDSC has to move very quickly to get this 1 versus 2 to go his way, but there's players just tucked in these corners he's going to have to deal with on both sides of the site. GDSC, though, the double peek comes in against him, and that will be the map. XROCK, they take it 10-4.
We're back at the desk after a big win from XROCK. 10-4 on VINCIT Gaming's map pick of Mexico. That was not a very close map. Started out pretty contentious. It was 3-2 at one point in favor of VINCIT from their Blacklist side. But after that, they only got 1 round to end it all out. And even after the swap with XROCK going to Blacklist, they got a bunch of rounds in a row. And they made it pretty clear that, you know, after a little bit of warm-up, they were the better team for sure in this map.
Yeah, I mean, they really were. It came down to, I think, that second half, though, because a 3-6 isn't too far from standard for a Blacklist side coming out from VINCIT Gaming, but the thing that impressed me the most was XROCK going into that BL side. They looked much more confident, and this is not an easy side of a map to put rounds up on, but they made it look pretty simple for themselves.
Yeah, for sure. I got to say, I was a little bit worried about XROCK actually in the early stages of that map. I thought VINCIT was, at the worst case, going to make this a pretty close map, if not potentially even run through it. A 3-2 scoreline after the first 5 rounds of their Blacklist side is a very good spot to be in, but beyond that, it kind of just fell apart, didn't it? The individuals of XROCK kind of finding their feet. Yang in particular felt like he was a bit of a standout for me on that map, and Chow, you know, chiming in here and there too. So overall, XROCK, I mean, they felt very comfortable actually in the end on Mexico, and so makes me question whether or not we're really going to see too many legs in this one. VINCIT are going to have to step up pretty substantially on Eagle Eye to make it through to port.
I'm not sure why this keeps happening. Today we've had a bunch of different matches, at least 2, where we come into it and we say, okay, this is going to be close.
Yeah.
Probably going to go 2-1. It's going to be a close matchup. But then we go into VINCIT's map pick, and it's a 10-4 against them.
It's going to happen eventually, you know, because this is the exact same thing that happened in Vietnam.
I don't want to wait until playoffs, you know?
Well, Kyle and I, we were casting in Vietnam there. We were like, man, we're getting pretty lucky because there's only 2 of us casting. And if any of these matches went the full distance or any of these days went the full distance, we would be wrecked.
Yeah.
But we got 2 zeros pretty much every single game in the group stage. But little did we know, karma was knocking on our door coming into the playoffs, because some of those best of 5s, they hit diff. So I'll just say enjoy it while it lasts, because I think we're going to get some pretty good series a little bit later on in the tournament, right? When we see the Chinese teams playing against each other. Maybe there'll be a Brazil versus the Philippines matchup. I can see all of these being quite close. But look, the group stage is generally where you're going to get to see the blowouts more often than not, because a lot of it is, all right, well, top teams against weaker teams. That's the way the seeding works actually in the group stage. And we're kind of trying to make sure that you don't necessarily have that weird seeding type situation actually going into the playoffs, because you do want to see the best teams against the best teams playing in that double elimination bracket. So yeah, we'll see. But look, there's still definitely a world maybe where VINCIT Gaming can come back into this one, but you're going to have to see pretty much everyone stepping up.
Yeah, I mean, even just looking at the stats here across the board, XROCK, all of them over 1.0 KDR, but now you see even amongst the top 2, I mean, it was kind of a toss-up who the MVP really was in this one. Chow is going to take it away with his nice little robot dance there. But, I mean, hey, these guys really did their homework. You could tell they knew exactly what was coming their way and how to play really effectively against this team. But I also feel like VINCIT didn't quite play as well as what we've seen so far. On top of it, there were so many rounds you could look back on and see triple kill after triple kill going against them.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we'll have to hope that they can shore things up for the second map of the series. But for now, we're going to take a break before we come back for Eagle Eye. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody. We're here after the first map of Mexico that went 10-4 in favor of XROCK over VINCIT Gaming. Not necessarily what we expected to start us off with, but XROCK look especially clean today. And if they can roll it into their Eagle Eye pick here on map 2, absolutely well-deserved as potentially just another Chinese team that could be a big force in this tournament.
Yeah, I just want to say that there is one XROCK predictor on the casting desk at the moment, and that's me. But it's not a big deal. It's not a big deal to me. You know, I'm pretty used to getting all my predictions right, though. Except for one. Every tournament I'm allowed to get one wrong. I've already had that. That was the Pacific Macta vs. Cara House game. But for the rest of the tournament, you guys can actually just copy my predictions if you want a 100% pick rate, because I knew this would happen. 10-4 though, ooh, I don't know if I expected it to be quite that decisive actually from XROCK. They looked a little bit better than they did even in that game against Cara House, and no choking issues in the final couple of rounds, which is really good to see, because that was one of the big problems that we kind of identified. They would sort of dominate the first 3 quarters of a map and then kind of gave some ground up to Cara House. But no such problem, obviously, against VINCIT Gaming. And now the question is obviously going to be how they're going to look on Eagle Eye, which is A, their map pick, and B, a potential 2-0 target for them, given how solid that first map was looking. So got to be feeling pretty good going into this next one if you're XROCK.
Yeah, I feel like for XROCK, they did pretty much everything right in that first map. VINCIT, though, on their side, they have a lot of issues they have to overcome. The biggest thing I noticed was on their BL side, they had these really good executions, these really solid rounds, but then they would allow just one person in an awkward angle in sight to get 2 or 3 kills untraded. And I feel like if they can alleviate that, they can have a much better time going into this next match. They just have to play a little bit more cohesive in those post-plan setups and when they're clearing sight together.
Yeah, Mexico can be tricky as well. I mean, if you're going for those, sometimes the difference can be that, hey, you just barely got the millisecond drop on the other guy and you take him out. Like, imagine if they are able to entry just a slight bit cleaner and take out those couple of guys that were big problems for them. Maybe they get a couple more rounds. Looks like a different map, but yeah, it wasn't meant to be, so definitely could be one thing to look out for. Eagle Eye is going to be certainly an interesting map. We weren't necessarily expecting this one to come out, especially right after Mexico, but it is the choice here for XROCK. They seem pretty comfortable in these close map scenarios, and they were able to really get ahead of VINCIT in that last one on a similar one, at least in terms of some of the entries, what they're going to look like. I feel like XROCK does have some opportunities to pull out the AWM at least, so maybe Eagles will have some opportunities to, get the drop on them, but other than that, might look pretty similar.
Yeah, that was actually something that I was sort of thinking as well going into this next map, is I would like to actually see both the snipers have a little bit more of an impact. Obviously, it's hard on Mexico. We barely even saw Eagles with the AWM in hand. Gia had a couple of nice rounds in the first half where he was able to kind of get it rolling, and maybe a couple of nice entries in the second as well. But this is, you'd think, a map where both are going to be able to flourish a little bit more. Certainly you see the snipers of each team having a bit of a better time on Eagle Eye than they do on Mexico. So something that could maybe swing things back in the favor of VINCIT if Eagles is having a good day. But like I've said before, I think Gia, I'd probably put him up there actually as far as individual snipers are concerned for this event so far. Seems to be pretty sharp, seems to be pretty flamboyant as well. So fun to watch, and I think he'll make it a difficult match actually for VINCIT.
Yeah, I think so as well. It is going to be a tough one in that sniper versus sniper duel. But at the very least, I feel like Eagle Eye is still a good map for VINCIT. I think they still got what they wanted out of these picks and bans, so maybe we see a chance where even though it's not their map pick, they still have a chance to pull this series back, because I feel like VINCIT didn't give us their best performance this event on that last map. Meanwhile, we probably saw close to the peak of XROCK on that first map, and if that shifts at all going into the second map, things could change pretty drastically.
Yeah, it absolutely could. Just excited to get into the second map. I'm really hoping that it's a bit more competitive, but also that maybe this time we get to 3 maps, perhaps today.
Maybe.
Not sure if it's going to happen. I really I don't know how confident VINCIT will be on this map, although they didn't ban away Eagle Eye, so that's a good showing. I don't remember exactly which match it was, but I think they did play it in the regional finals, and they looked pretty decent on it, so I don't think it's going to be just like a done deal, like, oh, XROCK were the better team on Mexico, so they win the next one because it's their map pick. But, yeah, just hoping for a little bit more competing to conquering. you know.
A bit more conquering or a bit more competing? I think
a bit more
probably
competing with the goal of conquering.
Or maybe a bit more competing rather than conquering, because right now what we have had is really just conquering. I think most of these matches haven't been too competitive. I will say though, if we really had to choose one match to go to 3 maps on today's setup, I would probably choose All Gamers and Imperial. I think if that ends up going to 3 maps, it will be quite a good match. So we'll keep that one in the back pocket. If this one doesn't go to 3 maps, then we'll say, all right, at least All Gamers Imperial will keep it.
Surely
keep it a buck. But either way, moving on to Eagle Eye, and it's like almost the antithesis almost to Mexico, which is obviously a very GR-sided map. We're moving into a very BL-sided map, but it is map 2 between XROCK and VINCIT, and VINCIT are going to want to pick it up. Otherwise, they will be taking 2nd seed in this group, but very likely it is to be XROCK to walk away with 1st seed out of the group.
Yeah, we'll see if this is the potential end of the road here for their shot at 1st place in the group for VINCIT Gaming. They've looked great up until this series, but an unfortunate 1st map might just derail them from that 1st in the group hope. You can see XROCK already very quickly actually in this 1st round setting up some utility for mid and A long control, and they're just going to go right at it here. A full 3-2 split onto the A bomb site. Eagles misses the 1st shot, misses the 2nd shot, and that is going to be a huge entry onto the site for XROCK. A 2-for-1 trade. Borzen able to get 1 before he goes down here, but this side is completely overtaken.
Yeah, I think you do tend to see a bit of a trend when it comes to the Chinese teams and how they like to change their pace. Oftentimes, 1st round of a game, 1st round of a half, and also when they've just hit 9 is when they like to throw something quick in.
Yeah. I mean, there is a little bit of a pattern to it, and I think especially starting off on this map, you want to continue with the momentum immediately. You want to get in there as fast as possible, and obviously VG were not ready for it. It's only Kaney and it's Yang, the only person to go down on the side of XROCK in a very dominant 1st round. Let's see if they can keep up the tempo and keep on hammering VINCIT Gaming down.
Yeah, I mean, on this map, it's really hard to shut down those start of round executions. You've got to play a little bit more forward and also just kind of preemptively throw a lot more utility on this GR side of the map to be successful on Eagle Eye. But you can see here, it's actually going to be Chow who gets the 1st blood in this one. It's Danimal going down, and GDSC as well, taking a ton of utility damage. But look at this. Jay just waltzes right up mid. He's already pushing alone with the nade out onto the B bomb site. Thankfully, someone stops him. But I mean, he's just not showing any fear at all here, but you can see Kaney trying to answer back, but it's already too little too late in this situation, and now Eagles is left alone.
Yeah, Eagles, at least this time, he's not getting rushed by 5 people through smoke. He does have a little bit of a better shot, I suppose, to shoot a shot. But again, he's 1v3, and the bomb is planted on B, so this is not going to be easy for him by any means. Let's see if he can hit this long one. Nope.
Hello. Lee's a little bit too thick. He's dummy thick.
Clearly, everybody else would fit in that corner, but not,
thick with 2 C's.
Not in that case. Still going to be a win to the side of XROCK, who very clean on the plays. Even Gia just getting in their face, essentially, just running through mid, and you can see the tempo. VINCIT are really struggling to handle any of this. Their GR side has just been somewhat abysmal so far against this team specifically.
Yeah, I mean, right now, if I'm XROCK, I just continue to make these aggressive plays because VINCIT, they're just kind of losing that steam. There's no flair to what they're doing here, and they don't seem to have any response to the aggression being thrown their way. They're almost a little bit overwhelmed in these start of round plays, and this is kind of reminiscent to what we saw All Gamers doing against LCK on this same map.
Chow. Trying entry frag, but it'll end up being actually Sunny to go down first. Still, we're into the B side, or close to into the B side. There are some defenders hanging around. This has gone a little bit haywire for XROCK, and now it kind of does feel like it maybe relies on Chow, though. He has managed to get so deep onto the side that Danimals was certainly not expecting that. At the very least, though, trade will come through from GDSC, and Yang, low HP, knows that he kind of needs to do something here. So he's going to try and take a duel. Meanwhile, Gia has picked the C4 back up. Still winnable for XROCK. They can get the plant down.
Yeah, it looks like VINCIT are going to let them plant and then try to get in there. But you see that Yang is trying to stop that kind of play. And yeah, he's going to get in there expecting him to just kind of be hanging out in the back. It seems like GDSC did not expect to be pushed.
I like it from Yang, though, right? When you're down 2-on-3.
6 health, too.
Try to make something happen. Yeah, I mean, look, if you throw your life away, you're 6 HP anyway. You're probably not going to be that useful in the post-plant. But takes the risk, gets the reward. Now it's 2-on-2, and a win here would be another nail in the coffin for VINCIT Gaming. Xia around the back. Has he been heard by Borson? Doesn't look like it. Now he spotted him out. Ooh, and Trigger discipline. But inevitably decides to fire the shot off, and Eagles is on the other side of the site. There is absolutely not enough time. He's going to tap the bomb, but really that's an easy one for Xia in the end. And it's not the first time that we've seen a player today kind of time themselves out of a clutch.
Yeah, it's very awkward, though. It feels like they had ample time to successfully get that retake. They didn't have any real issues in terms of numbers for the majority of that round as well. They just allowed XROCK to dictate the pacing on this retake, which makes no sense to me. So I feel like VINCIT, they're almost in their own heads at this point, and now they're in a really difficult round again because they're going to go ahead and go for an aggressive play here, but it's not necessarily warranted. The rest of XROCK now going towards the B bomb site, but at the very least, GDSC has found the opener.
Yeah, I like it. I think that this VINCIT team eventually, like one of the guys like Dynamol or GDSC will say, okay, we're just gonna send it. Like we gotta switch this up. We're getting dominated. We need to put our faces in it essentially, and not just get kind of you know, caught on our hind heels just waiting. So I like the proactive maneuver. It turns out it does work out this time around, as the headshot did come through from GDSC, I believe, and gets them ahead. Now, I do agree. I do think the way they handled that end of round situation in the last one was not great. So hopefully this kind of gives them a spark of life in this one, because XROCK have been dominating them for the last bunch of rounds.
Yeah, this is an awesome setup actually for VINCIT Gaming. They've got a huge amount of map control. They've really kind of got XROCK stuck and forced to push into this B site, but it's not going to matter if Xia continues to hit shots. Spot out Borson as well, and kind of keeping an eye on Eagles. Seems like VINCIT are not competitive on this map at all. You can't even give them the advantage and then expect them to close out the round, because it's still getting cleaned up by XROCK. 4-on-2 now, and this will be the second round where VINCIT have had the player advantage and have still lost the round. Xia's loving these like late flanks. This time it'll be cleaned up by Eagles, but it's not going to be enough to get VINCIT back into the round, and 4-0 is the scoreline. So XROCK are just flexing their muscles at the moment, and VINCIT, all they can do is watch in awe.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it kind of feels like it's already over in a sense. Everything they've thrown at XROCK, they've had an answer to. And when you're running into that kind of wall, it can make it a bit of a defeating circumstance moving forward to work around. But at the very least, they are trading earlier on in these rounds a little bit better. GDSC able to find one onto Chow after losing Danimal early, but look at this positioning. It's actually GDSC who finds himself another, able to nade his way out. They've got the 4-on-3, but we've seen them lose these before.
Yep, especially with Lee having such a progressed position. I wonder what kind of trickery he can get up to. C4 should be easily retrievable here for Yang. He's cleared things out. Options are back open for XROCK. Sure, they got the numbers disadvantage. Hasn't seemed to have been a problem in the past.
Yeah, definitely problematic for VINCIT if they can't close out another winning position. They're trying to get aggressive with it as well, just trying to isolate maybe the guy that's coming in to get the C4, knowing that low on numbers, XROCK could be a little bit split up, which they were. Slowly getting back together, maybe towards the middle of the map here, although still 1 minute and 15. This might be the first map or round where they take their time with it and kind of slowly push together. Eagles does have a nice angle into mid, if that is where eventually they do go. Borson as well behind the box. Let's see if Yang does check it. Seems like he knows he's there. Nice pre-fire as well, takes him out. And Yang is just kind of sending it. They're trying to find Eagles on the backside here. He is all alone, and they do take him out as well, as the entry once again from XROCK is just fantastic. Kaney is able to trade one back and give themselves a chance.
Yeah, it's going to be GDSC who really needs to find this kill across the map onto the top of A. He can't connect, though, and now they have to force this retake situation. You can see Kaney here. He's trying to fight this player on the long control room, but he has to go for the full swing right back onto him. But XROCK, they're fully prepared for these flanks in every situation, it seems, but Kaney gets the jumping peak anyways, but now it's on to Lee, the 1v1, halftime on the clock. He has to run at this one. Kaney has no other option, but why does Lee have an axe out at this point? He's got to be a little bit careful, but he still gets it done anyways, and already it's an uncontested halfway to victory on map 2, 5-0 at this pause.
Yeah, you need to get the timeout going down here. Vincit needs something to go their way. Pretty interesting setup, though, on the A side of the map, right? With Borson behind the box, kind of just playing a one-and-done position where he's really putting faith in... You would assume he's putting faith into his teammate to kind of just spot that angle, say, okay, there's a player coming, and in the worst-case scenario, if he goes down, trade him. Well, it's not what ends up happening, and they sort of allow XROCK to walk up and get a free kill for no reason. He could have been playing anywhere. He was sitting there for a very long time. He had plenty of options, plenty of time, but kind of puts himself in this position where he can just get picked off and isolated, and not a particularly wise decision when it's a 4-on-3 advantage at that point for Vincit. I think they would have been better off just grouping up, trading down. But another little thing that is going to give XROCK a big advantage. And yeah, what is there to say about this map so far? We haven't had a 10-0 yet. That's one thing to say.
That's one thing you could say, yeah.
We've had 2 10-1s. Baisha against 3BL.
We had 2 10-2s as well.
And All Gamers against Kangana was a 10-1 as well. But yeah, no 10-0s. And yeah, the 10-2s there as well. There's been 4 10-2s. 5 10-2s. A lot of 10-2s.
Wow. Well, XROCK trying to join. I'm sure a lot of those were by their Chinese brother teams. As you can see, that scoreboard pretty much littered just by that. Okay, Gia, I'm not sure where you're going with that one. Bores in, very ready for this, but gets shot in the back by a second guy as a fast push is coming in right after the timeout. They're trying to take over the A site. As Eagles, can he do it alone? He's got an arm out with 2 people breathing down his neck. Not really going to work out for him, and they have taken over the spot. Danimal from behind, sneaking in, but Yang trades it back, and it's only GDSZ once again on the long angle.
He's got to hit this shot here, though. It's really just a one-and-done position. Once they know you're here, they're not going to repeat it again, and even then, you can plant the bomb without being fully exposed to this position. You can see there trying to sneak it in here, but they actually haven't really gone for the bomb pickup yet. I'm surprised it hasn't been planted sooner. You can see they're setting up the smoke screen now to ensure that shot is basically an unwinnable position now for GDSC. He has to go charging in, at least has an M4 on the ground to pick up to try and work with, but it doesn't matter if Yang is there ready and waiting. 6-0. This is just a flawless performance so far from XROCK.
Yeah. I mean, what more is there really to say? Pictures paint 1,000 words, and there's some rather unhappy looking faces on the Vincit side.
Yeah, I do think when you try to throw everything in the kitchen sink in multiple different ways and it doesn't work, can be very demoralizing. Danimal now just going to try to run at them. He does take down 1 for his troubles. And yeah, I mean, XROCK could easily rotate out of this if they do want to, but a couple of guys going up in a hotel just seeing what there is, seeing if anybody was actually joining with him. Kaney with a nice shot elsewhere on the map, but Lee trying to win this 1v1. Nope, not going to happen. Eagles actually going to hit the shot. And now, once again, Vincit are in a winning position.
Borson might just die here, though. Yep. So, ooh, never mind. Not going to be too bad. Yang can't clutch it out. All right. They've got 1 on the board. 10-0 is avoided.
Hopefully they can find something a little bit more than just the singular round, though. It's definitely a blacklist-sided map, so maybe if they get 2 or 3 here, there is still somewhat of a fighting chance, though it doesn't seem too likely they'll be able to pull this one back. It's going to be Eagles running into a lot of utility, towards this B side of the map. Pretty much all of XROCK spreading out in this direction, but look at this from Danimal. He's already pushed all the way into the BL side of mid, cleared it out. They can stack the B bomb site now. They know nobody is going to be towards A long, but they still have to connect on these shots, and this is where they've had a lot of struggles. Eagles already goes down, but look at the shots from Yang. The second there, that follow-up, just crisp.
The thing is, this is not the first time that VINCIT have been able to stack the B site, and then they've just completely lost control of it anyway. And it's pretty much gone the exact same way. They've just gotten run over. Getting absolutely steamrolled right now by XROCK.
Yeah, the second they smell weakness, it's like blood in the water, like they're sharks. They're not Baisha, but who are actually sharks, right? XROCK is coming in. Double kill, very crisp from Yang. And you can see the skill level of a lot of these Chinese players is just on another level. Sunny going to win that one. Danimal and GDSZ, they've had enough. They're just trying to take whoever they can with them at this point, as they're actually going to get ahead once again in a round. But this one only 3 against 2, and Lee trying to get in onto Eagles. Doesn't do any damage to him, actually, but still on the chase. And that's going to be Borzen to defend.
So, Jiet, 1 on 3. What are the odds?
50%.
Pretty good odds. Pretty good odds for a 5 on for a 3 on 1.
Yeah, there's no way you'd think they lose this one, but with the way they've been playing, it's definitely a winnable situation here for Jie, but
they're so isolated.
He's laughing.
It's 3 1v1s. He could actually get 3 1v1s right here.
His team is probably just joking around on comms as this is happening. You know?
Yeah.
Like, I bet you can't do it, you know. You're probably going to hit yourself with your own grenade again, you know, stuff like this. So.
All right, well, he needs to get something soon because that flank is coming in and it's going to be a problem. Has he spotted him? Yeah, he's seen Eagles there behind him. Ooh, backing away. He knows this is dangerous. The swing will come through. A 1v1 given, but the trade in there from Kaney in the end will secure the second round, which is not a whole lot to get excited about. But still, it's better than only 1. And we headed for another 10-2. Seen a lot of them in this event so far. Chow, Yang, Lee, leading from the front here for XROCK.
And Kaney just in there with the multi-kill first play.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, I'm doing something.
Yes.
This time, though, VINCIT, they're going to try and start with an aggressive round themselves on their BL side of the map. Look at this, XROCK, they've already rotated 4 players of their team into position. Danimal gets the opener. It's actually going to be pretty favorable for them if they can isolate this final player. But again, Lee able to get 2 before going down. Now they've got to deal with the flank of Chow, already pushing up A long, and they've got Xie in the tower. They don't check the tower position before going in for the plant. And Borzen has no idea Chow is underneath.
Yeah, Chow's been given a lot of space. Just a question of which direction he ends up going and how's the timing. It's looking pretty good here. Borzen looking around the corner, will start to land some shots. It's a bit messy on both sides. Borzen went low, but in the end got the duel against Chow, and now it's on to G, 1v2. He's got a nade. If he chucks it into Borzen's position, you'd think it should almost guarantee a kill, and he's holding on to it, so good toss, but it doesn't matter. Borzen hits the shot anyway. First round of the second half will go to VINCIT Gaming. There may still be a tale to be told on this map.
I feel like it was kind of a big misplay there, though, from Jie. He sat in that tower for way too long. His teammates pushing into a 1v2, and he's still up there in the tower, not really providing any value after that early pick he found from that position. So we'll see what they can do on the side of VINCIT to bounce back. They start off the half with a win, but they're still down by 4. You can see here Lee and Borzen right on the other side of this mid door from each other. It's kind of a game of cat and mouse. Who's going to peek first? But Borzen actually seems a little bit more eager to take the fight.
Yeah, I don't think Lee's going to be pushing that.
It's wait, you know, he is going to be spotted though, and now he's in a rough spot. Has to run around the corner. He's got a bunch of bullets into it, but he's still alive. He is not going to take anyone with him. Does a bunch to Kaney, but yeah, at the end of the day, if you get caught there, you're either taking one with you or it's just free. So interesting spot but it is taken down. VINCIT Gaming now, I mean, you rush in the first round, you slow things down in the second round, and you get a pick. Things not looking so bad for them here if they could begin to get some more confidence in the team and continue to execute.
You have to remember this is a pretty heavily BL-sided map, so that's something to consider. Sunny doubling down, good spray. And Gia gets in with one more, actually assisted by Sunny as well. Still, it ends up being a 2v2 as Yang will fall, and Chow is still fighting everywhere. Holy cow. Holy Chow.
Holy Chow.
Good shot. 8 on the board now for XROCK. And that's a 4v5 again. Don't know how many VINCIT have lost.
I mean, it's such a struggle for them to put up anything here. I mean, even looking at that fight in mid, it took 4 players just to get one out of a corner from XROCK. So at this point, you can tell they're a little bit flustered with how this is going. And again, the decimation continues. Yang able to find the first. Lee still hasn't even had to peek. He trusts his teammates up until this point, and now he finds one, almost a second kill. It is still a 2v2, but the HP not looking good for too long if GA here in the tower can find one. And now Chow takes it down to the 1v1 on long and gets it done. Match point now on the table.
This one might just be done and dusted as XROCK, a couple of big rounds in a row that I think are going to totally crush the spirits of VINCIT Gaming. Just, you know, the flank coming in from Chow, the reads, the rotations, and then, you know, the one round that they got was that rush to start off the BL side. Is okay, what is going on here? He's got a shotgun. They all have shotguns.
No.
They all have shotguns. And they're just trying to demoralize them 100%, but it's not going to work.
That's
and VINCIT Gaming will not be disrespected in this round, they say.
I mean, it actually almost worked. Like, it unironically almost worked. There was 2 players left. One of them was very low.
But do they do it again? That's the ultimate disrespect.
That's the ultimate one.
Yeah. They're not going to do it again, though. It's one of those things where you can try it when you've got that big of a lead, but I'm glad it was shut down. But we can actually see something a little bit cheeky on the other side now. VINCIT started off with 3 oms, quickly changing off of that, though. So we are going to see what they are up to. Now it is going to be up to them to try and claw their way back into this one. 5 in a row needed, but XROCK, you'd have to think it's just a matter of time here.
Yeah, certainly feeling like they have control of this match at this point. Kaney and Danimal trying to push through and see what they can see. Sunny not going to have the timing. But yeah, it seems like that should be plugged up here for now. Where are VINCIT going to go with this one? Because everybody's just sitting in mid, very forward positions already from the side of XROCK. They've got one guy right there all the way out on a long. Sunny's here in mid. He is going to be taken out. Nice entry. Lee still in that position. The lineup here from Yang is good, but now from the corner, only able to get one is Lee. A couple of very low health members on the side of VINCIT, though.
Chow on the fast flank as well. Going to be a bit of a problem, especially if Gio can get one more. He's been so good at these cross-map shots, but Chow's the one that kind of worries me. I think his position is now known, certainly is at this point after Borson has peaked up. Got to be a little bit scared, though, here if you're VINCIT with 2 players so low on HP. Gia, he spots out Danimals. All it really takes is the nade, maybe connecting. It's through the window. And Gia's done more damage to himself than to his opponent, again, with a grenade. Not for the first time in this series. It's amazing me, actually, how these VINCIT players are surviving on such low HP. But they might be able to get through this round, actually, in fact. And Gia eventually gets the better of Danimals. But it's taken so much time that this round is now nigh unwinnable. He's just not going to be able to get there for the defuse. And so, 5 up for VINCIT.
Yeah, I mean, you can tell they're taking a lot of unnecessary risks, though, now on the side of XROCK. They're playing a little bit too loose. Eventually, it still might get the job done, but you also don't want to give them too much rope to work with and potentially risk that overtime here by getting too overzealous and thinking you've already won, because as we've seen here, VINCIT, they're a strong enough team to not let those little cheeky plays take them down and out of this one just yet. They are going to go aggressive this time, though, on the A bomb site, already sending their entire team up here, but Chow, he's got the positioning to shut them down, gets the double kill through the smoke, back-to-back headshots. Lee finds another. It's Borson left all alone here already. 1 versus 4, gets himself 2, but that'll be it. It's a 10-5 win for XROCK. They take the series.
We're back here on the desk after a 2-0 victory from XROCK, the third seed from China, but the better team today over VINCIT Gaming made it look pretty simple overall. 10-4 on Mexico, 10-5 on Eagle Eye. Pretty interesting map pool, and ended up being very one-sided to our Chinese team.
Yeah, a bit of a bummer, though. I feel like VINCIT Gaming could have played a much better game today. I feel like in a lot of ways they kind of outplayed themselves, trying to overthink it, playing a little bit different than their normal play style, and XROCK also just kind of elevated what they could do. I feel like in the first day, they maybe had some first-round jitters. They were kind of shaky, but there was no shakiness at all today.
Yeah, look, I got to be honest, that could have even been a little bit cleaner from XROCK if we didn't see that shotgun round getting thrown in there. That might have ended up actually being a 10-3 scoreline on map 2, but either way, you look at that, 10-4, 10-5, and that, you know, kind of opens up the discussion again around these two teams that we were having at the start of the day, where we were looking at it and we were saying, well, we haven't really got a lot of data actually for XROCK at this point, and VINCIT have looked pretty good so far, but I don't think you can really argue against that one now from XROCK. They've been tested against a fairly solid team in VINCIT that has been able to go 2-0 in the group thus far, and they, let's be real, kind of swept them aside. So Chinese dominance looks like it's on the menu here at CFS 2023 Grand Finals once again. XROCK maybe not quite still up to the standard of All Gamers and Baisha, but the only other team that you really probably want to see them tested against, maybe Pacific Macta, have looked pretty good. So I don't know if I want to give XROCK a bit of a run in against Pacific Macta, and potentially also Imperial. Those are like maybe the two teams I'm looking at that I think could cause a bit of a trouble for them.
Yeah, it does feel like our tier list is slowly beginning to take form, especially with the strength of XROCK, as we did see, as you mentioned, against a very strong opponent in VINCIT Gaming, and kind of made them look a little bit silly today. So whether that was VINCIT, whether that was XROCK, it's kind of a you know, coming from both sides kind of deal. As Chow had a big one, so many of his shots were so crisp. You could tell that XROCK, again, another one of these teams that really feeds off of the glory and the confidence that they were having just from so far ahead. And we get it again. The robot dance, it's blessed with it over and over again.
Yeah, 3 from 4 for Chow as far as MVPs are concerned. The only other one of the maps they played has gone to Jia in their previous series, but he wasn't as big of a factor here for XROCK, certainly partly due to Mexico. But we'll take a look at the Group B standings, and as you can see there, XROCK 2 wins, 0 losses, should more or less lock themselves in first place. VINCIT 2-1 are also pretty much locked in second. But yeah, I mean, credit to XROCK. They set out to do what they needed to, and they have managed to achieve that. So pretty solid couple of days at the office from them so far.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like we're really shaping up to have, I would say, an almost locked-in top 4 in my mind now. Maybe there's an argument for that 4th spot between the likes of an Imperial and a Pacific Macta, but I feel like the Chinese teams are solidifying that they are, in fact, the top 3 in this, barring, you know, a crazy upset here from Imperial.
Yeah, I mean, it's really going to be up to Imperial for the glory of the Brazilian region, because that one was very decisive, right? Like, who knows? I mean, VINCIT, they're probably going to make it through in, I guess they're kind of solidified in second place, right?
Probably, yeah.
So they're going to make it on to the next rounds, but yeah, what if they get, you know, Baisha or AG? Like, you fell to the 3rd seed. What's it going to look like against the other seeds? It's not going to be pretty, and we know what they are capable of. There are a lot of strong teams in here. So yeah, it's pretty much up to Imperial at this point, and again, I don't want to call it too early, as we could get into best of 5s and things could change, but yeah, it's going to be interesting to see who is really going to challenge this Chinese region. Will it just be up to Pacific Macta, or is Imperial going to have a say? I think our next matchup is really going to set the tone. Once again, I think today was a really important day in terms of really figuring out what our tier list looks like, who's going to be making it onto the next round, and this last match of CHENGDU All Gamers versus Imperial will decide it pretty much.
Well, I would say the hard thing actually for VINCIT is that, like, if you were going to get it done against any Chinese team, it probably would have been XROCK, and it's a good point that you make that they're very likely now to face another Chinese team, but unfortunately actually a better Chinese team. Whether it'll be Baisha or whether it'll be All Gamers will kind of come down to the draw for the playoffs. But, you know, I guess you reap what you sow, right? You take second in this group, you don't quite manage to get it over the line against XROCK, and unfortunately, you've got to deal with the consequences of that going into the playoffs. But look, we're obviously talking about theoretics and stuff that we're not really too sure about just yet. There are still a lot of factors to go into it. We've still got a whole extra day as well of group stage. And hey, maybe XROCK fumbles tomorrow. But we have to wait and see for that one. I highly doubt that we'll see All Gamers stumbling or fumbling for the rest of this group stage. We saw them do that on day 1. And if you want to touch quickly on the All Gamers and Imperial game there, I mean, All Gamers looked very decisive yesterday against Kungana, and look, I will say I think Imperial is definitely a better team than Kungana, but even then, how much better are you really? And All Gamers 10-1, 10-2 there on that game against Kungana makes me wonder if this is going to be a particularly close one.
I would say it definitely is going to be, just knowing that they did give up a map to LCK earlier on, and I feel like Imperial in a lot of ways is just a stronger version of LCK because they have a pretty much identical map pool. We've seen Imperial then beat LCK on sub-base, but it's going to be left up in the air until we see it.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, guys, we have the interview ready on stage. Let's tune in and listen from one of the members of XROCK right now.
Hello, welcome back to the stage. So for the 3rd match, let's congratulations to XROCK to have today's victory. And now we have Chao from XROCK. Say hi to everybody. Hi, I'm Chao from XROCK. So we have the 2 versus 0 to VINCIT Gaming. So this is actually the first time we are on the world stage, on the CFS stage. So do you feel anything different? We feel very good, and we feel we performed in a very good stage. So for the 2 sides, the pick and ban of the map is out of expectation. So VG picked the Mexico. So is it as we expected? No, we thought they may choose port. So what is the key point of winning this map? I think that is the order, and we follow our strategy, because this is the first time for us to compete with the foreign games. So we can adjust and make adjustment and to change our strategies. Yes, command is the key point of the team. So Yang had a very supernormal performance in this map, so please evaluate his performance. Yeah, he has done better than before. And for the second map, the Eagle Eye is seldom peak. So on the first half, we have the big advantage, and on the second half, I think that we have played more relaxed, right? So when it's on the 8 versus 4, we have the 5-man with the shotguns. Yeah, so we just follow the command of our leader. Yeah, we have to follow the command and the order. Okay, so on that stage, so we have decided that they will go to the B side. Yes, we follow the order that we will go with the shotgun. Yeah, but we played very well, right? Yeah, indeed. It's much fun. So on the second half, everybody played very relaxed. But finally, we also got the victory. So next we will confront with MB. So do you have anything to say to them? No, we just be ourselves and do whatever we can. So let's look forward to your performance in the following match. And congratulations. And then I will give the floor back to the casters.
CFS对于我来说，就是我心中最重要的一个比赛。
我觉得，这是一个对于青春的续写。很荣幸这里边能够有我的一些成分。
Eu não tenho palavras para agradecer a CFS por tudo que ela fez na minha vida, por tudo que esse programa de criadores de conteúdo.
Ang meaning ng CFS sa akin is malaking bagay para sa akin kasi
a CFS na minha vida é tudo, porque eu basicamente vivo para jogar a CFS, eu quero jogar a CFS.
代表着我的整个青春。
CFS 呢，我觉得是穿越火线最高的一个荣誉殿堂吧。
CFS significa para mim sonho e evento muito grandioso。
它是至高无上的荣誉。CFS 对于整个 CF 的发展也是有着巨大的贡献。
对我来说 ，CFS 是梦想中最高的舞台。
A CFS para mim significa o maior campeonato de todos. Acho que é o grande sonho para todo mundo que joga profissionalmente Crossfire。
对我来说，穿越火线这个游戏对我来说的话，意味着就是我的青春。
穿越火線意味着我一個青春吧。CFS với tôi có nghĩa là nơi thể hiện bản thân, niềm tự hào và ước mơ của tôi tại đó. Bên thì CFS nó là một nơi mà ai cũng muốn được thể hiện bản thân mình và cũng muốn được đi một lần trong đời và cái cơ hội đấy thì nó rất là quý giá.
Significa tudo na minha vida e eu não vou desistir até ganhar um。
不知不觉 CFS 已经10周年了。那么10呢，对于中国人来说有个叫做十全十美，但是我们想换一句话，叫做青春正当时。希望 CFS 这个越办越好。
CFS feliz aniversário de 10 anos。
Parabéns CFS pelos seus 10 anos de aniversário。
CFS 10周年，我们一起成长，也希望 CFS 10周年快乐。
Rất cảm ơn nhà phát hành Smile đã gọi là xây dựng một con game phát triển đến bây giờ. Thì với kỷ niệm 10 năm này mình cũng xin
希望 CFS 越来越好，争取再办到下个10年。
希望下一个10年我能够站在赛场上和 CFS 一起走下去。
Eu queria parabenizar a CFS pelo seu 10º ano, por tudo que proporcionou.
希望未来的10年能和 CFS 继续走下去。
祝 CFS 越办越好吧，希望大家一起加油。
Welcome to the CFS 2023 Grand Finals, the world's top competitive Crossfire Esports World Championship Tournament. The year of 2023 marks the 10th anniversary of CFS. CFS 2023 Grand Finals is returning with further developed rules and schedule, providing new challenges to all participating players. Now, let's take a closer look at the format. In this year, we have teams from 6 regions: Brazil, China, EU MENA, North America, Philippines, the Vietnam. The tournament consists of 4 stages: group stage, wildcard stage, knockout stage, and lastly, the playoffs. The group stage will be played under the single round-robin format in a BO3, where 12 teams will be divided into 3 groups of 4 through the group stage draw. The top 2 teams from each group will directly advance to the knockout stage, while the third place from each group will enter the wildcard stage. The last place teams from each group will be eliminated from the tournament. The group stage standings rule will prioritize the teams' higher match wins. If teams' match wins end up in a tie, such as teams' set differential points, will be secondly prioritized. If still tied, the round differential points will be thirdly prioritized, and attack points will be checked. As for the last comparison, the wildcard stage will also play under the single round robin format, BO3 series, where the top 2 teams out of the 3 teams will earn the last 2 tickets to the knockout stage. The 8 teams of the knockout stage will compete under the single elimination format in a BO5 series, where the brackets will be determined through the teams' overall standings from the group stage. Knockout Stage 4 winners will advance to the playoffs that will be played throughout the double elimination format in a BO5 series. The playoffs consist of 6 matches to claim the champion. The total prize money of the CFS 2023 Grand Finals is set to $1,420,000 US, and the world champion will take home $500,000 US. Compete to conquer. CFS 2023 Grand Finals is awaiting its warriors. Let's witness how this epic tournament will roll out. Esports World Championship Tournament. The year of 2023 marks the 10th anniversary of CFS.
Hello and welcome back to CFS 2023 Grand Finals. We are here on the desk for the last series of the night. It is going to be CHENGDU All Gamers up against Imperial, and this one should be a close match. We're hoping that it is because we thought we were going to get a lot of close matches today, but we haven't, so hopefully we do. I'm Valdez with me as ZZXQ and Elfish Guy once again. And before we do get too deep into the commentary, we do want to go ahead and thank our wonderful sponsors out there for making this show possible. Open Mind Alienware. Alienware is supporting CFS 2023 Grand Finals with all of their amazing devices and providing so much to the show to make it possible.
Yeah, also a big thanks to Morphling for their generous support as the official gaming chair in the CFS 2023 Grand Finals. Whether you're in the midst of an intense competition or enjoying a prolonged gaming session, Morphling has you covered. Morphling, reach your throne.
I feel like these two teams could probably reach a throne of sorts. Especially All Gamers, definitely one of the top teams in this tournament. Imperial trying to hold the legacy of Brazil afloat after what happened in the last one with XROCK kind of destroying VINCIT Gaming in a 2-0 victory in that last series. Does Imperial have a chance? Do we think this one is actually going to be close?
I think it'll be closer than the last match for sure. Is it enough to say they could win? Probably not in my eyes. I wouldn't be surprised if All Gamers maybe give up a map in this series. They've shown us they can be shaky at times, but I just don't see a 2-0 for Imperial being anywhere near possible. Maybe a 2-1 at best if everything goes wrong for All Gamers.
The caveat obviously being at times for All Gamers. I think if you would run this series 100 times, how many times would you expect Imperial to win? Maybe 5? Like a 95-5 split? How many times would you expect them to get a map? I'm going to say 70-30. I think like 70% of the time probably All Gamers 2-0 it. 30% of the time Imperial get a map.
Wow.
That's sort of where I'm sitting. I actually kind of expected Carl to drop in there with the big old no as soon as you asked the question. But he seems to have a little bit more faith than I do. I've got a lot of faith actually in All Gamers, especially after seeing them play against Kangana. I think they looked really quite good in that one. And back to their usual strength. I'm not sure we really saw their usual strength against LCK, so I'm not really reading into them losing that map all that much. I think ZY and ZQ in particular really went missing in that series. And for All Gamers, those are obviously two incredibly important individuals. So for mine, I think definitely looking toward All Gamers here in a 2-0 fashion. If Imperial steps up in a big way, right, Goken's having a good day, and ADRF obviously has been having a pretty good tournament so far. Those two need to sort of play lights out, and maybe everyone else actually on Imperial needs to kind of step up their level as well. Then I could see them potentially taking a map. And it's like Kyle says, right? Like if everything goes right for Imperial, yeah, definitely they can challenge in this series. But generally speaking, I think just at a base sort of average level, you're expecting All Gamers to come away with a pretty solid victory here.
Hey, you can see overall, very high round win percentage. It's due even Dway, ZQ, and ZY. And you mentioned a couple of the riflers even as well. Fantastic. Dway also really, really good. You can see the numbers across the line. I feel like he's not one of the more flashy aumers and snipers in the game right now. But he's still really solid. He's still really good. He's not like doing the Shao thing where he's hopping out and like killing 4 people and, But he's still great. He's still great. And on the other side, Imperial, a much higher GR win rate, actually, which is kind of interesting.
Yeah, I think a lot of it comes down to they have Goken. Even though Du's a strong sniper, I feel like Goken is kind of the anchor for this team, and he's really effective on those GR side picks, which leads them to a lot of early round advantages on that GR side of the map. You combine that with also Adrian having a really good event so far. I feel like he's really stepped up coming into this one, but obviously when you look at the match record between these two teams, it paints a pretty bitter picture for Imperial. No wins so far with this roster against All Gamers. Obviously a lot to overcome, but maybe they can find something they want out of the bans and picks here. No surprise to see kind of both snipers highlighted in this head-to-head. I am surprised maybe it's not someone like a ZQ or a ZY. I think they're a little bit more impactful than what Du offers here, but I definitely think seeing how these two play against each other is going to be very key in defining how this match plays out.
Yeah, there are times where Goken, he can just put the team on his back, and it's kind of insane. I feel like a lot of those times that happens when the match is pretty close. You'll note that all of us go for all gamers here, I think that's just the safe prediction.
Yeah.
Like, even at the end of the day, even if Imperial wins this, that is an upset still. Imperial, great team, but all gamers do seem to be on a different level, especially over the years. You know, it just feels like it's all gamers versus Baisha versus all gamers a lot of the time. So until we see a significant movement in that direction for Imperial, they are still on a different tier, and this prediction just makes sense to me. So, yeah, I mean, I'd love to see an upset. I'd love to see Imperial come out here and at least win one map. But we'll just have to wait and see when those games do start. Let's go ahead first and go to the stage and introduce our two teams that are going head-to-head with Matt Andrews right now.
Brazil's #1 seed, China's #2. Let's go. From the CFBL, it's Imperial! Two wins already. Now LKK, Fefe, Goken, Adrian, and Rusal look for another. Imperial! And now it's CHENGDU All Gamers! Even, ZY, ZQ, Du, Jve, the legends, CHENGDU All Gamers! Two unstoppable teams. Who will come out on top? They are about to compete to conquer!
Thank you, Matt Andrews, for going ahead and introducing our two teams to the stage and setting the stage for what is going to be, or should be, a fun matchup. I was kind of laughing when you said before, like, this should go to 3 maps, because I feel like we've said that literally, like, every single series today. But this time, for real. Like, this time, nah. You don't think so? Oh, I know you're big on the all gamers hype train.
That's right.
Coming into today, did we think that this was the most likely to go to 3 maps?
I think it depends on what the maps actually are. I feel like the big sticking point in my mind is, will all gamers ban out sub-base? Because I feel like that's a big win condition here for Imperial to take this series. If they get sub-base as the starting map, maybe they build some momentum. They could potentially take this one, I think, in a 2-1 win. But if that's an immediate ban from all gamers, I think this becomes a much harder series to win.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, if you would have looked, like, sort of given me a list of all of the matches from the group stage and said which one's going to go to 3, I don't know that I would have probably chosen this one out of the entire pack. I think there's a few sort of miscellaneous ones in there. Like, actually, Pacific Macta Kara House, I probably felt like could have gone to 3 maps, for example, which didn't either. I am taking a look back at the result that they had when they played against each other in the Summer Championship in Vietnam. And if you remember, that was the first game of the tournament. And we were kind of having the same conversation, Kyle, about Subbase. We were saying, is Subbase going to come through in this series? It didn't there. It was Black Widow, the choice actually of Imperial, and then Ankara for All Gamers, 10-7, 10-6. ZY, the standout on both of those maps for All Gamers, and that's kind of where I'm like basing a lot of my predictions off of. I sort of think that that is where we might be ending up heading. ZY seems to have kind of found his feet here in the CFS 2023 Grand Final, so I expect him to be a big factor in this one. Will the map pool change up all that much? I don't know that there's much of an incentive really for All Gamers to allow Subbase to go through here. It's not exactly a map that they, you know, really want to go to necessarily. Like, remember, they also sort of struggled on that map against Baisha a fair bit. They've already lost it against LCK in this event, so I could definitely see a Subbase getting banned out. It just sort of feels like 2 birds with 1 stone. take out your map that's been a bit shaky, take out their best map. What's not to love?
Yeah, I think the scary thing as well about a lot of the top Chinese teams is that they're so good on pretty much every map. They don't really have a big weakness, but this is slowly becoming one of their weaknesses, so it's like, why not, right?
Well,
like,
Compound would be the other sort of question mark there for all gamers, because that's the one that they like to ban away, given that that is like Baisha's best map. So if you leave that open, it's like, well, maybe Imperial angles towards a Compound, but I've never really seen Imperial as a super heavy Compound team either. So I think it's kind of worth the risk. It's worth the gamble, in my opinion.
Yeah, I feel like if I'm Imperial in this series, I mean, wow, they're getting loud behind us. So
Speak of them.
You could tell they want to hype things up and get that confidence at an all-time high. But yeah, when you're looking at the maps that could be played here, it wouldn't surprise me if we see kind of a mirrored ban and pick of what we saw in Vietnam. I feel like there hasn't been enough dynamic changes in either one of these teams since then to really warrant anything different. The only thing that could change, I think, would be on the Imperial side, is maybe their pick could change if they want something they feel a little bit better about, or maybe they've prepared a little bit differently coming into this event compared to that.
do you think they try to pick an Ankara against this team? Maybe you try to avoid it. What about like Eagle Eye?
Eagle Eye would be maybe
go with
a
Eagle Eye
stronger
instead?
pick for them than Ankara, but I feel like Eagle Eye for Imperial is a pretty hefty ban as well, so it's not something I would say they're ultimately prepared to tackle. I feel like for them, maybe the dream case scenario would be maybe a Mexico and sub-base to win a series. I feel like those are the two maps that I'd give them the benefit of the doubt on. The rest, though, I feel like either way are leaning into all gamers' perspective.
Imperial, I mean, we all know this, right? It doesn't go against your point, but they did drop that map to Kangarna.
Yeah.
Did they have a series after that where they banned Mexico as well?
They did, yeah. That was against LCK that they banned Mexico. I don't know that. I don't think that they're going to get both of those maps. I would be pretty surprised even to see them picking into Mexico. It might be all gamers that pick into Mexico.
It changes when they are going up against all gamers as well, so maybe they have different consideration up against this team.
The thing is, and we can get into it now, obviously, because it seems like we're ready to go on the stage with the picks and bans. It just feels like a really difficult pick and ban phase to negotiate for Imperial to try to find an advantageous situation, because end of the day, all gamers probably take out sub base here, and then you're like, well, what do we pick? We're not too bad on Ankara, but that's like all gamers' best map, and there's straight away the ban from all gamers. Like, they're not even thinking about it, they're not even worrying about it. They know off the outset that sub base is gone. Like, do you leave Ankara because you're pretty good on it, but then obviously all gamers is almost guaranteed to pick it if you leave it in the pool?
It's rough.
And then what's your choice? Like, is it really going to be Mexico? Evidently not, as the ban. So, I mean, unfortunately, Kyle, right, those two maps that we sort of said maybe you could make an argument for them, straight up banned out. So what's the next territory that you lean into here as Imperial? Like,
I feel like they have to pin, it has to be Black Widow in my eyes, I would say, at this point. Well, it's probably their best bet, but Eagle Eye, that's an interesting one, I would say, from all gamers. I wouldn't say it's necessarily a strong map either for Imperial. In fact, before this Mexico ban, Eagle Eye was kind of a go-to ban a lot of the time for Imperial, so I think this actually plays pretty well for all gamers to bring this out now.
Yeah, and Imperial chose Global Risk to start off on Eagle Eye. So,
bold.
Pretty interesting start. I mean, I like the choice from all gamers. Like I said before, I feel like they can pretty much play any map. They're probably not feeling the sub base nowadays. Black Widow is going to be the choice here from Imperial. So yeah, they're gonna send it on Eagle Eye for all gamers, and then Imperial choose Black Widow. They do not want to go to Ankara for the second map.
Well, surely all gamers banning out Compound here and leaving the choice to Port or Ankara, preferring to play Ankara.
Yeah, I feel like it's really likely we see Port come up as the final map. I think it's probably the best one Imperial could leave in there. All gamers, though, it wouldn't necessarily surprise me to see them maybe leave something different in the pool here. Maybe even a Compound stays in, because they know, yeah, you would ban it against Baisha in this situation, but Imperial hasn't shown us anything in the past that's really overwhelmingly positive on a Compound. So I actually think the Compound could be better for all gamers than the Port.
I think minus Port and then leave Compound Ankara, but it ends up being Compound. So I guess that's like probably the, like that's the safe pick necessary. Not, you know, they don't really like Compound. just get rid of it. Don't try to play the mind game.
I thought maybe they'd be like, well, we've played Baisha so many times on this map. They're like, maybe we're good at it now. Let's leave it up.
You'd be mind gaming if you left it in.
I think it was not a bad idea. They're going to leave Ankara available as Port gets banned away. Imperial don't want to play on that map, so Ankara for our third map in the pool.
Well, I have to say, I think that is a pretty rough pool of maps for Imperial. Kind of ties into the conversation we were having. We were saying, look, Black Widow, Ankara, probably quite likely. And again, that was the pool between them the last time they played, which was 10-7, 10-6, respectively. And then you throw in an Eagle Eye as well, which we haven't really seen anything too fantastic from Imperial on. I feel like they played it against Vasco in Vietnam. I'm having a quick look back here. Oh, he was even banned out in that series. So, Eagle Eye against Baisha for Imperial. 10-3 loss.
Yeah. I don't think they really wanted to play on this map, but maybe they just lost all confidence on Mexico and they're not willing to send it again. And they just say, well, we got to get rid of that one, because that's even worse than our Eagle Eye at this point. I don't really see any other reason to switch up the ban in that big of a manner with double back-to-back Mexico bans in a couple of series.
Yeah, I think the tough part about this ban and pick result now is you almost go into it as Imperial knowing you have to win the last 2 out of the 3 in this series as kind of your main win condition in this series. Yeah, maybe they could win Eagle Eye, but I'd say it's probably the least likely actually out of these 3 maps to go their way, especially when we look at how all gamers played this map against LCK. They were relentless on the BL side, and they get a start on that side here as well. I'm actually kind of surprised that Imperial thinks GR is the go-to play on this map continuously. It is BL-sided, so it's a bold strategy for them to pick that.
Maybe just front-loading the pain and trying to sort of run it back, right? Like reverse sweep. But yeah, we know Eagle Eye is going to be hard. Let's start on the more difficult map. You know, maybe we can pull off a miracle. If not, the map's probably over pretty quick, and then we focus on Black Widow and Ankara. But I mean, they're backed into a corner, I feel like, Imperial, with the map pool being the way that it is between these two teams. It just feels like stylistically quite a tough matchup in terms of the maps that both teams do prefer to play. And I think even relying on coming back on Black Widow and Ankara is going to be a really tough ask for Imperial. Like, you're just doing yourself no favors against an already really good team. So I said earlier, I think it's probably a 2-0 for all gamers. After seeing the maps play out, I think I'll probably lean that way still.
Yeah, I think that's fair. You can see the win rate on Blacklist, 65%. I think that's even higher than Mexico Global Risk.
Yep.
So we talk so much about, like, hey, Mexico, it's 7-2, it's all right, you know. Eagle Eye is a beast as well when it does come to this kind of lopsidedness. So I don't know if it's front-loading the pain or they just feel more comfortable on GR in general. I don't even know if that's necessarily true. Maybe Gokun specifically is like, hey, I like playing the A site on GR on this map, and that's it. That could be, maybe that's the only reason.
Maybe.
At this point, you know, in terms of general Crossfire strategy, they have gone beyond.
I think the only other maybe methodology I could see behind it is all gamers do have a tendency to start off series on a weaker foot usually and then gradually kind of ease into it. So maybe their thought is if we give them what should be the better side first, they're not feeling necessarily warm yet, we might be able to take advantage of them not playing maybe as well in that opening half.
What does that say for Black Widow and Ankara though, like as the last 2 maps in the pool? Because even if Imperial somehow makes an upset happen on Eagle Eye, and all gamers decide that they want to wake up, right? Like similar to what we saw from them against LCK. Man, it's just such a tough ask here for Imperial. But hey, we're just here to talk about it. Maybe there's something still to be said for Imperial, and it's up to them to really show us what they've got on this pool. They have made their cake. Now it's time to eat it. Hopefully it tastes good. I think all gamers might steal most of the cake, but we'll see. It's going to be Eagle Eye to kick off the series between all gamers and Imperial.
Eagle Eye we just saw in the last series ended up being a very one-sided affair. XROCK over VINCIT Gaming, a Chinese team over a Brazilian team. Will we see the same here? as Imperial are just sprinting at them, and that's going to be a very early kill here from Ruzao, but they're handling the pressure very, very well. Nice wraparound here from Fefe and Ruzao, though, to pick up a couple.
C4's on A already. I don't think ZY actually wants to plant it. He's a little bit scared that there's maybe still someone hanging around. If he would have planted it, though, man, what a great plan that would actually end up being. ZQ still sort of in the back lines, keeping Imperial busy. But he's not bold enough to get onto the site. I like it from Imperial, though. They kind of throw the kitchen sink at all gamers, which is generally what all gamers likes to do in the first round against their opponents. So play their own strategy against them. Fefe's been spotted out there by ZY, though he'll actually come off a little better for that setup. And now getting cleared out by ZQ. Should be a trade in there, but ZY will catch Ryu's out as well. Though Gokun, the clutch minister here for Imperial, just doesn't quite find the timing. They sneak into A. I think he might still be good for one here before the plant goes down. It's not going to be onto the bomb carrier yet, though.
So close to being on time.
Yeah, just needed to peek the corner even further because he could have found ZQ out in no man's land, but instead focusing on the player in the tower and now has to convert a 2-on-1. One benefit, though, is I don't think they'll expect Gokun from this angle, though ZQ might just jump spot it. Oh, and shoulder piece it in the end. So, Gokun in the 1v2. Can he step up?
Such a tough ask here, and I think he still thinks the other player is holding this long window, but he's not going to be. ZQ gets the headshot, and all gamers, they steal away that round. I mean, Imperial, they have the 3-on-2, and they still can't close it out.
It was definitely a wonky one. I think that Imperial are... I think it's okay if you're trying to send it really early and make these kind of weird situations that most teams won't be used to as often as kind of your standard straight-up crossfire play. I think that's good to do, especially up against a team that you consider to be a really strong and potentially better team than yourself. Unfortunately, though, we can see the end result is that even in the crazy situation, all gamers were totally fine. They were able to attack back into mid at the exact right time together, double peeking both of them. And yeah, just eventually picking up the round, leaving Gokun alone. And from here on out, you see Imperial not going to rush up the middle this time. Probably not a good idea to do that back-to-back.
They haven't found anything just yet, though, on the side of all gamers. You can see a large grouping here towards B long, but there's no commitment at all. All gamers are waiting, expecting an aggressive play to come their way, but Imperial have changed it quite a bit here in the second round already. They've got a 3-point stack on this B bridge positioning. All gamers about to kind of ease into this fight, but we've got to be careful. Fefe on the back line, just kind of pre-firing down long, trying to bait them in here, but really the pressure of this round's onto Adrian.
Shui is going to be looking for those entry frags, and it looks like pretty good spacing here for all gamers. Flash will be tossed in. Should be only good for one at best, but not even that going to be achieved. It's ZY and Shui combining for the entry, and then even on the outskirts as well gets another one. Very bad news for Imperial. B-site looking much weaker, even though there are still two defenders over there.
Yeah, Adrian has been so clutch for this team in the last couple of series, but it's a whole new beast with CHENGDU all gamers. Perfect flash into the room and immediately spotted. You're trying to put your head down, not much you can do when you're alone. And all gamers, they're not going to force it. There's only 20 seconds left pretty much, so I guess they're just going to try to rotate over to A. Let's see if they've got enough time here as Gokun is on the back of that site. Sends word to the team. I don't know if he's going to be able to hold on to this, though. He does get the one. Has 9 seconds, picks up 2. Looking for a third, can't get the flick. They got to get this bomb down. And they don't have it. It was actually killed from behind. And that is going to be the end of that. No chance at a plant if you don't have the bomb.
What has happened there, all gamers? Like, they've tried again. I've seen this a few times from them. They've tried to get a little bit too tricky for their own good, and they just overcomplicate the round. Like, you found 2 entries on B. I mean, what's the chances there's going to be 3 players still there, right? In a worst case, you're a 5-on-2 probably entering the site. You should be backing yourselves to just get in there and trade it down. But make the call to go over to A, and not a fan of it, but Imperial pick up a cheeky one, and now they can get their momentum rolling. Well, unfortunately, Shui will start things pretty nicely again for all gamers. 1 for 1. ZQ just bunny hopping his way up. Will catch Feifei in the side. K's been booked by ZY. What a shot. That's why we talk about him as maybe one of the best riflers in the world. Takes even a little bit longer onto Ryu Zhao, but he'll get the job done in the end. And it's a bit more like it for all gamers, right? Nothing too nuanced about it. Just charging around the map, taking duels and winning them because they are the better team. There's no doubt about that. They've just got to back themselves.
Yeah, now Gokun, he's going to have to do something quickly. He's kind of running out of time already going for this full wraparound play. You can see Du already holding the off angle on his positioning. He's just going to stall the clock, though, gets the repeat. And all gamers, it's a pretty clean 2-1 lead to start things off. And now it's going to be up to Imperial to show us what more they have to offer on this GR side start. I really liked their first round play, but kind of since then, it's been all gamers just consistently bullying them over towards this B side of the map.
Yeah, you can see there wasn't a lot of coverage over there in Hotel, just getting free pot shots. Even ZQ bunny hopping through the road just to get behind Feifei. Like a lot of free kills in that one just because of the movement of AG. Speaking of which, they're in onto the A site. Immediately Du is going to pick up that first kill. Gokun struggling to deal with the pressure, just being hounded by 2 people on top of the site. And immediately this is getting planted even before the 2-minute mark.
I like it when AG plays fast. They look so decisive in those rounds, don't they? When they slowed down, that was actually where things kind of fell apart for them. This realistically should be a 4-0 after this round, but it's going to end up being a 3-1. Ryu Zhao will be spotted out on top of the tower. A little bit of a Jayo getting thrown in there by the
one, you know?
AG players.
They know they're kind of controlling this so far, and
yeah.
I wonder their thoughts as well. Like if they eventually do win this in the interview, I would love to hear what they think about Imperial just kind of conceding, not conceding, but like ceding over the Blacklist side here first on on AG's map pick. Just to get the pro gamers' thoughts on the maneuver, the strategic call.
CY leading the charge with C4 in hand. It signals it's going to be another fast one here from all gamers. It's been working out for them, though. This time it seems Imperial are a little more prepared. Ryu Zhao and Gokun good for 1 apiece. Gokun eventually does get traded down after his second frag, but still for all gamers, things have stalled up a little bit.
ZQ's got to move into position now. They don't have the C4 in their control as well. But really, it's going to come down to, are they going to check Adrian's position here on the back of site? No, they are not. He drops the bomb carrier. Du now left alone, 1 versus 3. It's not going to matter. He's taken down very quickly. Imperial, it's a solid response there. They're starting to get a little bit more comfortable handling that fast, aggressive playstyle.
I mean, look, at the end of the day, I think Imperial should probably just be aiming for 3 rounds in this half. It's about a 66% win rate on Blacklist side, so even though it doesn't look fantastic off the outset, it does feel like all gamers have been kind of dominating this. There's still some rounds going over to Imperial that they can take heart in. And it is always a tale of 2 sides.
Yeah, I think at this point, Imperial should be happy with a couple of the rounds they have gotten, especially that one where the C4's dropped and they're trying to push with 15 seconds. It's like, okay, well, you know, we were able to stop this kind of funky play. We were able to win pretty much a straight-up round there. And all gamers kind of sending it pretty hard through mid, and they got kind of caught out, but still, it's a good round to take. And now they're reading this play in onto B. ZQ going to take a bit of damage. And they can't quite commit onto the B side if already 3 people are looking at this one entryway.
Yeah, I feel like all gamers here, they're trying to bait out this pick on the B bridge, hoping that someone's going to come back for it, but it's actually a pretty passive setup here for Imperial. They're not wanting to take these fights. They really want this full push onto the B bomb site to come through, but I feel like all gamers, with the way they're playing here, these players aren't necessarily fully prepared to trade each other effectively in these positions. So Imperial, even though they have the numbers stack here, there's not the best support system in place. CY finds the opening fairly untraded, and look at this, they're following Suit one at a time, and they're just falling behind it. Adrian only going to be good for 1, 2-on-4 now for Ryuzao and Gokun. And Gokun, he's just nowhere to be found in this fight. He's just trying to support it from the mid tower.
Yeah,
there's no way.
I do often wonder sometimes if Gokun is kind of keeping himself in reserve a little bit too much sometimes for Imperial. How often do you find him as the last player alive? Look, sure, that's kind of your role, right? You're the sniper. You don't want to be giving up your position early. You also are quite a clutch player, but I think you find yourself in a 4v1 or a 3v1 like 4 or 5 times in a map. Maybe you need to get involved in those rounds a little bit earlier.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think it was especially notable in that round where they took mid-control. You have a 3-on-2, and Gokun isn't anywhere to be seen in that 2v2 exchange where they ended up ultimately losing the round. Gokun's last alive in a 1-on-2 there. So this time, again, he's going to be going for that solo play, pushing into the middle of the map. There's nobody yet from All Gamers here. He does get the opening. There's no trade potential yet for All Gamers. He might just be able to fall out here. But what is that second shot? Beautifully done onto Do.
So what's the response going to be from All Gamers? Push into ADRF. He's a little bit isolated and has already been spotted out there, I think, by Zhui. A couple more players here to help out, and actually ZQ dropping down as well, pushing the off angle. It's going to make life even more difficult here for All Gamers.
Yeah, it's almost like Gokun took it to heart, and he's like, you know, I'm just going to send it earlier. That way, either I die, or I did it early before they got the push off, and I wasn't there for the push. Now, here comes Dway. Nice little pick off. This is going to be very difficult for All Gamers to actually clutch this round out. It was 2v4, now it's 2v3, but take a look at their health bars, extremely low. CY and Dway have been having some good rounds so far, but not going to be easy by any means. You see that Imperial are leaving the B side open for a potential retake, also pushing out of A long to see, you know, get in position if it does go down onto B anytime soon.
Yeah, this would be a painful one to lose, though, wouldn't it?
I almost feel like they're going to make the same mistake, though. Gokun isn't playing for the retake right away. He's just holding that B to A cross position. He has to be a little bit more assertive on this rotation back into site. They almost need him to be the first contact, to play that distractionary role so these other two players can come in and actually secure these trades behind him. You can see he is starting to group up now slowly for this mid push to hopefully distract, but they've already run the clock down to more than a half left. They've got to move even quicker now against Shui, who's going to already find this first pick, and now he just has to stall, but Ryuzao, what is that shot to follow through with? They get it done just in time, and it's still only a one-round game.
Yeah, it's pretty close. I mean, that's a big round for Imperial to take. They get the initial play from Gokun, a couple pickoffs, and then eventually are able to, as we take a look at the replay once again, the second shot is the big one onto Do, who's not able to react on time, even when he knew that Gokun was there. And just like that, Gokun trying to make waves by himself, and he's keeping Imperial close.
Double arm setup from AG, something that we see from them reasonably often, a lot of the time actually on Ankara. ZY looking to see if he can find anything early in the round, doesn't get the advantage there, but Ryuzao working around the back lines. Imperial want to play aggressive again, and even is the one kind of just holding this flank at the moment and calling for the rotation back from his teammates, though. Wasn't expecting a player behind him. ADRF, Ryuzao, Gokun all chiming in. And all of a sudden, the story starts to change. Imperial get their 4th on the Global Risk side, and if they can get even one more, then maybe there is going to be a spanner in the works for All Gamers after such a decisive start.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like especially on this map, 4 is kind of already enough here. I mean, this is not generally anywhere close to a GR-sided map, so they've definitely done their job already. If they can win the half on top of it, they're going to be feeling really good at their odds to take this map away from All Gamers, which is kind of surprising because the rounds have looked so scrappy to get there, but now Imperial, they've cranked it up a notch. It's a 3-kill going their way at the start of the round. Gokun just annihilating them from the upper A bomb site. Now Do is left alone. He does manage 1 kill, but that will be it. 3 rounds in a row. Imperial, they take back the half.
Imperial proving that this is in fact a GR-sided map. Not actually,
so.
But for them. And after all that time of them banning away this map and not getting to see them play on it all too often, we do get to see that 3 rounds in a row real quick. I do feel like AG kind of getting a little bit, I don't know, A little bit overconfident, perhaps. Like some of these pushes are, they're like, okay, we're just going to run at you and kill you. But Gokun already proved he's going to cover that mid angle, and it was just kind of a flimsy push after a couple of guys went down.
Dugo's missing a little bit in that first half as well, but this will be the half where you kind of want to see him stepping up. GR side, we've already got the double orb set up from All Gamers. Again, ZY with the secondary sniper position.
It's a bit of a weird play, though, coming out from Imperial. They're very, very far back in the BL spawn here. They're hoping for a push. All Gamers not really giving it to them. Instead, playing 3 on the A bomb site. Nobody holding on to the middle of the map, though, and this could be a key area if Imperial is aware of this and starts to move for that late control onto mid. But this is honestly more reserved than I would have expected either team to play in this circumstance.
Yeah, especially considering both have been pretty aggressive so far in the map.
Still waiting for this push to come in. You can see, okay, Gokun's going to get that headshot all the way onto the back of the guy in the hotel. Here comes ZQ now, wants to get a little bit of revenge, but nobody's going to just poke their head out and look for these one-offs, as Lucan with the quick headshot on the bridge as well. Now it's 5v3 in favor of Imperial in the lead already on this map, and they have the blacklist side now to play for the second half because of their choice of going for GR first.
Definitely seems like the right call, at least so far. You can see they're running out of time here on the side of Imperial, though, to get this bomb plant. They've got 30 seconds. Du finds the kill as well on to Adrian, and now they're forced to full rotate with only 20 seconds on the clock. And this is where things can get a little dicey if the bomb carrier goes down. He has to perfectly cross here, and it's the final player on this team with that bomb in hand as well. Feifei has to get moving, but it's Adrian and Lucum on these lurks, getting a lot of value. Now they can get the bomb down uncontested. It's a 4v1 in Imperial. They might just get their 4th straight round here.
I wonder if they're actually going to do it, right? It's kind of starting to feel like it's on the money for Imperial today, 6-4. Certainly likely, but I'm really talking about the map victory here for Imperial. You can notice that they're not really getting too loud after any of these rounds just yet. They know that this is still very much hanging in the balance. Don't want to get ahead of themselves.
Yeah, he's pretty good at this game, Gokun.
Yeah, he's
2
having
kills.
a blinder.
2 kills. He has really stepped up to the plate. He was going for the solo plays early on, and they started to work. And now he's just gaining even more confidence. 13 kills in 10 rounds total, and now we're moving into the 11th round. They've really they're just slowing it all down now from the blacklist side. From the GR side, they were all guns a-blazing. They were coming out at them pretty strongly and getting in their face, but now they're just expecting AG to do the same, and they're trying to catch that pressure.
It's a good setup, though. I questioned it at first because it seems like it's a little bit too passive, but All Gamers, they might start getting a little bit more anxious to play into this and poke around at it. You can see Jouet here thinking about taking this fight out of A long. ZY as well, trying to spot them over the top on this B bridge box, but it's really just a patience play here from Jouet. If he peeks into this, it's very unlikely they're going to be prepared for it, but if he goes down without much of a fight, it's basically a free pick handed over.
Here he goes. Feifei not quite watching, but Eddie RF there to help him out, and that's exactly what that setup is designed for, right? You're waiting for someone to get a little bit too overzealous, look for info, try to find a kill, be the hero. And this time it's Jouet. And the setup works perfectly for Imperial. Even a trade there is fine. As long as it's at worst a 1-for-1 for Imperial, it's going to start to split the map open. Now, the question is going to be, do they expect another push to come through from All Gamers? Because they are waiting patiently. But All Gamers are going to go again, and they're even getting a little bit deeper this time around. Feifei spots it out. LKK catches ZY on the other side of the map, though. So still numbers favorable there for Imperial. They pick up the pace. CQ surely gets checked at this point. Hasn't actually, but still does go down. And All Gamers are relying on Du to make something impossible happen. A 1v4 just not on the cards. It's starting to heat up a little bit for Imperial now.
I mean, yeah, I'd say so. They're up to 5 in a row here. I mean, at this point, All Gamers, they're the team looking like they're struggling in this first map, which was their pick. So I'm actually curious to know why they wanted to play this map. They don't seem to have a whole lot working in their favor so far on it. They've tried to be aggressive. It hasn't worked. And again, they're getting shut down left and right here. Adrian gets the opening pick. It's already a 5-on-4. And really, Imperial, they haven't done anything drastically different in this round. They've got 3 towards B long, 2 holding on to mid, and All Gamers continues to play into their hand.
Yep. You did have to question it a bit when Ankara was open. And we just know how strong All Gamers are on that map. Kind of made sense, though. We could understand it before going into it, but after now having seen it, it's not looking good at all for All Gamers. Even has struck back with a quick 2-piece for himself, but that is still not going to be enough to bring it back into the favor of All Gamers. And one more time, it's Du. Quick shot onto Ryu Zhao, though his position now known means the C4 is going to be able to hightail it into B. The plant will go down, and he has to convert this 2-on-1 to really keep All Gamers in this map.
This is not going to be easy. Du's been left in this spot so many times, and we know that he's not necessarily the big clutch player. He's also got an M4 in this case, trying to attack it at the B site by himself. Not a bad choice in that case, but now a big ask from him. He gets Fefe, or rather Goken, takes him pretty low. Fefe also has to back away. There's still a lot of time. Du came in here pretty early, trying to get the read on where Fefe is in the smoke, and he is going to get the jump on him, and will get that shot down. Nicely done by Du.
Ooh, not over yet.
Yeah, that's a big round to steal away. Not only do they get the round, it's in a 1v3 fashion, which kind of kills that momentum and can probably cause a little bit of frustration for Imperial here as well. You can see in the replay, beautiful double kill to open up that last round and really get the ball rolling. Imperial, they had all of the advantage going into the 3-on-1, but Du really making sure he can find that impact for the side of All Gamers to kind of keep themselves alive in this one. It had been a while since they won a round. They lost 5 in a row, so really a nice way to turn the tide here.
Yeah, but he's still asking them to claw this one back on the GR side, which is obviously not the favorable side on this map. So it's going to continue to be a bit of a tall order for All Gamers. Imperial, same setup again. Default setup, patient. Goken watching A long. Seems to be a go-to for Imperial while they think about things. Wait for maybe a bit of aggression from All Gamers. Again, you do have a lot of time in Crossfire. Like 2.5-minute rounds is a huge amount to play with. So no need to do anything too quickly.
Yeah, CY also covering over here. I mean, it's a pretty passive setup from the side of All Gamers as well. Just waiting for the push, not wanting to push into Imperial, who have already shown that they are willing to wait out the timer. Smoke's now raining onto the A site, as well as a couple of flashes. They do push through mid and through long. Spray here from even Not Great Betway is in position inside the building. He's not going to get that kill, but ZQ and Du will get one apiece, trying to hold on to the site. Du is going to get isolated, though, as Ryu Zhao does take over the site. Now it's a 1-on-1. Ryu Zhao versus ZQ.
Ryu Zhao's got the bomb, but he's got to be careful here. He doesn't want to risk planting it if ZQ is trying to sneak up. He did spot him there again on the staircase, so he knows ZQ's playing this position. But the problem is, if Ryu Zhao runs the clock down too low without taking the fight, it's a guaranteed kill for AG on the plant. So now he wants to take the fight to him, but neither player able to connect in that exchange. Now Ryu Zhao, he's got no HP to work with, doesn't matter. Swings for the tap, and that is a massive round for Imperial.
Yeah, very big one. I mean, Ryu Zhao's always been a clutch player. We talked about him so many times in Vietnam when he was left in the 1vX. It felt like he almost always won it. And there's another really good example of it in a massive moment for Imperial. 8-5, they maintain that momentum. Look at that, 5 in a row.
Yeah.
But 6 of the last 7.
And you talk about Ryu Zhao in clutch situations, Goken as well. Ryu Zhao actually highest ADR as well, on top of everything else. So definitely up there, helping to carry the team in many different facets. And Imperial, they come out here and they really impress on this map that I was not expecting to go in this way. also just the composure, just playing every round like it truly matters and taking a lot of these blacklist rounds extremely slowly and really trying to control the pace and the tempo and make it theirs. And you can see that all gamers are not very comfortable with this. They don't feel like they're handling this kind of play very well.
Well, is tonight the night for Imperial? And the implications of what that would mean for the playoffs as well would be pretty spicy. We might get to see all gamers against Baisha or XROCK a little earlier than anticipated, which is not something any of the Chinese fans would like to see. Shui, though, he's not prepared to go down without a fight as he catches Ryu Zhao. ZY also spotting out LKK with that orb. And it does seem as though all gamers are not done yet. I mean, this is not going to be an easy map to win for Imperial, no doubt about it, but especially when the C4 has been lost right in the midst of all gamers.
You can see Adrian here. He wants to take this fight onto the GR spawn. There is one player waiting for him, ZQ, just holding this corner. They've got 40 seconds, and they've got to move in. This is going to be a key fight. ZQ wins it. And now Gokun is left alone, 1 versus 3. The C4 down in front of the GR spawn. He has to go in guns blazing and really just hope for the best here, but there's just no time to make this happen. ZQ hops out in front of him. Nobody actually playing on this bomb too makes it even more dangerous for Gokun to move in and pick it up, but with only 15 seconds, he basically has to go back to this B bomb site, but he gets the shot onto ZQ. He's running at this player on A, though he has no idea Du's in the corner, and that will be the round for all gamers.
Yeah, once it was Gokun left alone, was never really going to have a chance, maybe like a 5%er on that one. Just getting surrounded from so many different ways. He can't check every corner with such low amounts of time. 8-6. Still feels like Imperial should be able to run away with this map from the blacklist side, but all gamers, they're not going away easily. A lot of these rounds are at least somewhat competitive. That one in favor of all gamers, so not ready to call this one done and dusted just yet.
No siree. Is it another OT? I mean, that's definitely on the cards here as well. All gamers losing the OT against LCK. Oh, how is that miss? I have no idea, but ZY still gets the job done with a pistol. Nade in, doesn't quite manage to clean up Feifei, but Even will find him anyway. And he's gone for another one as well. So it's starting to shape up a little bit now for all gamers. They're looking a little better in the last couple of rounds. It'll be a good time actually for attack time out there on the behalf of Imperial. Ryu Zhao, cheeky position, does manage to catch out Du. Wasn't expecting someone that far progressed on the A site. Now for Gokun with that C4. He could really go anywhere at this point. And I like the way that AG's playing this as well, putting themselves in a position to make a play, cutting the map in half. Gokun might get one. Does he get two? If he drops the bomb, could be round over. Minute and 10 though for Ryu Zhao. Again, against Shui. Can he pull off another massive clutch for Imperial?
He's got a good advantage now in the 1v1. He's taken Shui down to half HP. However, that C4 being down is such a difficult position to recover it from. You can see Shui just trying to play with the time here. He hits the shot, and all gamers are going to take this down to just a one-round game. Imperial, bring out the timeout here.
And Imperial nearly clawed that one back. It was 2v3. Rizal had a very nice forward position. Got that pick off. Gokun as well getting the drop on a one, but yeah, not a good position by any means. And even though they nearly squeaked it out, AG with 2 in a row, I believe, at least. Maybe even 3, but they are really back on the board. They are playing much better in these last couple of rounds compared to the other ones where it felt like Imperial was in total control. The slow play from Imperial not necessarily working out either. Feels like all gamers have adjusted. And now, I think it's a good time for a timeout. It is going to slow things down even further, but, you know, with all gamers finally showing some big signs of life, maybe your take, Kyle, was right in the end, right? Maybe they just wanted to start from GR because they knew AG would be a little bit slow to start and they could kind of get some momentum and try to pull it into the blacklist side, but perhaps all gamers is now awake.
Yeah, that's what makes these last 2 rounds so difficult. They're not going to let them go down easily. They are a little bit more alive in this second half, but they're still down by 1. Gokun still hitting the shots as well. I still feel like he is kind of playing isolated in a lot of situations. Would love to see him play a little bit more aggressive with some support systems around him to ensure he is going to trade from his positions, but it's hard to say, you know, when someone has 17 or 18 kills, it's almost impossible to reel them in at times.
Seeing a lot of Ryuzao and Gokun still up there on that first list. Gokun has been playing this angle so many times that you really got to be careful playing with fire. Trying to throw just a nade through was CQ, I believe.
Yeah, it's like, what's the risk versus reward? The reward is you're maybe going to get 15 damage onto ADRF. The risk is Gokun pops your head off. Doesn't really feel worth it, though it doesn't blow up in All Gamers' face this time around.
Again, though, a very similar setup from Imperial. Playing that 3-2 split on to mid and B. All Gamers as well, kind of playing the same way on their end. 2 towards B, 3 towards A. Just that one solo player holding on to the push up the mid staircase, and I feel like this is a really solid setup for Imperial, kind of testing that patience for All Gamers. They've had a lot of rounds. All Gamers kind of just pushes in to this setup, but you can tell they're playing a little bit more reserved in this one, not giving up any real opportunities to be picked off just yet.
See ZY gets at least a little bit of information, some shots being fired through the smoke saying, okay, might be looking for a B swing, but Imperial stays strong. They have been going for these later pushes pretty often, so All Gamers not overreacting by any means. Still 2 guys on the A site, and it looks like that might be where Imperial have their sights set all along.
You've got Even that has already sort of half rotated his way across, so he'll be able to assist in the defense, and there's a good shot from the Observer, showing us exactly why. He'll have some counter-util available, but most of the defense will come down to Zhui, holding on to Long, and he's done a pretty good job of that. 3K coming through from him. 4 on 2 now, and Du will take the peak onto Gokun, say thank you very much. That one's been pretty easily delivered to All Gamers, and the scoreline has now equalized. It's always a competitive map between these 2 teams.
Telling you, GR signed it.
Apparently. Like, there's no doubt that, at least in this game, that is the case.
So far. All Gamers, just a really nice response overall. It was a little bit obvious, I do feel. You know, it's same smoke setup, same kind of timing from rounds before from Imperial for this push onto A.
Yep.
And All Gamers, I feel like they've just got the read now.
I mean, maybe Imperial have run out of ideas. Right, how deep does the strat book go on the blacklist side of this map? And another member been spotted out, ZY 1 for 1. Maybe not quite enough, but ZQ's position here is going to be so good. He lines up to 9 to 8, and all of a sudden it is All Gamers map to lose again.
Yeah, what a comeback here from All Gamers, but a lot of it comes down to, I feel like they're losing some of the fundamentals as well on the Imperial side. They're trying to do some solo aggressive plays to open up these sites, maybe get an early pick, but now All Gamers, they're just swinging right back onto them, but they're playing a little bit more patiently in these angles. They're not just, you know, swinging blindly. It's a little bit more calculated, so it's going to be a harder one to try and tie up here, but Imperial, they've still looked good in this matchup, and overtime wouldn't necessarily surprise me here, but All Gamers, they're going to play that pressure right back onto them once again, running down that clock. They're going to wait to see what Imperial will do.
I think even an overtime would be a bit of a win here for All Gamers, considering the circumstances they found themselves in. And able to grind it back. And having already secured that will be a weight off of their shoulders, though, of course, a 10 to 8 win would be more so what they're looking for.
Feel a bit for Fefe. Everybody in the servers got kind of a decent scoreline. I guess Adrian is also struggling a little bit, but yeah, it's really been kind of the Ryuzao and Gokun show on the side of Imperial as well, whereas if you look at All Gamers, everybody's kind of pulling their weight in one form or another. Sometimes in these really close situations, you got to have everybody on the same level. Of course, maybe Gokun just gets a 4K or something like that. Let's see what it's going to come down to as ZY is in position, very close up here to read this push early on.
Nice flash comes over the top from Imperial, but they're already down to less than a minute. They're going to be moving in on this B bomb site, but look at Shui here on the mid doors. Is he going to be caught? Reuse? Oh, he's not ready for it. Gets taken down right away. The C4 they've got to go back for now. Yep. Things aren't quite working out in terms of timing, and they still have 3 players on the back of this B bomb site. They're going to have to work their way through. The C4 only just now getting into the B hotel, and it's just being completely telegraphed here.
There is so much information for all gamers with that push in through mid, and they have sent 4 players over to the B bomb site. This surely cannot go well for Imperial, but they've got no other options. They've got to make their way into the site. Lucal gets 1, ADRF will be traded back on down, and ZQ wants to finish it right here, right now. It's 10-8 for all gamers. What a comeback.
And we're back right after All Gamers pulled off a big comeback victory there on Eagle Eye. It was their map choice. They got onto the Blacklist side, and after all of that, was pretty interesting to see how it did come down to a 10-8 score, as Imperial were looking so good for so many rounds in a row from both sides, actually, but at the end of the day, they just fell short.
I think it's really the All Gamers difference. I feel like this is a team that anytime it seems like they might be on the back foot, they always know how to bring it back, and this is where Imperial has to be ready for that extra level to get across the finish line against a team like All Gamers. It's not going to be easier. It's usually just going to be even harder because they know how to crank up the heat on you.
Yeah, I mean, look, All Gamers, they're a mentally resilient team, and sure, they can lose maps in a close fashion, but they've got that never say die attitude that's going to make it really quite difficult to close maps out against them. And if you're going to do it, it's probably going to be in the OT or in a very close fashion. And unfortunately for Imperial, they kind of falter at the final hurdle, right? The 11th hour gets the better of them, and in this case, obviously, it is All Gamers that walk away with a victory. Shui, in large part, obviously, thanks there for CHENGDU All Gamers to Shui. ZQ had a pretty good game as well. But like you highlighted during the game, it was really an across-the-board performance from All Gamers. No one getting left too far behind, whereas you can't really say the same necessarily for Imperial. ZQ ends up being the one to walk away with the match MVP.
Guy had a great game. Just across the board, very consistent, a lot of big moments, and yeah, just not much else to say. All Gamers, just the better team by the end of it all. Was looking a little bit scary, but eventually they did wake up to the call. Well, guys, we're done with the first map. We will come back after a quick commercial break for the second map. Don't go anywhere.
Esports World Championship Tournament. The year of 2023 marks
Hello and welcome back to the desk. We're here after that short little break. We did just have all gamers going up 10-8 up against Imperial for that first map on Eagle Eye. Now we will move on to the second map, which is for some reason slipping my mind.
Black Widow.
Black Widow, right? The choice here from Imperial. Will it be enough going into their map choice to actually get it done here against all gamers?
That's a good question.
I mean, if you can put up 8 rounds on your opponent's map pick, I have to feel like they feel pretty good about their chances going now into their own pick. But it also felt like all gamers were starting to come to a new level at the close of that match, and I feel like they have to be ready to overcome probably a stronger opponent, even knowing it's their map pick in the second one.
Yeah, I mean, they did play Black Widow in Vietnam when they played against each other. It was 10-7 for all gamers, so another pretty close map. I get the feeling this is going to be a close map-filled series. Like, if we do go to 3, I'd be expecting, you know, a pretty close victory here for Imperial. And obviously, Ankara, we know that Imperial can play that one alongside all gamers. So, again, another map that kind of lines up for maybe another close affair. So, if all gamers get the dub here, I think it'll be a real grind. But they have already shown the ability to get the win over Imperial today in a pretty tight affair. They've done it in the past as well in a 2-0 fashion. They've done it on this map that's coming up. Both teams feeling, I think, pretty comfortable coming into this one, though the mental edge I will give to All Gamers just purely because they win that last map. Had to be a bit of a tilter for Imperial, especially with Gouken and Ryuzao playing as well as they did. You're not going to be able to capture that every single series, every single map. So, you know, maybe one of them falls off a little bit here for Black Widow and it ends up being a little bit of an easier job for All Gamers. You'd probably highlight ADRF in particular as the player that might need to step up here for Imperial. He's been someone that's been really good actually for them at this event so far, but didn't quite have that game that he needed.
Yeah.
On Eagle Eye. And look, Feifei not performing so well either, but he is the IGL, and he's not someone that typically steps up hugely in the fragging department either. So I think you're kind of losing out on your MVP as far as ADRF is concerned for this event so far. Probably a bit of a bigger deal.
Yeah. I am a little bit worried for Imperial coming into the second map because it can be really rough to get so close against such a strong opponent and then just fall short. The whole mental game of... We even saw this with Pacific Macta where they got pretty close on Compound, which they left up for Baisha. And then they went to their map pick of Ankara, which was a little bit strange because Baisha's also really strong on that map. But they just kind of fell apart from there. So I hope that we actually get something pretty competitive. Imperial don't fall apart in their own right, and they actually play out this Black Widow pretty well.
Yeah, I feel like Black Widow is going to be a stronger map for Imperial. I think the big thing that I would note in their favor is I feel like in map number 1, Gouken and Du, very comparable. I feel like on Black Widow, Gouken has a lot more an advantage of his play style because he's a little bit more assertive. He's not afraid to take those aggressive picks, and you kind of need that on a map like Black Widow to be successful. Du, I feel like on Eagle Eye just had a lot of room to work with because he could play a little bit more passive, hit those angles as they ran into him. Not only that, I think just shot for shot, he's playing a little bit better in this match than what we've seen so far as well.
Yeah, I suppose there's a big question mark, I guess, as to whether or not Gouken can do it multiple maps in a row. For me as well, I'm looking at Ryuzao, and I think he's been quite good in this tournament. Like, he's had a lot of good maps, but whether or not he can kind of maintain that as well is something that I'm looking at here for Black Widow. So for me, win conditions for Imperial on this map is Gouken and Ryuzao continue their form. ADRF to kind of step up here as well. Whereas for All Gamers, I think they kind of need to just keep doing what they've been doing. So we'll see how it plays out, though, obviously, as we do head into map number 2. And hey, yeah, I guess winning's definitely a good way to go when you come into a tournament like this.
Yeah, either way, worst case scenario, they are going to be in a position where they can move on to the next stage of this tournament. But if they could somehow pull away the number 1 seed, it would shake things up in a way that kind of helps a lot of these other teams who want to find a way to get past those Chinese teams in the bracket stage here. So see if they can do it. It is their own pick after all, and maybe we'll see a good reason for it.
Well, own picks have sometimes worked in the past against these Chinese teams, but so far it has been the Chinese teams who do reign supreme. I really want to see Imperial put up a good fight in the second one and give us a very good competition to conquer. Let's get ready to hop on to map number 2, where we will see if All Gamers will pick up the 2-0, or will we have our first map 3 of the day. Haven't had a lot of those at this tournament. I think there's a total of 2.
Yep, yesterday was all 2-0s. Day 2 we had a 3-mapper, and day 1 we had a 3-mapper. Funnily enough, actually, both of those 3-mappers included these teams. One was All Gamers vs LCK, and the other was Imperial vs Kungana, as Even starts things off pretty nicely. Lukum trying to push aggressively. Ends up being a 1-for-1 trade, though, courtesy of Gouken, so not too bad for Imperial, but I find that stat interesting that the only 2 3-map series have come from both these teams, so does that tell us something? Maybe not.
Yeah, I feel like in this group, it has been a little bit more competitive in some of these matches than what we've seen in the other groups. But I would say right now, Imperial, they've got a lot to prove, especially being on the GR side again first. This is another map that tends to be BL-sided, and this time around, All Gamers is definitely feeling a lot warmer. Ryuzao playing that first point of contact. Now onto the B bomb site. Gets caught with the nade out, though. Not what you want to see here. Adrian at least able to secure that trade. But Feifei, he's hiding behind this box here. All tucked away. They're not going to check it either. ZQ gets caught on the planche way. Not ready either. He goes down. That's a huge play for Imperial, and Adrian swoops in to get it done.
Yeah, kind of surprising they don't clear out that spot.
Yep.
Maybe they just kind of glanced at it, but they weren't 100% sure. But also credit to Fefe to not even peek just once, because it can always be, you know, very enticing to just poke your head out, maybe get a kill, and bait out a lot of attention. But instead he did the opposite. Gokun is way out there. Worked out for him in the first round. Not this time around, though.
Yeah, it was a bit of a different setup, though, from Imperial. They had players pushing in mid and Gokun pushing out of B in the previous round. This time, somewhat similar, but Gokun getting picked off is going to really pick the pace up here for All Gamers. Straight into the B side. Shui took a long time to finish off Ryu's out, but neither player really landing a huge amount of shots in the end. It'll be All Gamers to find the numbers advantage. C4 hasn't yet committed to the site.
The HP, though, not so great on ZY and Shui. Both of them around 10 HP for the remainder of this one, so it could be done from Imperial. The nade comes over the top, but it's actually Lukum peeking the doors, who takes down ZY. Shui still sitting here in this back corner, but they're running into trouble. The bomb still hasn't been planted. Finally, it is going to get planted here. Lukum still poking around, trying to make it that much more difficult, but still even secures the trade, keeps things down to the 2v2, and even he's going swinging for more here onto the double doors. He takes down Lukum, and now Adrian's left all alone.
Let's see if he can do it. He's going to get the drop on an even here, but he does tick him down to 19 health. Du could be literally anywhere. And with that plant, you might think that he's going to be in the window or something. It's kind of similar to what happened to Alucard just earlier today, where he felt like he had to check every single angle. Du, very nice timing, just pops out, knows Adrian is low, and pretty easy round win from there.
Yeah, you love to see it here from All Gamers, answering back right away. Du continuing to hit some fantastic shots in this matchup. And again, All Gamers still putting a lot of early attention here over towards this B bomb site. Honestly, pretty similar to what we've seen from Pacific on this map, with kind of their core setup, 3 towards B, 1 mid, 1 poking around a day long.
What is the play now from All Gamers, who are grouped up here outside of this B box room? Definitely considering going in. A lot of the plays so far in the last couple of rounds have been pretty quick, not really utilizing the full timer. Just trying to get some momentum on your side. But this time around, Imperial has got 3 people in this B bomb site, which is not going to make this easy by any means if they do commit to this.
Well, they're going to go for it again by the looks of things. Not much changing up for All Gamers. I suppose if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They feel like they can make it happen on B. Time is still there for them to go elsewhere, and Du is very patiently waiting for a push to come out from A long. Not going to be rewarded for that patience.
It definitely seems like they're setting up now for a late push on the mid, maybe even a rotation up the catwalk. You can see the bomb starting to move in that direction. And this is a good read. Only Adrian is on this bomb site. He really has to pop off to make sure they can't get through, but that flash is devastating. He's taking down right away, and now you've got a 5-on-4 situation. There's no one else left to respond with here, and All Gamers have full control. Ryuzao, though, on the retake, already able to find the first to get things started. Takes down ZQ. But it's still a tough bomb site to get back into when you have Du here sitting in the BL spawn, toying with all of the rotators.
Yeah, I mean, Feifei's pushed out of long. They know that they've kind of got to get rid of Du before they can rotate players in onto the site, but that's not even really going in the right direction. It has cost them so much time to get the better, at least of even, that there's just no hope in the round anymore there. All Gamers up 2-1. Looking okay to kick things off on Black Widow.
Yeah, kind of a insane game of rotatos at that point. I mean, they're all going in different directions when the bomb is on the A site, and it doesn't really amount to too much. Good reads from the side of CHENGDU All Gamers to get ahead of that. So now we got a big stack right outside of B. They want to push out onto this one. Fefe as well in mid wants to get the opposite angle. Is going to find ZQ. Nice little play here, but again, the bomb is on A while all of this is happening.
Very fast take from All Gamers. I don't know that they'll be too disappointed by that, right? They take control of the site. They lose a couple of players for their trouble, but they can play the post plant out, and traditionally in the post plant, even when you have the numbers disadvantage, things can go your way. Because Imperial are having to push into you, every opportunity that all gamers get the first shot off, and often they connect. Shui, a 1-for-1. ZY, a little bit of a whiff there onto Ryu's out. This is where the round starts to maybe look like it'll fall apart, though. He cleans that one up nicely, and all of a sudden it's back to 2-on-2. Push coming through from long of ADRF is going to be good enough to catch Du in the back, but they don't see ZY underneath. Defuses on, he's got to move quickly. He's not going to get there in time. And Imperial secure their second. It's a tight thing, though.
Yeah, almost a little bit of a misplay, I feel like, from ZY. He had the angle, and window is probably the best place you can be for a post plant in that position, and he kind of just gives them that opportunity by going down and around to try and get that flank going on. And now Imperial, they're all tied up here. We're going to see what they do in round number 5, but it seems like they're still eager to play a pretty similar setup on the side of all gamers. The 3-1-1 working pretty decently in terms of their value on these opening picks, especially since they've been able to slide around the midsection of this map pretty carefully and get these nice exploitive plays like last round where there was only just one player defending that A-bomb side.
Definitely slowing things down from here. Taking our time with this push. Gokin might be able to catch ZQ, who has made his way out onto long, but he's not going to peek it just yet. There's a big focus around the middle part of this map here for AG. A lot of damage already going in onto Jue. And there it is, through the door. The spam good enough. Fefe here, wow, very crisp from ZY to get that one down, but Gokin is in, and it doesn't matter. ZY will take him too. And he says, who's next? Who wants to challenge me next?
Yeah, ZY is taking matters into his own hands in that round. Waiting for the push to come through the window, and ready for that one as well, but ZQ will pull the trigger a little quicker. This time, the post plant on A looks even more unstoppable for all gamers. 4-on-2. How do you hope to come back from this as ADRF and Ryu Zhao, who is coming through from a fairly predictable position, has lost his teammate now as well. Flash out through the window, won't matter. Another one on the board for all gamers. Doesn't really feel like we've quite got rolling on this map so far. You know, we've kind of just been like trading rounds here and there. Been a little bit slow in some of the rounds. I feel like we're kind of in a bit of a holding pattern.
Yeah, I feel like for Imperial, though, that's not an awful place to be. I mean, if you can go back and forth on your GR side, going to the BL pretty even. It is a BL-sided map, so it could work out for them, but not if ZY is going to hit shots like that.
Again.
Runs out the mid-double doors, one-taps Gokin, and now he's already steamrolling his way into this B bomb site. Shui makes sure they get the trade. Now they've got the site along with it, and again, on the rotations, even able to find a double kill as well. Adrian left alone and running away from that one.
You know what's crazy about that as well is ZY is carrying the bomb while he's entry fragging through mid. And 2 rounds in a row, he has one-tapped Gokin. First onto the A site, then into mid. It's got to be a bit of a tilter for Gokin at this point. ADRF, he's been given his opportunities there. A couple of 1v1s. That's poor discipline from all gamers. I know it's a 4v1, but we're talking about the best players in the world. You do not want to give them any more of a chance than they deserve. And luckily, the nade will finish it off before it gets too exciting. But man, ZY, he is he's looking pretty hot. Red hair makes you shoot better.
Absolutely. That's the only thing we can take from this pretty much. Speaking of discipline, the running through mid with the bomb into Gokin. Questionable, but I guess if you're going to hit the shots, then it's fine, as they do get the round base off of that. It really does feel like AG take a little bit to wake up, but once they do, it's like, okay, lights out.
Can't argue with results.
Right now, though, all gamers changing their start of round strategy. They did go for the A long fight, but Imperial not going to send anybody there to meet them. Instead, they're playing 2 mid, 2 pushed up in cat, and only 1 on B. It's kind of a weird setup, to be honest, but if they do manage to bait them in to the catwalk for the actual push, it could pay off. You can see here There's a couple players starting to group up for it. Adrian and Lukum swing wide to get the double kill. It is ZQ to answer back, but that's not going to be enough. Even going to go down as well in the B connector. Do on the flank. Has to do all of the heavy lifting in this round to win it. The bomb down, but he should be able to at least grab it and try to sneak away. Lukum going to spot him out. Goes for the repeat, and Imperial, that's a big round for them.
Yeah, I love that communication. Goken saying, okay, 2 guys hop through towards catwalk, and then Adrian and I think his buddy, maybe Lucom, just poke out at the same time and just spray him down. And that gets them a big lead there from the GR side. Very proactive. Goken once again trying to get into a forward position here. Very risky, just running straight into 5 members of AG who decide to get aggressive in this round, unfortunately, for Goken.
Faster into the B site. There's only 1 defender there, though the rotation is desperately trying to come across. Can the cavalry arrive to help Ryu's out? Seems maybe they have, but they're getting cut down as well. He's pulled out the knife. He's tried to go for a slash into the smoke. It won't connect, but I mean, somehow in the end, Ryu's actually gets out of there alive. Not sure that's the ideal result, actually, in the end, though, for Imperial, because they have lost the site, and they'll have to retake it down a couple of members.
Yeah, now it's a really high-risk retake for them. Adrian and Lukum trying to find their way back into the site. Ryuzao down to just 10 HP for the remainder, and it doesn't seem too likely they'll break back through. Jouet able to find 1. The trade comes through, but that'll be it. Adrian, there's just no time to get this done now. 1 versus 4. He's spotted out, manages a kill, but that's going to be it. ZY gets it done, and it's a 5-3 game.
Yeah, Adrian at least buffering his KD at the end of these rounds, but it doesn't quite matter if you can trade 2 for 1. If you're not there with the team trying to defend on the B site, obviously I'm not blaming them, but yeah, just kind of unfortunate not able to hold on to it as Goken tries to go for the aggressive play, which I think is fine, but it just didn't work out that time around.
Pretty big round in the grand scheme of things, honestly. 5-4 is a much different story to 6-3 heading into the second half.
Yeah, it would be a huge boost for them to get this final round for Imperial, but we're also dealing with probably the most silent we've seen Goken in a map so far. 2 and 6 with that Om in hand. Not really the impact we would have hoped from him in a match as crucial as this one. The rest of Imperial kind of stepping up a little bit to at least get these rounds on the board.
2 rounds in a row, he gets just disrespected really by ZY.
Yeah, it's not fair. Like, you should let Goken play the game, I think.
Yeah.
If only that's where the way it worked. That were the way it worked. Goken now underneath this catwalk, just kind of waiting for some aggression, but All Gamers doesn't look like they want to push through mid this time, at least. Imperial also have a nice stack here up on the catwalk, is now poking their heads out. Is All Gamers, they say, actually, never mind.
See, this is where carrying the C4 as an entry fragger might kind of blow up a little bit in your face, because All Gamers do lose the C4 in an awkward spot. But yeah, I mean, again, I don't know, you can question it, but you can't question the results at the end of the day. Looks to be another pretty solid round for All Gamers, and that is 6-3. Thing is, like, I don't think that they get away with that necessarily against Baisha, for example. So, just a little thing. Just a little thing. But good stuff. 6-3. You'll take that lead going into the second half. I mean, especially with Do having 20 ADR. You're basically playing 4v5 at this point, and they're still going up 6-3.
I mean, to be fair, Goken's only 25 on the other side of it, so
true.
Both of the snipers not really being the key players in this one. It's really kind of Adrian versus ZY for that top fragger role for their teams. You can see Ryuzao as well, hungry to put some more up on the board, looking for that information in the B connector. All Gamers, though, playing pretty safe, almost an identical setup. The big difference here is they are going to have Jouet posted up in that A-long barracks position.
Now, let's see if that works out for him, if he can get some kind of information, because we've got at least Fefe looking in that direction. And Imperial trying to decide how they're going to navigate this first round after the half. This, for now, pretty standard setup outside of the one guy out there on A long. You've got Do looking through the middle doors. And then just a basic two-man setup on B and one guy holding short. Just waiting to see what Imperial is going to do first, and then all gamers will react.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Zhui, he's really the key in this round for all gamers to hold it down. He's going to have a 1v4 on this A-long position. He's got the angle to maybe catch them off guard, but I like what teams are starting to do here. They get a player on this box just so they have that jump peek advantage with the rest of their team coming out onto this position. He gets flashed as well, doesn't peek it right away, goes for the late peek, able to get one, not quite as much as he was hoping for there, but it's going to be a quick trade and back off now for Imperial.
CY and Do, though, both on this site with an Orb in hand. So you don't want to be taking this too slow if you're Imperial and trying to make your way up long. In the end, they opt to rotate back toward mid. Might not be a bad call here. It is only even anchoring over on B. CQ going to try to push through the smoke into mid, and that will prove to be a mistake. It's ADRF watching on the other side of it. I don't know about this call, though. Going into ZY and Do, both with an Orb in hand. I just don't see this going well for Imperial, though. The entries have been hit. Do and ZY both miss with the Orb, and that'll be that. Imperial right back into the swing of things.
Yeah, not bad at all. Great entries on this one. They're going to find the first of the half, keeping things a little bit closer and showing us some good signs of what they might do on this side of the map. It is a side where I would expect them to have the majority of the rounds go their way. All gamers looking a little bit better in that first half, but a 6-3 blacklist isn't super bizarre for them to pull off.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely still in this one. That's a good start for Imperial here after the half. I do think that all gamers got pretty antsy and were really trying to find as much information as possible after the Dway trade. Nice little shot here from ZY, who has the Alm himself, but trade it back. And yeah, you had like ZQ poking through the smoke, just trying to find out where this push was going to come in, but they were kind of bleeding members and then still not ready for the push. Very nice entry from Imperial to finish that one off. And once again, Imperial just going to take things slow, not really forcing any pushes early on.
It's the mid-crunch, though, from all gamers, isn't it? Even and Zhui want to try to make something happen here, and they might get their opportunity. Or perhaps not. That's a good shot from LKK, and if Even pops his head up, Goken is going to be watching for that. Ooh, careful. Still,
Yeah.
Good trades for Imperial.
Even he knows there, he's got to get out. Just playing on the other side of this door, but Goken moves into an even more aggressive position. He knows exactly what Even's trying to do here on that off angle. Unfortunately, there's no clean way to take that challenge from the top side of mid, so he's going to have to just back off and maybe group up with the rest of his team towards this B bomb site. But you've also got Feifei here as well, pushing up A long. He's going to grab a lot of information that this A bomb site is fairly exposed. ZQ gets back just at the opportune moment to get the headshot, though, shuts down the flank, and now it almost forces Imperial to make the move on to B.
Yeah, looks like this is where this bomb is going to go as Lucan wants to lead the way, but immediately in position is Do and Even. Do trying to pop up, has the help from Even, and that is good enough. Adrian now, he doesn't have a lot of time. He's got to just run on through into the two guys that know exactly which direction he's coming from.
Has spotted out Even. Even also spots him out. You can hear the shout coming through, and Do will clean it up. 7 for all gamers. Pretty critical duel for Feifei walking into the A site that doesn't go his way. It was a tough one, to be sure. He's out in no man's land, sort of firing upward, so he's really only got a headshot angle to shoot at. And ZQ able to dance around on the bridge and get the better of him. Could have been a different story had Feifei won that duel. Still, though, we move back in with ZY, a 1-for-1. Even not going to push into water, but maybe not required, though Do does fall. And this is a very powerful position to play from as Even when you haven't been spotted.
Yeah, he wants to get even more aggressive with it, though. Goes for the wide peak, spots the shoulder of Adrian. He's going to know at least one player is there now. Feifei still just kind of hanging out towards A long. And I like this decision to be a little bit more aggressive from the remaining players of all gamers. They know there's a chance to pinch them here in the BL spawn if they all slowly push forward. Even He's just trying to stay alive here and bait out these shots. Look at the double peek, though, from A-Long. Feifei had no chance there to hold on to it. Adrian left in a 1-on-3. The C4, though, is down with these other two players in the BL spawn. Even if he can take down this remaining player on B connector, he still has two other players ready to swing right behind him. The nades come down over the top, and that's going to be it. ZQ gets it done, and AG are one step closer to the 2-0.
Yeah, a couple of really commanding rounds there from all gamers, in control almost the entire time. Love the aggression. You can see a lot of times teams will go for that aggression outside of B-box room, and it kind of just flops, and we call it risky, but all gamers do it, and it's like crisp. They're hitting their shots. They're getting so many different angles, and it looks great. And they are able to connect on a lot of those plays. As now, Lucom, they get that early pick onto even. I don't have the bomb on this one, so Lucom just trying to get up in there and see if he can pick someone off or make some noise. Try to distract all gamers.
Imperial, though, getting a lot of forward pressure on this catwalk position. There's really only one player directly on the A-bomb site. It's going to be ZY holding on to that back angle with the arm in hand, which has been nice to see him kind of playing that hybrid role throughout this matchup so far. They're going to go for a slight rotation, maybe even some aggression into this mid-ramp position. You can see Shui kind of thinking about it here, doesn't want to overextend just yet, but Imperial, again, they're playing that game of running down the clock, trying to test the patience of all gamers.
I mean, to an extent, it definitely worked on Eagle Eye. Not sure it's been quite as successful here on Black Widow. And CZQ just trying to post for information on a couple of angles, but he's got a lot to do, and this is the problem with when you lose a player. Kind of opens up a hole in the defense. At least one player has to watch multiple angles, and then you've got someone like ZY who's like the only guy holding long. A lot of things have to go right for all gamers now to win this round. This could be the start of it though. ZY might be able to find a cheeky pick here and then fall off the angle. Feifei. That was a scary one, but he hits the headshot, and that's all that matters. Thought he might have been isolating himself there for a duel, but in the end, you hit the shot. Who cares? And Ryu Zhao will catch Shui, who is just trying to pick things up a little bit on the defense there to try to get information, maybe find a pick.
ZQ? He's kind of out in the middle of
If he drops the bomb on the cross.
Ooh. Very close. Extremely close on that one. Nice shot, but that's not where the bomb is going. Good pick off, at least, you could say, as this one should just be planted in there. Not much they can do about it. As Adrian spotted, nice little play here from ZQ, slowly picking away at the members, but take a look at Gokun all the way underneath. Also, that pick off pretty big from Ryu Zhao as
1v5 angle for ZQ? Surely
ZQ,
not.
He is unbelievable. And yeah, he's got to cover both of these sides. Not going to be easy. Trying to take the first part of it, and he does get the kill, but not enough to take the round, as they do close that one out. Pretty difficult for Imperial, but they got it done.
I mean, that's about as comfortable as it's going to get in a 1v1, basically. ADRF and a couple of the other guys are getting away with a lot of wallbang kills here for Imperial, which must be frustrating all gamers. Still faster play on toward long from both teams, trying to take control of this area of the map. All gamers will give it up.
Yeah, it's a smart call here, especially with that utility being thrown. No need to force the issue if they don't have to. Now they can put their attention towards maybe Ryu's out here trying to sneak his way into this B-bomb site position. That nade, though, slows him down completely, and Shui finishes the job. Now it's a 5-on-4. Great utility usage, though, coming out of all gamers to ensure that pick was perfectly set up.
Yeah, pretty good team play there. And now it's Imperial. From the Blacklist side, they got to push in 4v5. They've had, some success overall in the series, but generally I feel like if they're down a couple members, it gets pretty wonky, as is generally the case, but especially against a team as strong as CHENGDU All Gamers. Now it's 3v5 as Adrian is going to get picked off there through the middle doors. And this push is coming in straight into A, where there are 3 members waiting. Will they be ready on time? Yes, they will. Dway's going to hit that headshot. Goken's got to make something of it. He gets the 1 and the bomb. Still a chance if he gets, a pick off here. Maybe makes it 2v3. Could try to make a Goken maneuver of it.
They've got time to be patient. At least for the next 30 seconds or so before they really do have to pull the trigger. But you don't really get the sense that All Gamers is going to be that team to give up the numbers advantage. Certainly not in a 4-on-2 especially. They're not really going to go for any miscellaneous pushes or anything like that. So Imperial are going to have to find their own fortunes, and that's a little more difficult. ZQ gets a couple more, and it is now match and series point for All Gamers.
Yeah, I mean, for Imperial at this point, they've got to do something spectacular to bring this one back, but a lot of it just comes down to really good team play and communication coming out from All Gamers. They know exactly how to isolate these players to perfection, and it's just giving them so many early round advantages. And you can see the fearlessness here from All Gamers, pushing 2 players immediately down the catwalk. Izzy Y finds himself 1, finds the double kill as well. It will be evened up to a 3-on-3 as Feifei gets the trade.
Yeah, it's fun to see plays like that. Generally only happens when a team like this who is ahead is on 9 rounds. Saw it with XROCK before. I mean, that play isn't a 5-shotty kind of round, but still pretty cool to see him kind of go all out, as now they're just charging in through mid. Feifei is going to get the 1, but now it's all up to Adrian to try to hold on to this one. 1v2.
He doesn't have the C4 though. So what do? You're going to have to go right into the waiting arms of All Gamers. ZQ and Do are actually kind of playing a little bit isolated for the moment, though that is being brought back as they elect to sit inside of the BL spawn to cover that C4. I mean, this is a rough one to contest. Double orb from Blacklist spawn. ADRF has to jump out through the window here to try to collect the bomb, and you can bet your bottom dollar that Do and ZQ have got a beat on it. So I'm just not sure how ADRF is going to win this one, but he's going to have to hit some nasty shots. And I think now he's been spotted out as well on that shoulder peak, and that will, in the end, be that 10-5 the scoreline. And All Gamers will secure themselves a very solid 2-0 tonight over Imperial.
And we are back here after the victory from CHENGDU All Gamers, a 2-0 tonight after a couple of strong wins in the maps. The first one a bit closer with the 10-8 on Eagle Eye, but then we did move on to the second map where it was a solid, I believe, 10-5, correct?
Yeah.
Correct. It's been a long day. 10-5. Definitely a big win for the side of All Gamers. I think we expected them to win in the end, but again, no third map. And just another dominant performance from a strong Chinese team.
I mean, what's not to be expected, really, from All Gamers? Every single time they've actually played against Imperial, they haven't lost a map. It's now 3 times. We've seen that, obviously, on the graphic twice in the previous couple of events. And even in Vietnam, like, it was a pretty close affair, right? We had, like, a 10-7 and a 10-8, I think, if I remember correctly. Here, it's a 10-8 and a 10-5. So it's not as if Imperial is not contesting. And actually, by rights, it really did look like Eagle Eye probably should have been their map, but as we've reiterated time and time again, All Gamers are one of the best teams in the world, and they also have a never say die attitude. So they're a hard one to put down, even when you have an advantage. And obviously, once you squander that advantage, you know, particularly with Gokun and Ryuzo having such a clean first map, you're expecting them to go then back to back and double down on it. It's a pretty tough ask against a team like All Gamers, and obviously they ultimately do kind of like fall off a little bit between map 1 and map 2. And sure, ADRF stepped it up, Feifei stepped it up, but it wasn't really quite enough. And it's like almost as if Imperial have like flipped their scoreboard over. In the end, though, you could have done the same actually for All Gamers, and they would have been happy because they all contributed to that game. ZQ gets the MVP, though.
Yeah, no surprise here to see ZQ on top. I felt like ZY as well, though, had a really impactful game. He was just rushing out and shutting down Gokun so many rounds in a row here, and really made it so hard for him to come online, because I feel like they realized Gokun's kind of their main win condition a lot of the time, and he was completely silent on that map. But now we can kind of see the overall piecing together on this group. All Gamers firmly securing themselves as that #1. Now it's really going to be up to LCK and Kangarna in that final battle for the wildcard spot.
Only one more chance from Group A, and that match will be happening tomorrow. Of course, Imperial and CHENGDU All Gamers done with their matches for the group stage. They have made it on to the next round, and not in the wild card as well. So there's kind of like that extra day of wild card in the middle to get a couple of more teams in, and then we move into round of 8 and have that fun time. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see LCK and Kangarna going head-to-head tomorrow. But for now, just CHENGDU All Gamers up on top, Baisha up on top, XROCK probably up on top, right?
Seems like it. I mean, based on that game against VINCIT, I think you kind of have to go sort of throw away with like the question marks, right? I don't know that they've necessarily still quite looked as good as All Gamers or Baisha have, but apart from maybe Imperial, like Imperial kind of challenged All Gamers again here today, so I'm still maybe going to give them a bit of a shout against XROCK. I don't know about Pacific Macta. I like them. I want to see them do well. I think it was a little bit of a damning result, though, that they only were able to win Black Widow 10-8 today against 3BL, which is a team that hasn't really contested anyone else. So still not 100% sold on Pacific Macta. I'm not quite over the line. Look, they got the 2-0, so I can't really complain too much. But yeah, for me, 1, 2, 3, Baisha, All Gamers, XROCK, probably Imperial, and then Pacific Macta, I think, is where I'm sitting if we want to sort of dive into that power rankings discussion again.
Does seem like a good list. I'm not sure if you can put Pacific Macta above Imperial. I mean, Imperial played well today. It wasn't a win, but I think having that challenge against a team like All Gamers means more than Pacific Macta, you know, winning a 10-8 against 3BL at this point.
Yeah, I would say it's going to be really close when Imperial and Pacific meet. I would say, based on at least what we saw just today, Imperial I would favor in that matchup, but overall, Pacific, I think if we could see more of what they brought to their very first match of this tournament, maybe more of that life gives them a slight edge in that series, but that's kind of what you get, I think, with Pacific. They're not very consistent still day by day, and they really have a lot more to prove if they want to be a top 4 contender here.
I think that's fine, though, right? If you peak at the right time. I don't know that we've necessarily seen the peak of Pacific Macta. Sure, they looked good in that game against Kara House, but like, how deep did you really have to dig against Kara House? That's kind of not looking too fantastic at this event. If you peak in the playoffs, though, that's where we could see some spice from Pacific Macta. So if they've got another level that they can hit and they're still kind of holding that one in reserve, then that will pay off very nicely for them later on in the competition.
Yeah, and after this series as well, I think we can kind of say like Baisha #1, CHENGDU All Gamers, and then XROCK, right?
Yeah.
That's kind of the list still.
That's where I'm feeling. Look, I'm still wondering whether or not I'm getting a bit baited by Baisha because they always do look pretty good in the group stage. it's really going to come down to the Baisha All Gamers matchup that we will inevitably at some point in this competition get. But I guess we, still have to kind of wait and see how that one will play out before we really can lock it in 1 and 2. But for me, yeah, right now, Baisha have looked better so far, and I also think Baisha have 9, who in my opinion is probably the strongest rifler here, and Xiao, who is probably the strongest sniper here as well. So you put 2 and 2 together, and I think probably they've got the leg up on All Gamers, just on paper, but obviously it doesn't always work out that way. And look, I mean, you can go back to the Vietnam Invitational where All Gamers was able to beat Baisha twice, once 3-0 and once 3-2, so it's kind of hard to argue against that as well.
Yeah, I think now the big question for me is going to be who's kind of those last teams in the discussion for playoff spots. You've got the 2 teams from the CFVL, the 4 teams from the CF West League, obviously. 3BL already out of that discussion, but maybe you have an LCK or Kangarna get in the mix in that wild card amongst the Vietnamese teams. Do you see any one of those teams even having a shot when you get to those best of 5s, though? Because that's where things get, I think, really scary for anyone really coming out of the wildcard stage, because you've got to play a #1 at that point, and we've seen today it's going to be a Chinese team.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, unless something really gets into them and they have like some fantastic scrims over the next couple of days, it's really hard to call it, especially when it comes to best of 5s. So best of 3, like, maybe, LCK plays against XROCK and it's like, oh, something comes out of them, and XROCK weren't as stable as we thought. But again, I think we're kind of stretching at that point. Yeah. It has felt a little bit tier listy when it has come to some of the regions here. So, it is what it is. I would love to see one of these teams step it up, but as far as I can tell, the results kind of tell the story of this tournament so far.
See, for me, a best of 1 is kind of maybe territory, and then a BO3 is
happened.
and then a BO3 is kind of like, oh, probably not. So a best of 5, like, mate, you are really grasping at straws there if you think a team like, I don't know, who's maybe the best team looking like ranking in a best of 5? I don't know. I don't see it.
It's hard to say, but we'll have to see that later. We do have the interview on stage ready to go. Let's hop over to that right now.
Hello, welcome back to stage. So this is the last match. Let's congratulations to the CHENGDU All Gamers with 2 versus 0 to Imperial. And MVP is DQ. Hi, I'm DQ from CHENGDU All Gamers. So this we have the landslide victory. So for the first map, we pick the Eagle Eyes. On the first half, we take an aggressive approach, and we have an advantage at the first half of the game, but we lost 3 points, and we had 1 point left behind. That is because we move too fast, and we think that they are not very good at Eagle Eyes, so we play very relaxed. So on the later, we on the A side with the global risk, and on the side control and the pace, they did a very good job. So why we lose a lot of points? Because the blacklist is stayed at home, so we took a more aggressive approach, so that is very difficult for us to play, because we play with less people to fight with more enemies. So on the previous stage, we play more aggressively, and then we focus more on the holding of the position. So on the first map, because on the later stage we chased 5 points back, and J-Wei is a very key point in this map. So what kind of adjustment have we made? Actually, we just take a more resilient approach and to hold the position, and we focus on the A side, and they just keep aggressive at A side. So that's why we keep gaining points. So we are very successful in the first victory. And for the second map, the Black Widow, we have 6 points on the first half of the match. So can you illustrate on the strategy? Yeah, we just do the rotation of the spot. So if they pick the A side, so we choose the B side, vice versa. And then we decided where to go. And as for IMP is very familiar with us, so do you find anything different for this year and the last year's map? The difference is that we have changed one of our players. Yeah, we have a team change. So please illustrate on the performance of Dio. He's very stable in the team. Yeah, he's very stable in the team, and now we rank the first in the group. So, what do you want to say to the fans who always support AG? So we hope that we can play very well in the following stages. So we hope that we can play very well in the following matches. And congratulations again. Now let's give the floor back to the casters.
Thank you for that awesome interview. Great to hear from him as they take the victory once again. Dominant as always is AG. Big shout out to their fans as well. And yeah, what else is there to say? Things are kind of turning out as we expected here at CFS Grand Finals 2023.
Yep. Well, I guess what there is to say is that there's only one more day left in the group stage. And tomorrow there's still quite a lot that we kind of need to nut out, right? We need to figure out which teams are actually going to be taking those wildcard spots. In particular, it feels like there's a few of those that are still left undecided. So looking forward to those matches. And then beyond that, obviously, we jump into the wildcard matches, which I think is going to be a pretty chaotic few games when we jump back for day number 6. And after that, then we're straight into the playoffs. And that's where things really start to heat up, because we'll have the best of the best playing against the best of the best. No more of this funny business where you've got, you know, a top-tier team against maybe one of the weaker regions, one of the tier 2 teams from one of the stronger regions. It really is going to be quite a cutthroat competition. So for now, yeah, we're talking about a lot of 2-0s, a lot of pretty one-sided scorelines, but don't know that that's going to be the case for the vast majority of the tournament going forward, because even the matches tomorrow kind of look pretty close on paper.
Yeah, I feel like we've got some really good ones for the final day. I feel like, in my mind, LCK Kangarna might be the best one we see in that final day, and I think it's a good chance to see who might be the best shot of the West League coming out of that wild card as well, since I guess in my mind right now it's looking pretty likely we see both Vietnamese teams and then the best of the West kind of in that wild card showdown.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be pretty interesting to see how this eventually all wraps itself up, and then it's all going to be really coming down to the wire. You got those wild card days. You got pretty much knockout stages from there, right? It's no more like, oh, we played 3 best-of-3s and see how you do. It's like, well, perform on the day. Otherwise, pack your bags.
Get out.
We'll see you next year, you know. Otherwise, yeah, it's going to be pretty rough for some of those teams. A lot of emotions, a lot of pressure on everybody that is going to be playing in here. Any expectations for, like, big dark horse in the tournament if we were going to get one?
Ooh,
is it just ranking esports?
Ranking esports did look really good today, didn't they?
Yeah.
So if they could play like that, yeah, then yeah, definitely they're my dark horse. I think if I'm being realistic, I feel like a realistic dark horse is probably Pacific Macta. I think they've shown us enough to maybe say, you know, maybe they can reach the semi-finals. Grand final feels like a bit of a stretch for me at the moment, though. So it depends on what your definition of a dark horse is, because traditionally a dark horse would be like, well, what's a team that you would maybe think probably won't win, but they actually could win? And I don't really know that there is any of those teams when you consider there's 3 Chinese teams that you'd have to get through. Like, you'd have to get through Baisha, All Gamers, and XROCK. As a dark horse, that feels like a pretty difficult run, right? Like Imperial or Pacific Macta or Ranking, do you back any one of those 3 teams to actually win against all of the Chinese teams? No way. No way. But a dark horse to make it into the semis, maybe you can make the argument.
Yeah, I think for a lot of these other teams, that's kind of what they're aiming for at this point. I would love to see maybe a Vietnamese team sneak into the top 4 somehow.
Yeah.
Maybe even someone like an LCK. I feel like they've got a really harsh group they were kind of thrown into. I mean, you look at the teams they've played. They've only played Imperial and AG, who are 2 of the best-looking teams we've seen here. So I feel like whoever comes out on top against Kungarn and LCK could have a good run at least to make it into that quarterfinal position.
Yeah, even with Seven, you know, bigging up his boys, especially Famous, you know, what a story that would be if these guys come back and they're like, hey, we're back at CFS and now we're just going to start beating big teams, and maybe it starts with LCK and they like slowly build up from there. Would be a cool story. Again, I don't know how realistic it is, but
yeah,
this is the road that a lot of these teams are going to have to take because, you know, you may start off a little bit slow, but maybe the longer you spend here in Chengdu, you get to play against some more of these teams. You get to scrim a little bit more. Although if I'm a Chinese team, I'm probably not scrimming anybody who's not a Chinese team at this point.
But then again,
perfectly honest,
do you want to be scrimming against other Chinese teams? Because they're, quite frankly, probably your best competition. So it's kind of a bit of a chicken or the egg, I guess. Kungarn, I think there's a bit of a story for. Obviously, they didn't play very well today, but they did play very well in their first matchup. So if they can kind of recapture a bit of that, then I could see them making a pretty good run in, but we'll all have to wait for that for tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that's going to do it for us today here on this day of the group stage at CFS 2023 Grand Finals. Hope you guys did enjoy. Join us for the last day of the group stage tomorrow. Until then, have a good night.
Esports.